Wow, he really did it. You're not being very reserved, Yen-su exclaimed, feeling frustrated with Red Wolf for giving in so quickly. Does this mean we should expect Little Gray or Little Red soon? Why Little Gray and Little Red? Why not Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4? By the way, how many puppies does a blue bay shepherd have in one litter? I don't know. We can't use the internet now. The group continued to discuss. Grey Wolf didn't care about their chatter. He felt like a victorious rooster, proudly leading his wife Red Wolf to enjoy the dog food prepared for them. Chio Gio and Feng Senyang, who were initially a bit scared of these two, gradually accepted them amidst the playful banter and weren't so afraid anymore. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was June 1st, Children's Day. After 2 months of heavy rain, there was still no sign of it stopping. Even in the high-ground community of Jinyuan Huayuan, everything below the 10th floor was submerged. The situation in other areas could be imagined. The relief supplies from the government were also half of what they used to be. Previously, people over 15 could collect 1 pound of rice per week with their ID. Now they could only get half a pound. Those aged 2 to 15 could get half a pound. Now they could only receive 2 ounces, and those under 2 could only get a box of rice cereal. With such little food, how can people survive 7 days and nights while waiting for the next supply? The starving crowd can only resort to stealing. From then on, incidents of violence became frequent. Those with ambition formed teams to brave the rain in search of supplies. Those without ambition banded together to rob others. In the unseen dark corners, men sought women for comfort, while women sought men for support. This gradually turned into open manipulation between the genders. Capable men had multiple partners, while those without means sold their wives and daughters just to get a meal. Fighting, smashing, arguing, stealing, burning, killing, plundering, society's order completely collapsed. It was chaos, total chaos. At this time, Chio Gio's belly grew heavier, and she had to support it with her hands to walk. Perhaps it was due to her nearing labor, as her belly showed clear signs of dropping. Today, Chio Gio continued her prenatal exercises, with Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang standing by to prevent any accidents. Yen Chun led Yen Lin, Yen Su, and Yen Ling out to look for supplies and baby items. Yen Meng stayed at home to watch over things. Grey Wolf stayed close to Red Wolf, taking care of her because he was about to become a father. Yes, Red Wolf was pregnant. Chio Gio used her mental energy to check and found out she was having 2 puppies, 1 male and 1 female. Everyone unanimously decided to name the puppies Xiao Hui Hui and Xiao Hong Hong. After finishing her exercises, Chio Gio eagerly grabbed a pair of binoculars and had Yen Meng bring over a single sofa to place by the window. She sat and observed the community, looking for Yen Chen's return. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she spotted his familiar figure paddling back in a kayak. The kayak was loaded with supplies, and another kayak filled with goods was being towed behind it. Meng, Brother Chen is back. Go help him, Chio Gio called to Yen Meng, who was busy in the kitchen. After that, she turned back to the binoculars, watching Yen Chen's kayak. Just as the kayak approached Building C, 5 shirtless men suddenly rushed out from Building D, quickly surrounding Yen Chen and his group. As the kayak neared the 10th floor of Building C, her view was blocked by solar panels and balcony extensions installed by the residents below. Chio Gio felt anxious, and her powerful mental energy surged from her, extending downwards to probe the situation. In an instant, the mental network captured the person she was looking for. In the mental network's image, Chio Gio quickly noticed that Yen Chen and Yen Lin were both injured. Yen Chen had bandages wrapped around his arm, stained with large patches of bright red. Yen Lin had a shoulder injury, also wrapped in bandages, with blood that the rain couldn't wash away. He held a steel knife, looking solemnly at the person swimming towards them. "If you don't want to die, come over here," Yen Chen said coldly, surrounding the 5 approaching individuals. At that moment, many desperate survivors, too afraid to venture out for supplies, gathered at the entrance of Building C on the 10th floor. They were more interested in causing chaos and hoping to take advantage of returning individuals to snatch something for themselves. They wished for the returnees to be robbed, hoping for more confusion, so they could benefit from the chaos. As Yen Chen's rubber boat successfully approached and jumped into the hallway, especially with supplies that could help people survive, some couldn't hold back and wanted to move forward. However, when they realized it was the residents of 2102, their expressions turned to frustration and anger, and they stepped back, hoping someone would bravely rush forward to loot. Seeing Yen Lin's fierce gaze and the sudden appearance of a gun from his waist scared everyone away. Just then, Yen Meng arrived and noticed that the boss hadn't fired. With years of experience, he quickly understood that their guns were out of bullets. Without hesitation, he pulled out his gun and shot at one of the men swimming in the water. The man, shot, didn't even have a chance to say a final word before sinking into silence in the flood. Yen Meng's shot shocked everyone. The remaining 4 shirtless men dared not come any closer and swam away in anger. Seeing this, Chio Gio finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the door finally opened. Yen Meng helped carry supplies inside, followed by Yen Chen, Yen Lin, Yen Su, and Yen Ling, who took turns bringing in several large bags of supplies. As they entered, Yen Chen immediately searched for Chio Gio and saw her with tear-filled eyes, which made his heart ache. Noticing she was holding binoculars, he realized she must have seen what had just happened and hurried to her side. "Sweetheart, it's okay, we're all safe now. Don't cry, or the babies in your belly will be sad too." He wanted to hug her, but he was covered in dirt. Chio Gio looked at his injuries with concern. Yen Chen immediately removed the bandage, revealing only a 10-centimeter pink scar on his skin. He leaned close to Chio Gio's ear and whispered, "Sweetheart, don't forget, we brought the special medicine you gave us." After calming Chio Gio's emotions for a while, he got up to wash up. Chio Gio followed him into the bedroom, sitting on the bed as if she had made a decision. She looked at Yen Chen and said, "Chengge, you go take a shower first, and I'll tell you something later." "Okay." "Then, sweetheart, wait for me here for a bit." Seeing that Chio Gio was calm, Yen Chen went into the bathroom. In less than 10 minutes, he finished washing up and came out wearing a short bathrobe, showing his bare arms. Chio Gio was momentarily surprised, but then felt at ease to admire him. After sharing the same bed for over a month, she was no longer the shy Chio Gio. With a handsome man in front of her, ignoring him would be foolish. Just after washing up, Yen Chen had messy black hair, striking eyebrows, and sharp eyes. His tall figure had a slim waist, strong chest muscles, and a nice set of abs. Truly a man, the perfect figure of her dreams. Cough. It seemed he was no longer just a dream. He was hers now, the father of her child. Ha. The light highlighted his strong physique, and a drop of water, forgotten by the towel, sparkled as it slid down from his neck to his chest, creating a beautiful line that Chio Gio followed with her gaze until it disappeared beneath the towel. What a sight, she thought, feeling a bit flustered as her cheeks began to warm. As Yen Chen stepped out of the bathroom, he caught sight of his little woman staring at him, swallowing hard. He couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable expression. He slowly approached, leaning in so that his face was less than a centimeter from hers, lowering his voice to a deeper, more tempting tone. "Are you satisfied with what you see, my dear?" Yes, very satisfied." Chio Gio nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. "So, do you want to legally have me, "Yes." "Then, sweetheart, call me hubby first." "Hubby, hey, I'm here." "You're so good, sweetheart," Yen Chen said with a triumphant smile. Humph. The laughter pulled Chio Gio back to reality, and she felt her cheeks flush as she recalled the 2 words she had just shouted. She was frustrated, wondering how she could have such a silly crush and be so enchanted by this charming guy. Chio Gio rolled her eyes and reluctantly glared at the handsome man who was laughing heartily. She instructed him to turn around, carefully checked for any injuries, and felt relieved when she found none. Only then did she take Yen Chen's hand, pull him closer, and gently touch the pink scar, asking, "How did you get hurt today?" Yen Chen sat down, wrapped his arms around Chio Gio, and shared the whole story of his injury. With heavy rain for days, The water level had risen sharply, flooding many supplies. Nearby large supermarkets, wholesale markets, and gas stations had been taken over by the authorities early on, and all the supplies were removed. They found it increasingly difficult to search for necessities, especially with Chio Gio's due date approaching and baby supplies still not ready. They had searched everywhere nearby, but found nothing. They had no choice but to go further away. Yen Su found a popular live streaming base for baby supplies on an offline map. After nearly 4 hours in a kayak, they finally arrived. The live streaming base was quite remote, with only 6 or 7 tall buildings above the water within a 10-kilometer radius, and the baby supplies building was one of them. Yen Lin paddled the kayak around the building. Third Master, this building seems intact. It probably hasn't been searched yet, Yen Ling excitedly reported to the boss. That's great. We can finally find clothes and supplies for the little ones, Yen Su said, tossing the empty backpack over his shoulder. Once the kayak was docked, he was the first to break a window and jump inside. They were lucky. They found themselves in the warehouse of the live streaming building, which was well stocked. They found everything from monk robes, baby pants, diapers, bibs, baby blankets, changing pads, sleeping bags, baby hats, pillows, bottles, suction bowls, baby spoons, bottle brushes, pacifiers, bottle clips, cups, baby formula, baby food, to vitamins. They didn't need to search other floors, as the warehouse was filled with more than they could carry. After discussing, the 4 of them picked the best quality items. Once they packed up, they headed back, but halfway home, the motor ran out of fuel, and they had to take turns paddling the kayak back. As they got closer to the scenic garden, they encountered more people searching for supplies. Some returned empty-handed, while others had very little. None had as much as they did, with their boat filled with supplies. This city has become a vast ocean. If it weren't for offline navigation, I wouldn't be able to tell north from south, Yen Ling said, using binoculars to observe the surroundings while staying alert for others looking for supplies. Third Master, Lin Go, Su, stay alert. At 3 o'clock, there are 2 speedboats coming towards us, and they don't seem friendly. Suddenly, Yen Ling pointed in a direction with a serious expression. Through the binoculars, 2 suspicious inflatable boats rushed toward them. The heavy rain blurred everyone's vision, and looking in the direction Yen Ling pointed, they could only see vague shapes through the curtain of rain, unable to tell how many people were in the approaching boats. They immediately became cautious. The other party was fast, and within 2 minutes, they were right in front of them. 12 burly men with tattoos on their arms held sharp knives and fire axes, surrounding their inflatable boat. One of the men shouted loudly, "Hand over all your supplies and jump into the water, or we won't be polite." "Hey, look at that guy. He's really good-looking, even better than some girls," one man with yellow hair exclaimed, pointing at Yen Chen. The man with the gold chain and tattoos turned to look at Yen Chen, his eyes lighting up. He rubbed his chin and said, "I have to admit, he is handsome. I've seen plenty of girls, but never a guy like this, haha." The others on the boat laughed along. "Boss, isn't that guy from the Black Dragon gang into this kind of thing?" "I heard guys are even more fun than girls," the yellow-haired man said, eyeing Yen Chen and then pointing to Yen Su beside him. "Boss, this guy looks good too. After all this time, he still looks so fresh." Another man chimed in with a wild laugh. "It's simple. Let's take both of them back and see who's more fun." "Exactly. Take them back along with the inflatable boat and other supplies." The 12 people looked like they belonged to a gang, completely ignoring the increasingly serious expressions of Yen Chen and his bodyguards. They loudly discussed how to divide their supplies and people. With society in chaos, it had become a world for these wild individuals. They showed no regard for Yen Chen and his friends, speaking in crude terms as if Yen Chen and their supplies were already theirs. "Come on, kid, come back with me and be my prized possession. I promise you'll have a good life," said the man with a big gold chain and tattooed arms, pointing his fire axe at Yen Chen. The others laughed lewdly as they slowly approached in their speedboat, eyeing the large supplies and the handsome Yen Chen and Yen Su with hungry looks. The man with the gold chain raised his hand to silence the laughter and wiped the rain from his face, looking at Yen Lin. Finding so many supplies shows you have some skills. Bring your friends and join our tiger gang, and I'll let you and him go. What do you say? He pointed at Yanlin and Yanling, thinking Yanlin was the leader because of his size, completely disregarding Yanchen, who looked less intimidating. Yansu could no longer hold back his anger. These scoundrels deserve to be punished. Kill them, Yanchen said coldly, pulling out his gun and shooting the gang leader in the heart. The man fell, shocked that they had firearms. Yanlin, Yansu, and Yanling revealed their guns as well, each taking down a gang member with deadly precision. The space on the speedboat was limited, leaving no chance for escape as the gunfire rang out. One by one, the tiger gang members fell. Yan Chun and Yansu watched coldly. They could not tolerate being targeted for their supplies. Such scum were everywhere, causing chaos and destruction. If they didn't eliminate them now, many more lives would be at risk in the future. Today, they would act as enforcers of justice. The kayak was loaded with supplies, but there was limited space to move. During the fight, Yanlin couldn't dodge in time and got hurt on the shoulder by a thrown fire axe from behind. But a person is only human, and they can't move faster than a bullet. In no time, 12 tattooed men were all taken down. The battle started and ended quickly. The 2 speedboats belonging to the tattooed men were also damaged in the chaos. Yanling and Yansu quickly moved forward to siphon out the remaining fuel. Heavy rain fell into the water, creating splashes, and all that could be heard was the sound of the rain. No one noticed that a head had emerged from the water behind Yan Chun. He was holding a dagger, ready to stab Yan Chun in the back, hoping to take someone down with him. Just then, Yan Chun turned to grab a paddle, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. However, the sharp dagger grazed his arm, tearing through his raincoat and waterproof jacket, splattering blood everywhere. Third Master, be careful. Yanling, having just finished siphoning the fuel, turned around and saw this scene, urgently warning him, but it was too late. Without hesitation, Yan Chun grabbed the paddle and swung it at the man's head. The man closed his eyes in despair and sank into the flood. After dealing with the robber, Yan Chun quickly took the special medicine given by Chio Gio and drank it. Within 10 seconds, the bleeding stopped, and the wound began to tingle and heal visibly, leaving only a faint pink scar. Many survivors witnessed the earlier scene, so to avoid drawing attention, he bandaged the wound and smeared it with the blood that had flowed out. They took a moment to rest before heading to Jingyuan Huayuan. Third Master Lin Ge, there isn't much fuel left in the 2 speedboats. It might not be enough for us to get back to Jingyuan, Yansu said as he poured the fuel into the engine and tapped the control handle. Yan Chen replied, "We'll run as far as we can. The rest of the way will have to be paddled manually. It's getting dark. We need to leave immediately." Understood. The journey went smoothly, without any more trouble. After more than an hour, the fuel ran out, and they paddled for another half-hour before returning to Jingyuan Huayuan, where they encountered the scene downstairs. After hearing Yan Chen's calm recounting, Chio Gio's eyes turned red again. "Chinga, thank you. If it weren't for me and the babies, you wouldn't have had to run so far and get hurt. It's okay, don't cry. It makes me sad." Yan Chen gently held her face, wiping away her tears, and sincerely kissed her eyes. Yan Chen said, "Sweetheart, it's my duty to do this. As your man and their father, I have to take care of you. Now, let's not dwell on that. Didn't you have something to tell me?" Chio Gio leaned against the man's strong chest, feeling his steady heartbeat, trying to find the right words but unsure how to start. Seeing her hesitation, Yan Chen smiled and said, "If you don't know how to say it, then don't. Tell me when you're ready." Chio Gio shook her head. She wanted to take a chance. If she won, she would have love and a handsome man. If she lost, she could find another place to hide. Once she thought it through, there was nothing to worry about. Looking up at him in his embrace, she asked, "Can I trust you? In this world, you can trust no one but me. Sweetheart, listen carefully. You are destined to be my wife for life, and we will always rely on each other." Yan Chen's gaze was firm as he held her face, ensuring their eyes met as he spoke seriously. Hearing this, Chio Gio's heart raced. Okay, I remember. But if you ever break your promise, I will take matters into my own hands. She intended to make a bold gesture by grabbing his collar but realized he wasn't wearing a shirt, so she settled for pinching his chin instead. Instead of being angry, Chen found her playful demeanor adorable and wanted to tease her. However, a sudden overwhelming pressure hit him, making him feel heavy and unable to move, as if his blood had frozen. No matter how hard he struggled, his body wouldn't respond, and it felt like only his mind was fighting, while he was stuck in his own shell. Don't doubt my words. Taking you and your men down is as easy as a flick of my finger. At that moment, Chio Gio's cold voice echoed in his mind, and Chen realized he had never seen this side of his little woman. He had never truly understood her. Suddenly, the pressure lifted, and he regained control of his body. The woman before him was still the sweet and cute girl he adored. He tried to move, and it felt as if the strange confinement had never happened. Chio Gio winked at him, waiting for his response, feeling extremely nervous inside. Time passed slowly, and Chio Gio was about to lose her patience when Chen finally said, "Honey, I need your support." After saying this, he leaned his head against her chest like a little bird, his larger frame fitting into her embrace, while his hands wrapped around his neck. Chio Gio stared in confusion at Chen's bold move. He even snuggled closer, making her feel like they were in a scene of a big bird seeking comfort. She seriously suspected he was taking advantage of her. Chio Gio deliberately put on a serious face and pushed his head away, saying, "Be serious." Chen replied, "Honey, I am being serious. With such a strong wife, what more do I need? I can relax now." He then wrapped his arms around Chio Gio's waist, continuing his playful antics. This sudden change in behavior made Chio Gio wonder if he had developed a new cheeky side. She was speechless. How did this once cool and noble man become so different? She playfully slapped his head and asked, "Can you return to normal? You're about to be a dad. What happened to the cool guy I knew? Are you going for the funny guy image? Keep some dignity." After asking, she rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Why maintain an image in front of your wife? Who are you really? Bring back the old Chen," she said, grabbing his neck and shaking him gently. "Yes, ma'am," he replied with a laugh. "Does your bodyguard know about your silly behavior? I only act like this in front of you. Aren't you worried that my impression of you will change? Not at all. As long as it's you, I can accept any image. I believe you feel the same way, right? You're just showing off." "Of course. Who wouldn't, with such an amazing wife? Don't call me wife." "Okay, dear. Not again. Hey, can I ask out of curiosity, what was that power that just suppressed me?" Thinking about it was terrifying. She had watched helplessly as she lost control of her body, even finding it hard to breathe. "Isn't it amazing?" As she spoke, Chio Gio extended her small hand towards the pregnancy encyclopedia on the bedside table. With a gentle lift of her fingertip, the book immediately floated into the air. Then, with a slight curl of her finger, the encyclopedia flew towards them, hovering above Chio Gio's hand. She casually waved her hand, and the encyclopedia shot away like lightning. Just before it hit the wall, she pulled her hand back, and the book returned to them. Chen watched in shock at this unnatural ability, especially seeing his little woman use it so skillfully. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Chio Gio continued to explain, "I call this ability mental power. I just suppressed you because I used my mental power to create a space around you. I can control anything within that space with my thoughts, just like taking a book. When I increased the pressure on you, that's why you felt you lost control of your body." After hearing this, Chen tried to reach for the pregnancy encyclopedia and felt no resistance. "How amazing," he said, still in shock but also worried about Chio Gio. Gaining such incredible power might come with a cost, as stories often suggest. "Sweetheart, does having these abilities affect your body in any way?" To his surprise, Chio Gio smiled and confidently replied, "No, and there are many benefits." Hearing this, Yan Chen's worried expression eased. That's good, that's good. Sweetheart, you are so unique. In the future, unless necessary, please don't show this ability in front of others. If someone accidentally discovers it, you might have to eliminate the threat, he said, fearing that her power could attract unwanted attention from dangerous people. Chio Gio felt reassured. She had made the right bet. What surprised her was that Yan Chen didn't seem curious about the source of her ability. Didn't he want to have it too? Chio Gio never liked to guess. She preferred to ask directly. Aren't you curious about where this ability comes from? Don't you want to have it too? Yan Chen thought for a moment and replied honestly. It would be a lie to say, I'm not curious. I want to know and I want to have it, that's the truth. But I also think that such extraordinary abilities must come with a difficult path. If my wife could share, she would. Whenever you feel ready to tell me, I'll be here to listen. I actually don't know how to explain it. This ability seems to have appeared suddenly. Even if I wanted to teach you now, there's no way to do it. Maybe one day, when I fully understand the training methods, I can pass it on to you. Chio Gio wrapped her arms around Yan Chen's waist. She wasn't lying. After binding to the space, she suddenly gained mental strength and gradually learned how to use it. Okay, I'll wait for the day my wife teaches me, Yan Chen replied, holding his beloved girl close and placing a gentle kiss in her hair. Chio Gio buried her head in his chest and rubbed against him. The girl turned slightly to avoid pressing her pregnant belly, her soft body leaning against him, brushing against his skin, making him feel warm and restless after just taking a shower. What a dilemma. He had a wife but couldn't be close to her. Yan Chen sighed deeply. Wife, sometimes I feel like you really don't see me as a man. How could I not see you as a man? Chio Gio sat up in surprise, confused by his words. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his meaningful gaze sweeping down from her face to the soft curves that brushed against him. His eyes darkened, and he swallowed hard, biting his teeth. Chio Gio followed his gaze and blushed. Suddenly, an ambiguous atmosphere surrounded them, and all she could hear was her own heartbeat and their heavy breaths. OMG, she didn't mean to. She was wearing a wraparound loungewear top that had somehow opened a bit, revealing more than she intended. Because of her pregnancy, she had grown larger than before. Men really are visual creatures. Chio Gio pushed Yan Chen away, adjusted her clothes, got off the bed, and glanced back at the man who had fallen back onto the bed. I'm pregnant, so be careful. You need to calm down first. We can talk about other things later tonight. With that, she quickly left the bedroom. Yan Chen looked meaningfully at the door that closed with a bang and chuckled softly. Sometimes, unintentional actions are the most alluring. The little temptress doesn't even realize it. In the evening, Yan Chen and the bodyguards made several trips back and forth to move supplies to room 2102, and this news spread throughout Building C. It made everyone envious, but due to the strength and fierceness of room 2102, they could only watch with longing. However, many people's minds began to stir with secret plans. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Zhang Yun, who couldn't eat or sleep well, quickly became thin and lost her former glow in just a month. She felt numb and sometimes thought about ending it all. But before she did, she wanted to drag those 4 terrible people down to hell with her. She was still alive, driven by strong hatred, believing that surviving would give her a chance to get rid of them, especially her boyfriend, Wang Bo. When she heard Wang Bo and the others plotting to make her approach room 2102, her eyes lit up a little. She remembered the rumors that the people living in 2102 were skilled and had weapons, and they avoided women. As long as she didn't provoke them, everyone could live peacefully, otherwise, it could end badly. But if it meant helping herself kill Wang Bo and the others, she was willing to do anything for them, even if it meant her own death. So, she decided to try her luck with room 2102. Every day, she was watched by those 4, leaving her no chance or ability to act. Any sign of resistance would lead to severe punishment. Just as Zhang Yun was lost in thought, Wang Bo approached and pinched her chin, saying darkly, "Don't try to play tricks. Be obedient, or you'll regret it." Remember that pregnant woman from room 2102 you met in the elevator during the storm? Tomorrow you'll. Chio Gio sat on the sofa, enjoying diced fruit and freshly made milk tea with powdered milk from Yenmeng. She was truly enjoying herself, probably the only one in this harsh world. There had always been many strange things at home, like an endless power supply that couldn't possibly be charged in the constant rain, and a water tank that never ran out. No one questioned these oddities, leaving her with no excuses. Chio Gio was happy to relax, watching everyone busy unpacking and counting the supplies they had brought back from waterproof bags. 50 cans of Stage 1 formula, 20 cans of Stage 2 formula, 20 cans of Stage 3 formula, 10 200 milliliters silicone bottles, 10 500 milliliters silicone bottles, 20 newborn blankets, and 20 newborn outfits. 20 sets of split newborn clothes, 10 baby sleeping bags, 10 baby hats for boys and girls, 10 baby spoons, bottle brushes, pacifiers, and bottle clips, 18 baby pillows, 20 packs of XS diapers, 20 packs of S diapers, 20 packs of M diapers, and 20 packs of L diapers, 20 packs of diaper mats, 50 packs of baby wipes, 2 strollers and 2 cribs, 20 packs of maternity pads, 20 packs of postpartum disposable underwear, 20 nursing bras, and 20 sets of postpartum clothing. After recording everything, they moved all the items to another living room. Once Yen-chin arrived, that living room had turned into a temporary storage space. When Yen-chin changed into his casual clothes and came out of the bedroom, he shook his wet hair and returned to his usual cool and dignified self. He sat down next to Chio Gio and leaned close to her ear, saying, "I will remember this, and I will get back at you slowly."
What?
By the time she realized what he meant, Chio Gio swallowed hard, feeling a bit sorry for her future self a few months from now. But after a moment, she relaxed, raised an eyebrow at him, and instantly became charming. Chio Gio was just that kind of person. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't hesitate. Who's afraid of whom? She leaned in close and whispered in the man's ear, "You think you can do something to me? Don't forget, I can easily overpower you with just a finger," and Chio Gio's little hand playfully circled his chest, and she gave Yen-chin a knowing look. Plus, she had her protective shield now, haha. Hearing this, Yen-chin choked, suddenly recalling how he had been unable to move under Chio Gio's mental power earlier. He sighed and leaned back on the sofa, feeling helpless. His wife was too powerful. What could he do? He thought, maybe it's okay to be a kept man. The bodyguard team turned around to see their master looking up at the ceiling in disbelief, which was becoming more relatable. Their admiration for Chio Gio reached new heights. She was truly remarkable. All of Yen-chen's first experiences had been broken by her, and they were curious about what she had just whispered to him. The four of them looked at each other and could read curiosity in each other's eyes. After packing up the supplies, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening, and the men began preparing dinner. The meal was a nutritious mix of meat and vegetables, and the lettuce that Chio Gio grew on the balcony was served again tonight. "Madam, why is this lettuce so delicious?" "I just briefly cooked it, but it tastes completely different from what I had before. It feels like it comes with its own seasoning," one of them said. Every time the lettuce was served, it was never enough. Chio Gio raised an eyebrow. Of course it was delicious. She occasionally watered it with special spring water. "I added something special to the water, and there's still plenty of it," Chio Gio said, hinting at something. Upon hearing this, everyone realized why it tasted so good, except for Chio Yu and Feng Sanyang, who were still puzzled about what the special ingredient was. Only Yen Su pounded his chest and exclaimed, "Madam, that's such a waste." Chio Yu and Feng Sanyang were even more confused by their conversation. Although they were curious, they knew that curiosity could lead to trouble, so they didn't ask further. Chio Gio and Yen-chin appreciated this about them. Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang got along well, sharing similar personalities, creating a sense of camaraderie. They chatted and enjoyed their meal in a pleasant atmosphere. At that moment, Yen Lin spoke up, "The situation outside is getting more chaotic, with thefts happening frequently. The place we went to today hasn't been touched yet, and there are still many supplies. Are we going back tomorrow?" Yes, there are plenty of supplies in the popular live streaming building, and we haven't searched the other buildings either. It would be a shame to miss them, Yen Su replied, looking at Yen Chen, hoping he felt the same way. Yen Lin continued, it's too far, and we're out of fuel. If we want to go, we need to get some fuel first. Where can we find fuel? After the heavy rain, all the gas stations are controlled by the government, Yen Ling pointed out. With the pushers, it takes over 4 hours to drive there, and rowing there isn't realistic, Yen Su sighed. They had set out at 6:30 that morning, just as dawn was breaking, and returned to Jingyuan Huayuan around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. But giving up felt truly disappointing. Let's trade some supplies with the buildings. Someone must have stored fuel at home. After dinner, you all should go and try to leave by 6 tomorrow morning, Yen Chen said, taking charge and sharing his plan with the group. Understood, the 4 bodyguards replied. At this moment, Chio Gio put down her bowl and chopsticks, cleared her throat, and when everyone's attention turned to her, she said, don't go. I don't want any of you to face what happened today. She didn't want anyone to get hurt. She had enough supplies to last them a lifetime, along with endless fields for crops and gardens. When Yen Chen and the 4 bodyguards wanted to say something, Chio Gio stopped them. You don't need to argue with me right now. Later, I will talk to your 3rd master. If you still want to go then, I won't stop you. She looked at Yen Chen, firm in her decision. Yen Chen replied, okay. Everyone dropped the topic and focused on their meal. After dinner, Yen Chen helped Chio Gio walk around the living room to aid digestion. Suddenly, Chio Gio asked softly, do you really want to collect those supplies? Yes, it's hard to find. Not taking them isn't my style. Yen Chen nodded seriously. Do you remember the direction? There's offline navigation. Good, tonight I'll take you to get them. You'll take me? What do you mean? Yen Chen squinted at Chio Gio's belly, as if he heard something unbelievable. Just what you think it means, Chio Gio smiled at him and playfully blinked. Her cute demeanor struck a chord with him. Later, she would teleport them there, and as long as she didn't exhaust her energy, it wouldn't affect her at all. Help me back to the bedroom. Chio Gio leaned most of her weight onto Yen Chen. Hearing this, he easily lifted her up, his strong arms wrapping around her knees. Ah! My brother Chen is so handsome, Chio Gio exclaimed, slightly startled, wrapping her arms around his neck and showering him with compliments. She weighed 136 pounds, yet he lifted her effortlessly. Yes, yours. Yen Chen felt a flutter in his heart at her words. Am I heavy? Yes. What did you say? Say it again, Chio Gio teased. Heavy, because I'm holding my whole world. Humph, at least you know, she replied. Once the bedroom door closed, Feng Shenyang sighed, covering her chest. Gio is so lucky. Where is my special someone? Sitting nearby, Yen Su chuckled. Why not take a look at our Lin Ge? He has broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. He doesn't have to serve the in-laws or take care of kids, perfect for travel and home. What do you think? He winked at Feng Shenyang with his sincere eyes. Feng Shenyang, feeling annoyed, said, Go away, all of you younger brothers. If I want to find someone, they should be around my age or older, but definitely not younger. The oldest among them was only 27, while she was almost 28. After spending some time with the bodyguards in the garden, she was no longer as timid as when they first met. Gradually, she became closer to everyone, and her once dulled nature was slowly returning. Sometimes, she could even joke with them harmlessly. Whenever she had free time, she would hang out with the bodyguards, learning various martial arts and self-defense techniques. She really liked this group. There was no backstabbing or deceit, just mutual trust. After Gio gave birth, if possible, she truly wanted to stay with them since she was all alone at home and felt free. Jia definitely couldn't be like her, as she still had children to care for. Being older doesn't mean they are better than younger ones, Yen Ling disagreed. Ha ha ha. In the master bedroom, Yen Chen gently placed Chio Gio on the bed and took a chair to sit in front of her. He pretended to be serious and said, All right, my dear wife, what amazing magic are you going to show me? I'm mentally prepared, and I've had checkups every year. My heart is strong enough to handle it. After experiencing her mental pressure, he had prepared himself. Chio Gio found his eager expression amusing. When did this man become so adorable? His cold demeanor seemed to have vanished completely. Was he trying to let loose? Honey, I really want to know which side of you is the real you, Chio Gio said, playfully pinching his face. She seriously suspected that Chen might have also come from another world like her. She remembered their first meeting, where his aloof CEO attitude and mischievous expression made her want to slap him. Comparing that to the current him was like night and day. Chen said, "Sweetheart, there's no need to doubt. The person in front of you is the real me." With that, he leaned forward and gently lifted her face, planting a kiss on the corner of her lips. It tastes like apple," he added, smacking his lips in approval. The sudden kiss caught Chio Gio off guard. She was completely unprepared for his bold move and stood there, stunned, staring at Chen. "Haha, baby, you're so cute. I couldn't help myself," he said. Chio Gio snapped back to reality and replied, "Do you still want to know what I was going to tell you?" "Yes," he answered firmly. Seeing Chen regain his serious expression, Chio Gio took his hand and, with a thought, brought him into her space. They appeared on the rooftop of a villa in the space. The sudden change of scenery caused Chen to lose his balance and fall. Haha. The funny scene made Chio Gio laugh heartily. She did it on purpose. Chen quickly got up and looked around, astonished by what he saw. He couldn't believe that something out of a story was happening right in front of him, and he looked at Chio Gio in surprise. She led him to the railing to gaze into the distance. "Welcome to my world. This is my personal space. Wife, are you a little fairy from the sky, come to experience life on Earth?" Chen excitedly asked, hugging her from behind and breathing near her ear. His sudden closeness made Chio Gio tense up. She subtly moved away and pushed him back, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to explore or help me collect eggs?" Yes. I can't miss such a miraculous experience." He was eager to explore. At that moment, the once untouchable and decisive Yen Sanyi transformed back into the youthful nature of a 25-year-old in front of Chio Gio. She took his hand and, with a thought, they arrived at the lawn area. She found 2 large baskets in her bamboo house space and handed them to him to collect eggs. Looking around her space, which she hadn't visited in 3 or 4 days, she noticed that her chickens, ducks, and geese had hatched many little chicks, ducklings, and goslings all over the lawn. It is estimated that each breed has about 700 to 800 individuals, and that is a conservative estimate. Currently, some chickens, ducks, and geese are still hatching eggs. To prevent them from multiplying too much, Chio Gio used her mental energy to cover the lawn area, focusing her thoughts to gather all the larger chickens, ducks, and geese into the bamboo building storage, leaving only those that were still hatching. Seeing the large number of chickens, ducks, and geese mysteriously disappear, Chen hurried back to Chio Gio to ask what happened. After Chio Gio explained that it was her doing and that she had stored them in the bamboo warehouse for future use, Chen felt relieved and went back to enjoy the fun of collecting eggs. Chio Gio then noticed that the 10 rabbits they had bought, 5 males and 5 females, had now turned into a large rabbit group, with plump rabbits munching on grass everywhere. They were growing so quickly that within 3 months they started having baby rabbits, with each litter producing 8 to 12. She used the same method to gather the larger rabbits, leaving only the young ones and the pregnant females. After doing this, she took Chen around the space, showing him the different areas. Once they finished exploring, they returned to the front of the villa, allowing him to wander on his own. At that moment, Chen realized that this villa was the same one his beloved had in Blue Water Bay. Not far to the right of the villa was a clear spring surrounded by mist. For some reason, he turned and walked toward the spring. Just 2 meters away, a bright light flashed in the air. With a loud bang, Chen collided with a suddenly appearing water barrier and was instantly bounced back. Chio Gio was startled and quickly used her mental energy to catch him and gently set him down, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Yen Chen shook his head, indicating he was fine. Chio Gio felt relieved when she saw he wasn't hurt. She didn't understand why that happened, so she tried to approach the spirit spring, but the water barrier disappeared, allowing her to pass through without issue. Yen Chen, still shaken, realized that the space was not a place outsiders could visit freely. "Is everything all right? What is that?" he asked, pointing at the spring. Chio Gio replied, "That is the spirit spring water, the special medicine I gave you before." As she spoke, she summoned 2 water droplets, giving one to Yen Chen and drinking the other herself. Yen Chen was once again amazed by his little woman's ability to summon things from afar. "Do you want anything else to eat? Most ingredients are available in the space, but unfortunately, I can't cook right now." Chio Gio smacked her lips and rubbed her belly. She was craving seafood. Upon hearing this, Yen Chen awkwardly touched his nose and said, "I can't cook, but I will definitely learn soon. When I do, I'll cook for you. No, starting tomorrow, I will learn to cook from a Meng every day." He quickly got over the fact that he couldn't get close to the spiritual spring. Hearing this, Chio Gio's eyes lit up and she said, "Why not start learning now? I can guide you in making something simple. How about it?" Yen Chen nodded without hesitation. "Sure." They went to the villa's kitchen, where Chio Gio pointed to 2 large steamers on the counter and said, "First, wash these 2 steamers. Tonight, we will learn to make steamed garlic lobster. I'll go get Grey Wolf and Red Wolf. I haven't given Grey Wolf a special meal in a while, and now that Red Wolf is pregnant, she should have something nice to eat too." Yen Chen affectionately agreed. Soon, Chio Gio brought in Grey Wolf and Red Wolf and asked Grey Wolf to take Red Wolf for a walk on the opposite hill, saying they would call them back once the food was ready. After sending them off, she walked to the vegetable washing sink and asked Yen Chen, "Do you want the exquisite lobster, or the blue or rock lobster?" He thought for a moment and replied, "Rock lobster." As soon as he finished speaking, 10 rock lobsters appeared out of nowhere, each weighing about 3 to 4 pounds. "How amazing! They are alive. Where do you keep them?" "We didn't see any while walking around in the space, just now." He poked one of the lively rock lobsters. Chio Gio handed him a brush and said, "They are kept in the bamboo house storage. It's a static storage. Whatever you put inside stays the same when you take it out, keeping it fresh forever. Living things also become static, and when you take them out, they come back to life, just like these rock lobsters. Brush them clean first, then put them in the steamer to cook." Yen Chen resignedly took the brush and rolled up his sleeves, seriously starting to clean. It was his first time brushing lobsters in 25 years, and it felt quite new. "Wife, you've taken away another first from me."
"I've given you many of my firsts."
Hearing this, Chio Gio pouted and gave him a playful look, saying, "What, not happy?" Yen Chen realized once again that his first 25 years felt wasted. He really enjoyed this playful banter with Chio Gio. "Not at all. I'm very happy, extremely happy." Why is Yen Chen so capable? After hearing this, Chio Gio felt sweet inside. "Then hurry up and work. I'll take you to get supplies later." When she mentioned this, Yen Chen got excited and asked, "How will you take me?" He had gotten used to calling Chio Gio wife, and she had gone from resisting it at first to accepting it naturally. She made a gesture and said, "Teleport there." Yen Chen paused, surprised. "You can use that ability outside too?" Oh my, how lucky he was to have such an amazing wife. Chio Gio nodded with a sweet smile. "Yes, but it uses more mental energy than in the space." Hearing this, Yen Chen stopped cleaning the lobsters, worried. "Will that affect you? Maybe you shouldn't go. Let me and Alin go tomorrow instead." "Don't worry, you'll be watching me. As long as I don't use up all my mental energy, I'll be fine. Besides, I wouldn't joke about my own well-being." "Hey, don't stop. Keep cleaning your lobsters." She pointed at the lobsters in his hands. Hearing that it wouldn't affect her, Yen Chen got back to work. Cleaning lobsters is easy. He could handle it. There was nothing he couldn't do. Chio Gio admired her handsome husband at work, realizing that serious men are the most attractive. Feeling inspired, she took out her smartphone and set it up on a stand, aimed at Yan Chen, adjusted the focus and color, and started taking pictures. The photos looked professionally edited. She set a 5-second timer for 10 continuous shots and posed beside him in various funny poses. Yan Chen cooperated with her, making different poses. 10 photos named Happiness were captured. Chio Gio happily browsed through the photos, saving the good ones and deleting the bad ones. From now on, I want to take pictures every day. When the internet is back, I'll upload them to tease others. Yan Chen's eyes lit up at her words. He wanted to record every moment with his wife. Wife, do you have an extra phone? Can you get me one too? I want to take pictures as well. Chio Gio waved her hand grandly, revealing a collection of brand new phones from various brands, both domestic and international, spread across the kitchen table. Take your pick. Thank you, my dear wife. I just want one like yours. Yan Chen glanced at the table full of phones, his mouth twitching. It looked like a phone store. Dear, you said I should do it, so why are you doing it yourself? Yan Chen looked at his little woman, skillfully flipping the spatula, worried she might mess it up. You do it, Chio Gio said, tossing the spatula back to him and instructing, quick, put it on a plate. Taking back the spatula, Yan Chen smiled proudly, following her instructions step by step. 20 minutes later, the lobster was steamed and ready. Chio Gio brought the shelling tools and began teaching him step by step, with one teaching seriously and the other learning attentively. She picked up a piece of shrimp, dipped it in sauce, and fed it to Yan Chen. Here, how does it taste? You get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You should have a piece too, dear. He imitated Chio Gio and took a nice piece of shrimp, dipped it in sauce, and put it in her mouth. So delicious. I didn't expect you to be this good. You succeeded on your first try at cooking. That's amazing. Although Chio Gio knew this dish wasn't very complicated, she still generously praised Yan Chen, making him feel very happy. Yan Chen secretly planned that if he had time in the future, he would ask Yan Meng to teach him more recipes so he could cook for his wife again, feeling quite pleased. What Yan Meng didn't know was that he had gained a new task at work, to be the boss's cooking teacher. Chio Gio put the shrimp shells into a blender, crushed them completely, and divided them into the bowls for Grey Wolf and Red Wolf, using her mental energy to sense the dogs' locations and quickly bringing them back to the villa. After preparing the special meal, Chio Gio took Yan Chen out of the space and tossed him a smartphone. Quickly copy an offline map. Got it. Stepping out of the bedroom, Yan Chen returned to his calm and reserved demeanor. He found Yan Su, tossed the phone to him, and said, copy an offline map for me. After receiving the copied phone, he returned to the bedroom. In the living room, Yan Meng took a deep sniff of the air and asked the others sitting on the sofa, do you smell garlic shrimp? Yan Su replied, I smell it too. The boss has a stronger scent when he's close. Yan Ling nodded, having sat next to Yan Su, and said, boss, you're hogging it all. Yan Lin's eyes flashed as he warned, be careful with your words. Just then, they saw the boss coming out again, this time carrying 2 large plates of food. As he got closer, the delicious aroma of garlic shrimp filled the air, instantly tempting everyone's taste buds, making their mouths water. The 4 bodyguards unconsciously swallowed, remembering how much they had craved this dish before the disaster, and now it had been so long since they had tasted it. Shrimp and beer, a friendship that lasts longer. At that moment, they wished they had some beer to enjoy with it. Once the shrimp and sauce were placed on the coffee table, Yan Chen proudly announced to everyone, try it. I made this myself. The eager crowd hesitated when they heard the boss say he made the dish. Yan Lin looked at Yan Meng and blinked. Can we eat this? It won't be too salty, will it? Remembering the painful experience of being forced to taste food before, she shivered. Yan Meng winked back. I don't know. Let's check its color and smell. I don't see any problems. Yan Chen didn't understand their secret exchange. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He went straight to his bedroom. The others in the living room exchanged glances, not wanting to go through another tasting experience or be the first to try it. The room fell silent, and they decided to play rock, paper, scissors to determine who would go first. Lin was lucky and lost first, winning the chance to taste the dish. Frowning, he thought about how unlucky he was. He had picked rock last time and did so again. Sighing, he accepted his fate. He closed his eyes, picked up a fork, stabbed a small piece of lobster meat, dipped it in sauce, and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, the tender, flavorful shrimp captured his taste buds, and his earlier frown relaxed. Delicious, he said, finishing the piece and quickly grabbing a larger one to enjoy. Yen Su, Yen Ling, and Yen Meng were skeptical, thinking there might be a trick, remembering the boss's previous kitchen disasters. This suited Yen Lin just fine. It meant he could eat more. The flavor is spot on, Chio Gio said honestly, chewing and reaching for another piece. Once one person started tasting, others followed, and soon they couldn't stop. Before long, the plates were empty. Luckily, there was plenty of food, and everyone enjoyed it. In another room, Yen Chen opened the offline map on his phone to find the popular live-streaming location they visited earlier. Chio Gio and Yen Chen changed into outdoor clothes and put on raincoats. After Chio Gio assured him it wouldn't affect her, Yen Chen agreed to be taken into the space. Less than a minute later, Chio Gio entered, handing him a powerful flashlight and pulling him out. "We're here. I've checked. There's no one around, no living creatures. Only the tall buildings of Qitong are above water, while 11 floors are submerged. What a waste of resources," she said, shaking her head in regret. Yen Chen turned on the strong flashlight and pulled Chio Gio over for a check. After confirming she was fine, he felt relieved. He looked at his watch and said, "The scenic garden is at least 200 kilometers away, and we got here in less than a minute. This is amazing." He dragged over 2 chairs, helped Chio Gio sit down, and took a seat beside her. "Can you manage sitting here alone? I'll go get the supplies for you to organize." Hearing this, Chio Gio playfully gave him a glance and replied, "It's not that complicated. I can collect anything within a 1,000-meter radius with my mind. The farther away it is, the more energy it takes. Let's collect them building by building later. Then you need to stop immediately if you feel uncomfortable, okay?" He gently touched her belly and looked at her seriously. Chio Gio poked his serious cheek and nodded earnestly, smiling, "Don't worry, I know my limits." With a thought, her mental network quickly enveloped the floors of the building above the water. The feedback from the mental network showed that each floor had different live-streamed products. This building, with 82 floors, is the tallest among the 7 above the water. The images from the mental network revealed that this building mainly consisted of offices. Chio Gio collected office chairs, desks, conference tables, bookshelves, safes, printers, computers, coffee machines, tea tables, tea sets, sofas, bottled water, various drinks, snacks, instant coffee, printing paper, and more. Except for the chairs they were sitting on, the entire building was emptied, instantly becoming a bare shell with just plastered walls. As the items entered the bamboo space, they began to sort themselves automatically. She hadn't paid close attention to what she collected earlier, but now everything was clear in the bamboo space. Chio Gio opened her palm, and a handgun that could hold 20 bullets appeared in her hand. "I found 3 of these in this building. I can't believe someone dared to break the strict law against carrying firearms in our country. Here, this is for you." She handed one of the guns to Yen Chen. As he took the gun, his eyes flickered. He quietly observed Chio Gio. She showed no signs of fear, which made sense. His wife was so strong. How could she be afraid of a gun? He realized he had been overthinking. Remembering how he once asked Yen Lin and the others to hide their gear from her, he felt it was unnecessary. He casually took out his Glock 68, which he often carried, and quickly disassembled and reassembled it. This gave Chio Gio a live demonstration, similar to what one would see in police training scenes in movies, and she looked at Yen Chen with admiration. This made the man quite pleased, finally having something to show off. In many wealthy families, for self-protection, they secretly equip themselves and their bodyguards. "I have one, and so do Lin and the others, but we don't have much ammunition this time," he said with a smile, pulling out his sidearm, another Glock 68, and showing it to her. Chio Gio declined the gun he offered, asking him to put it away, and began excitedly sharing her discoveries in the building. This building has yielded a lot. There are many unopened boxes of drinks and snacks in the office, plus a lot of collectibles from the executives, gold and jade ornaments, high-end wines, and wow, there's even cash, she exclaimed, mentally reviewing the items they had collected. With a wave of her hand, a pile of brand-new currency appeared before them. Looks like a couple of million here. Can we still use it? Chen stared at the sudden pile of cash, momentarily stunned, then looked out at the dark window, shaking his head and sighing, with only the sound of rain outside. She followed his gaze and looked out the window, both feeling a bit melancholic, but Chio Gio quickly adjusted her mood. She waved her hand again and put the cash away, saying, "We can use it. It can even be used as kindling. Why be sad? Let's enjoy the present."
Huh.
You're so clever. Chen chuckled at her words. Indeed, what good does it do to be melancholic? He also adjusted his mindset and affectionately tapped the tip of her nose, pushing aside his worries. He handed her one of the Glock 68s to keep while he secured his back at his waist. "Dear, I have a lot of cash in my estate in Jing City. When we return, I'll bring it for you to use, and I have many antique paintings and jade items too. I'll give them all to you." Hearing this, Chio Gio's eyes lit up, and she grabbed his hand, asking, "You have a lot of jade items?" Chen looked at her sparkling eyes and felt a stir in his heart. He leaned down and gently kissed the corner of her mouth. "You like jade?" This was not a question. "Yes, the energy in jade can help me cultivate." This building had collected many jade ornaments with spiritual energy, and the mist above the spiritual spring had thickened significantly. She had previously tried absorbing the mist from the spring into her body, which helped increase her mental strength. After she absorbed the mist, it would become lighter, but in a few days, it would slowly thicken again. From this, she guessed that absorbing the jade's energy would convert into spatial energy, and the spring would transform that energy into mist, which she could easily absorb. She thought about letting this man try it too, to see if he could absorb it and perhaps gain mental strength. For now, she would study it further. Chen noted this and decided to collect jade items in the future. Fortunately, his collection room in the Beijing estate had many precious jade pieces and antique jade items. He decided not to tell her now and would surprise his little woman when they returned to Beijing. Chen smiled to himself. "Okay, I'll help you collect them," he said, and they exchanged smiles. Chio Gio took his hand, and with a thought, they appeared in another building, chair and all. Upon entering, they saw a messy scene with things scattered everywhere. She looked at Chen confused. "Didn't you say no one had been here yet? What happened to all this mess?" With the strong beam of the flashlight, Chen realized it was the maternity and baby supplies live-streaming building they had visited earlier. This was from earlier today. There was too much to carry, so we just picked some of the best items," he said, awkwardly touching his nose. Understanding now, Chio Gio immediately released her mental net and began collecting supplies. The building had 52 floors, with 41 above water, filled with baby products, cotton clothing, down gear, apparel, pajamas, underwear, couple outfits, bedding, camping gear, and colorful personal items, among others. After collecting everything, Chio Gio felt her cheeks heat up and instinctively fanned her face to cool down. Chen, who had been watching her closely, quickly noticed her discomfort and asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If so, you don't have to keep collecting. Your well-being is more important than the supplies." Chio Gio is not feeling unwell. She is just a bit flustered and blushing because of some things she received earlier. Embarrassed, she smiled at the man who cares for her and said, "I'm fine. I just saw some." Her words suddenly stopped. How could she explain? Discussing lingerie and personal items with a man? She didn't want to face him anymore. Seeing the shy posture of the little woman, Chen sighed. "As long as you're okay. Do you want to rest for a bit?" Looking at this man, she appreciated that he was considerate and knew when to stop asking questions. Oh no, she liked him even more. She thought about posting a moment on social media to show off, but then remembered there was no internet during a disaster. However, she could take a photo to remember the moment. Before she entered the story, she loved to freely record her life and post on social media, regardless of who saw it. So, Chio Gio took out her phone and switched to night mode. After adjusting the settings, she made a peace sign on her face, snuggled into the man's embrace, and pressed the shutter button. Just before she clicked, Chen leaned down and kissed her cheek. A sweet photo was captured. The surroundings were dark, with only the two of them clearly visible, creating a striking image. Chen said, "Let's take another one." He took out his phone, kissed Chio Gio's lips, held the phone high, pressed the shutter, and then set the photo as his wallpaper. Chio Gio watched his little actions in silence, and after he was done, she pulled him to another exhibition. This new exhibit brought them a big surprise. Looking at the images transmitted from the virtual network, these were high-tech displays. Chio Gio excitedly waved her hand, and 4 wooden mannequins appeared in front of her, 2 male and 2 female, each wearing bodysuits of different colors. The sign explained, high-tech nano bodysuits, warm in winter and cool in summer, can withstand temperatures up to 60 degrees Celsius, keeping the body at a constant temperature below 30 degrees, and can resist extreme cold down to minus 60 degrees, maintaining a temperature above zero. Chio, we hit the jackpot. If it weren't for her pregnancy, she would have wanted to dance with joy. There are about 10 to 20 sets in every size, and we also have high-tech stain-resistant shoes that won't get dirty even if you step into a muddy pit. She pointed to the clothes on the model and waved her hand, revealing several pairs of shoes. The more she talked, the more excited she became. If Chen hadn't been there to hold her back, she might have jumped up. Okay. Don't get too excited. Be careful with the baby. Noticing her big belly, Chio Gio pouted, slowly relaxed, sank back into her chair, and mumbled, "How can I not be excited? This place has 2 floors full of high-tech exhibits. Even with money, you can't buy what's on the 17th floor, which has all heat-resistant and cold-resistant clothing. On the 18th floor, there are 2 escape pods, 5 small helicopters, and 10 amphibious vehicles. There are dozens of drones and aerial photography machines." Changing the subject, Chio Gio asked, "Chio, can you fly a helicopter?" "I think you definitely can." Before Chen could reply, Chio Gio nodded vigorously and answered for him. He smiled helplessly and asked, "Why are you so sure that I can?" "Because I've heard that people like you, heirs of wealthy families, are often pushed to learn many things from a young age. Flying planes, driving yachts, and even tanks. You probably learn management in your family business too, right?" As she spoke, she counted on her fingers, recalling how the original story mentioned the male lead, emotion, learning these skills from childhood. This guy seemed to be friends with the male lead. They say birds of a feather flock together.
Ha!
That's nonsense. I did learn management in the family business, but we're just ordinary people. We can't learn all those things. However, I just happen to know how to fly a helicopter. Finally, Chen thought he had one more skill to show off. He had no choice. His wife was so impressive that he felt like he couldn't compete. His only advantage, having money, was useless in this disaster. He would have to rely on his wife from now on. Thankfully, he didn't have the mindset that men should dominate and women should live under their protection. So, what if his wife was stronger? He saw it as something to be proud of. He loved the idea of being supported by his wife. Hearing that he could fly a helicopter, Chio Gio gave him a thumbs up and a look that said, "You're amazing." This man truly surprised her. Chen accepted it with a proud smile, feeling very happy inside. Chio Gio collected everything from the buildings, but she felt it was a pity to leave so many supplies underwater. After gathering supplies from 3 buildings, her mental energy was not greatly drained, but her pregnant body made her feel tired. She found a camping folding table, took out some snacks, and poured 2 cups of spring water, pushing one with only half a cup of water towards Chen, saying, "This is like strong liquor. When you first try it, you shouldn't drink too much at once. Once your body gets used to it, you can gradually increase the amount." He took the spring water and tasted it slowly. As it went down, it turned into a refreshing flow that spread through his body, making him feel completely revitalized and erasing his fatigue. Chio Gio also picked up her cup and started sipping slowly. Then she seemed to remember something and put her cup back on the table. Chun-go, there are still many supplies underwater. Although we don't need them, I want to collect them all and store them in the building. If someone finds this place later, it will give them more chances to survive. Supporting his wife's idea, he placed his cup on the table and asked, "Will that put too much burden on you? Will it consume too much of your mental energy?"
No, she replied.
It wouldn't take much of her mental energy. She still had plenty. Chen nodded after hearing this. If it doesn't harm you, then go ahead and do it. Although he couldn't help much, he silently supported her. They also collected a lot from the other 4 buildings, mostly various clothing, bags, cosmetics, hygiene products, and bathing supplies. There were also snacks, drinks, instant meals, and pet food. She gathered everything. Following the same method, she spread the supplies that had been submerged underwater throughout the building. Phew, finally done. Let's take a break before heading back. Chio Gio checked the time on her phone. Over 2 hours had passed. If Chen hadn't insisted on a 10-minute break after each building, they would have returned to Jingyuan much earlier. Ah, what a sweet burden. He playfully pinched Chio Gio's cute little belly and said, "All right." The dim morning light filtered through the white curtains onto the soft bed, illuminating the faces of the man and woman who were cuddled up and sleeping soundly, causing the woman's eyelashes to flutter. Last night, or rather early this morning, the 2 of them had just fallen asleep when Chio Gio was suddenly awakened by the urge to use the bathroom. She had no choice but to get up and take care of it. This happened a couple of times throughout the night, and just when she finally managed to fall asleep again, it happened once more. Not only was she exhausted, but so was the person taking care of her. It was like being woken up repeatedly after just falling asleep. Even the most energetic person would feel drained. Chen sensed the movement beside him and, still half asleep, instinctively reached out to help. Feeling this, Chio Gio felt quite embarrassed. She gently pushed him back under the covers and whispered in his ear, "Go back to sleep. You've worked hard all night. I just thought of a new trick. I can get up by myself now." After saying this, she vanished from his sight. Chen was momentarily stunned, and his mind slowly came back to reality. When he heard sounds coming from the bathroom, he finally felt at ease and closed his eyes again. At that moment, Chio Gio was sitting on the toilet, taking care of her business. She hadn't realized her mental strength could be used this way, so next time, she wouldn't have to struggle to get up. It was truly a handy skill for lazy people at home or while traveling. After washing her hands, she quickly returned to bed. By then, the man was already asleep. She gently took his hand and nestled into his arm, soon drifting off to sleep as well. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, Chen smiled slightly, tightened his hold, and buried his head in her hair, falling into a deep sleep. In the morning, Lin led his brothers and Feng Sanyang through their usual combat training at the gym. After their morning workout, they came out and didn't see their boss and his wife cuddling in the living room as usual. "Shoo." Lin gestured for everyone to be quiet as they walked softly toward the living room, saying, "It seems the boss and the young lady haven't gotten up yet. Let's keep it down." As they passed the dining room, Chio Gio came out of the kitchen and called everyone over for breakfast. She noticed the group but didn't see the 3rd master and the young lady. She asked, "Are Chio Gio and the 3rd master still not up?" Having been busy in the kitchen, she wasn't aware if they had risen. Su glanced toward the master bedroom, checked his watch, and then looked at everyone, saying, "They're probably still resting. It's almost 9:30. Should we wake them? Let's not call her anymore. Just set their breakfast aside. As her pregnancy progresses, Chio Gio has less time to sleep, so let's not disturb her." Chio Gio reminded the group of men. While having breakfast, he began to share the challenges women face during pregnancy, especially in the later stages. The 4 men nodded along. When they finished breakfast and stepped out, they knew the soundproofing in the rooms was good, but they still tried to keep quiet in the living room, afraid of disturbing the boss and his wife. Although they were careful not to make noise, it didn't mean others outside were being quiet. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Yanling quickly rushed to the door, opened it with one hand, and pulled out a gun with the other. As she swung the door open, the gun was aimed at the person knocking. "Knock again and I'll shoot," she warned, cocking the gun. Zhang Yun, who was knocking, was startled. Her hand was still raised from knocking, and while she had imagined many scenarios before approaching room 2102, this was not one of them. She wanted to back away, but when she turned and saw Wang Bo and that woman's brother, Li Ting, giving her threatening looks, she felt compelled to face Yanling's probing gaze. Yanling's eyes were sharp as she assessed the woman at the door. The woman was thin, with high cheekbones and shoulder-length, dull yellow hair. She wore a faded gray t-shirt and occasionally glanced nervously behind her. Yanling looked past the woman and noticed a crowd gathered in the hallway, but two figures stood out with their menacing stares. It was clear to her that the woman had been pressured to come here. "You better have an important reason for being here," Yanling said. Zhang Yun hesitated, forgetting the lines she had rehearsed in her mind. "Speak," Yanling urged, not willing to wait for her to gather her thoughts. At that moment, Yanlin and the others arrived at the door, quietly observing the situation. Zhang Yun took a deep breath. This was her only chance, and she couldn't miss it. She encouraged herself repeatedly. I am a friend of Chio Gio. I beg you, please let me see her," Zhang Yun stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Inside, she was anxious. She hadn't seen Chio Gio since the power outage, and life had been tough for her. She worried that Chio Gio, being pregnant, might not even be alive anymore, but she had no choice but to use her name as an excuse. Seeing the man in front of her not speaking and just looking at her, she thought he didn't know who Chio Gio was, so she quickly added, "Chio Gio is the owner of room 2102. She was either woken up by a full bladder or by hunger." Chio Gio was left speechless. She angrily glared at a certain smiling man nearby. With a huff, she said, "It's all your fault. Why do you have to be so strong for no reason? After the delivery, I'm going to sleep for 3 days and nights. And you, stop that annoying expression. I'm not doing well, so you shouldn't be too comfortable either." "Humph. Xiao Chen, come help me get breakfast." "Yes," Xiao Chen quickly responded, stepping forward, placing one hand under her royal hand, slightly bending at the waist, while using the other hand to support her waist. He played his role perfectly. When they reached the living room and found no one there, they looked up and saw everyone crowded by the door. They couldn't quite hear what they were saying. Chio Gio signaled Yan Chen, and they went over to take a look. "Why is everyone blocking the door?" A pleasant voice came from behind. Yan Lin and the others turned around to see their boss helping the young lady over. "Young lady, you're up." "Yes. Why is everyone standing at the door? Was another girl being delivered?" During this time, she had lost track of how many had come. Sometimes, Chio Gio even thought that having so many men in her house was not a good thing. Yan Ling stepped aside to reveal Zhang Yun, who was anxiously waiting outside. He poked the woman's forehead with the gun but suddenly remembered that the third master had instructed not to let the young lady see any guns, so he quickly shifted his body to hide the weapon back at his waist. Seeing that the young lady looked normal, he hoped she hadn't noticed. "Young lady, this woman says she is your friend." "Her friend?" Hearing this, she looked in the direction Yanling pointed, and in her view was a frail woman, so thin that she looked unwell, wearing an oversized white t-shirt. No, it should be called gray now, draped over her trembling form. For a moment, Chio Gio couldn't recognize her, searching through the original owner's memories but couldn't match any names. Who is this so-called friend? As soon as Zhang Yun heard the voice, she looked over, her face filled with disbelief and shock. Her skin looked fair and rosy, smooth and delicate, as if she had not been affected by any disaster since the first time they met. Her abdomen was fuller than when he last saw her, and she leaned against the elegant and noble man who was supporting her as he walked toward her. She resembled a princess being protected by a knight, gentle and dignified. Comparing herself to her, Zhang Yun felt a wave of unfairness and resentment rise in her heart. Why was she in such a miserable state, unable to eat or sleep well, often bullied by a group of thugs? Overwhelmed by these feelings, she crouched down, covered her face, and cried loudly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chio Gio was startled by Zhang Yun's sudden outburst and stopped in her tracks, not moving forward.
Oh.
People rarely cry unless they are truly heartbroken. This was a woman with a story. Before she could approach to ask, Yan Chen blocked her, shaking his head and signaling Feng Senyang and Chio Yu to help Chio Gio back to the living room.
Who are you?
I heard you were looking for my wife. What do you want? A dangerous voice came from above, startling Zhang Yun. She looked up, her eyes still red and swollen from crying, with tears and sniffles, making her appear vulnerable. She met the cold gaze of the noble man who had just been kind to Chio Gio, but now looked fierce and intimidating toward her. She quickly stood up, wiped her tears and nose in a hurry, and took a couple of steps back. Zhang Yun felt foolish for her earlier thoughts. Why would someone like him help her? She realized that everyone around her was beyond her reach. She had let her hatred cloud her judgment, thinking that everyone was like the scum outside, and that if she took a risk, they would help her. How naive she was. In that moment, she decided to change her approach. Gaining confidence, she asked, "Can I go in and talk to her?" Seeing the man narrow his eyes, she added, "It's just a chat. I won't do anything else." Her voice was soft, almost too quiet for the few people nearby to hear. Having spent years in business, Yan Chun had his own way of judging people. Initially, he sensed that she had ulterior motives, but for some reason, she seemed to have changed her mind. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and glanced at the crowd gathered at the entrance before turning to go inside. The crowd that caught his gaze immediately tensed up, as if something terrifying had locked onto them. Some timid ones quickly left the hallway. Zhang Yun nervously followed last into apartment 2102. When the door closed behind her, it felt like two different worlds were separated. Inside, it was warm and fresh, while outside, the cold wind howled with a terrible smell. The heavy rain over the past month had dropped the temperature to 11 degrees. As she approached the living room, she saw the person she was looking for enjoying delicious food that others could only dream of, being fed by a handsome man. She touched her empty stomach, realizing she couldn't remember the last time she had a proper meal. The dining table was filled with tea, eggs, buns, lean meat porridge, soy milk with fried dough, rice rolls, soup dumplings, and grilled sausages, all of which made her eyes shine with longing, though she quickly suppressed it. Chio Gio noticed the woman's expression and was surprised that Chinga had brought her in. She looked at Yan Chen with a questioning glance. The man leaned closer to her ear and softly explained, "My dear wife, I thought it would be good for you to see and understand the situation outside." His breath tickled her sensitive ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Chio Gio instinctively flinched and turned her head away, whispering, "Why are you so close when you talk?" Yan Chen noticed her reaction and smiled knowingly, aware that her ears were a sensitive spot. Chio Gio pulled him closer by his ear, mimicking his earlier action, and whispered, "Do you think I believe you? Don't forget, I have a special ability. I can find out anything within a few kilometers at any time." Yan Chen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed softly. "I can't hide anything from your sharp eyes, my dear wife. I admire you." He freed his ear from her grasp. Chio Gio let go and proudly said, "Humph. Now, tell me." Yan Chen straightened up, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and lightly gestured for her to lean closer. He whispered, "Last night, we collected a lot of instant noodles, right? We can trade that junk with people in the building for some jade stones. We just need someone to promote it, and look, here's someone ready to help." Chio Gio's eyes lit up immediately. How did she not think of this great idea? She could secretly absorb the energy from others' jade stones from a distance, but that would be like stealing since those items belong to someone. Plus, to absorb the energy from jade, she needed to be within 2 meters. The best way to get the energy from jade was to trade for it with resources.
Haha.
"You're so smart, Xiao Chen." Chio Gio was so happy that she forgot to keep her voice down. Her loud exclamation caught everyone's attention. Realizing she had spoken too loudly, she awkwardly touched her nose. Chen narrowed his eyes and directed a sharp look at the group of bodyguards and the two doctors, questioning, "Not busy? Go train." After sending the bodyguards away, he patted Chio Gio's head, signaling that he was there for her. "Don't mind them." As the bodyguards turned to leave, they whispered among themselves, but their voices weren't very quiet. Yan Meng asked, "Is the boss and the lady playing dress-up?" Yan Ling replied, "I guess so." Yan Su mimicked, "Xiao Chen," stretching the last syllable in a playful way. Yan Lin remained silent. The scene was quite carefree and playful. Feng Senyang and Chio Yu followed behind, genuinely worried for the four young men, unaware that the boss behind them was glowing with a mysterious light. It was getting out of hand. Even the boss and his wife were being teased. They would see how the boss would discipline them later. By the afternoon, the four were thoroughly scolded and would not dare to joke about the boss again for a long time. The two who had undergone the cleansing with the spiritual water naturally had sharp senses, and the four others were not whispering much, so they all heard everything clearly, including Zhang Yun. Chio Gio felt so embarrassed, she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. "Don't mind them. Let's continue having breakfast. The babies must be hungry too." Noticing Chio Gio's embarrassment, Yan Qin pushed a small bowl of meat porridge towards her. They heard a loud gurgle as she swallowed. Realizing she had forgotten about the person claiming to be her friend standing nearby, Chio Gio glanced at Yan Qin, silently asking why he didn't remind her. Yan Qin shrugged. He had forgotten too.
"Sit down."
"Would you like some?" Chio Gio gestured for the woman to sit at the dining table and pushed some steamed buns and eggs toward her. Zhang Yun was overjoyed and wanted to rush forward and eat hungrily, but she felt ashamed of her dirty appearance and shook her head. She was afraid of dirtying the clean table and chairs. Noticing the woman's embarrassment, Chio Gio didn't mock her. Since Chun Ge had allowed her in, she decided to be welcoming and smiled, saying, "It's okay, sit down and eat something." She pushed the buns closer to Zhang Yun. Eventually, hunger won out, and Zhang Yun stepped forward to take 2 buns, returning to her original spot to eat quickly. They were delicious, but as she ate, sadness overwhelmed her, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She lifted her head, trying to hold back the tears, but perhaps she was eating too fast and choked, coughing repeatedly. Chio Gio frowned and pushed a cup of soy milk toward her. "Eat slowly, there's more, drink some soy milk to help your throat." Zhang Yun pounded her chest with her fist and took big gulps of soy milk, finally swallowing the buns. Warmth spread through her stomach. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she instinctively explained, Sorry, I haven't eaten for 2 days. I just couldn't hold back." She blinked her red eyes and lowered her head, twisting the hem of her shirt, tears falling onto her hands again. She looked at Chio Gio with raised eyebrows, sensing a story. He winked back, offering comfort. Neither knew how to speak comforting words, so they quietly watched Zhang Yun until her emotions calmed down. Finally, Chio Gio asked, "What do you want to talk about? Do we know each other?" At this, Zhang Yun tensed up, avoiding his gaze. They had only briefly met in the elevator when she had approached him to chat, which hardly counted as knowing each other. She had only used that as an excuse to connect with someone from apartment 2102. Thinking of this made her tremble, fearing they might throw her out. But when she looked up, she met Chio Gio's calm eyes. The coldness she had sensed before was gone, replaced by a gentle, nurturing warmth that made her feel like she could share her feelings. Zhang Yun slowly shared her experiences in detail, expecting to see disdain in their eyes. To her surprise, the 2 listeners only frowned slightly. Chio Gio and Yan Qin listened in silence, showing no sympathy or contempt, and they did not offer to help. They had the ability to assist others but chose not to get involved, yet they also would not take advantage of her situation. After a long pause, Chio Gio finally asked, "What do you plan to do next? Are you looking for my help with something?" Zhang Yun shook her head. The incident at 2102 made her realize that being weak would never solve her problems. Even if Chio Gio helped her today, if she didn't become stronger, she would eventually fall back into the same situation. She wanted to personally send those 4 men to hell. She looked firmly into Chio Gio's eyes and said, "Can you give me a dagger that can kill?
I want to deal with them myself."
After being controlled by them for so long, you couldn't resist or find an opportunity to act. Why do you think you can handle them now? You lack strength and skill. Chio Gio replied calmly and directly. Hearing this, Zhang Yun became furious and shouted, "Isn't it said that the weak fear the strong, and the strong fear the reckless? I have nothing to lose. I'm willing to risk my life. If I can take 1 down, it's worth it. If I can take 2 down, even better.
I've wanted to end it all for a long time.
If it weren't for wanting to drag those 4 men to hell, I would have already given up." Her shout caused 6 heads to pop out from the nearby gym where the door was left open. Ending it all won't solve anything. You're punishing yourself for their mistakes. Look outside. There's chaos everywhere. Many people are struggling to survive in this world, even resorting to violence. What are they fighting for? To stay alive.
And you?
Are you really willing to give up your life for those 4? Is it worth it? Yan Chen remarked, his expression showing concern. He thought his wife seemed a bit foolish. He pointed at her arm to signal her to reconsider her thoughts. Chio Gio noticed and scratched her head. Coughing lightly, she thought, "I may not be very educated, but as long as I can intimidate others, it doesn't matter how I comfort them." She decided that from now on, the education of their future children would be up to him. Understanding her expression, Yan Chen chuckled, thinking how adorable his wife was. They exchanged glances, enjoying the moment. In a moment, Zhang Yun was forgotten. She rolled her eyes in silence. Couldn't these 2 consider her feelings? Her situation was already bad enough, and now she had to endure their show of affection. It was clear that people's sadness didn't connect. Yan Chen waved his hand, and Yan Lin came over. "Go get this lady a dagger and a box of instant noodles." Zhang Yun quickly shook her head. "Just the dagger is fine. I can't keep the noodles." She felt a bit down. At that moment, Chio Gio's words reached her ears. "The dagger isn't for you to take risks. As long as you're alive, there are possibilities. I believe you can find a way to overcome challenges. The noodles are a deposit for a small favor we need from you. If you do well, there will be rewards." Chio Gio then explained about exchanging jade and gold for supplies, asking Zhang Yun to help promote it. Hearing this, Zhang Yun felt her eyes warm up again. This time, she was touched. She understood that such small tasks could easily be done by many if they just asked. By asking her, Chio Gio was indirectly helping her. Zhang Yun didn't expect to feel warmth from a stranger she had only met once. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. She firmly remembered Chio Gio's gentle face, vowing that as long as she was alive, if she ever needed help, she would go through fire and water for her. At that moment, Chio Gio didn't realize that her small gesture gave Zhang Yun immense courage to keep going. "You must stay strong. After the disaster, I hope to see you again." Chio Gio's lovely voice clearly reached Zhang Yun's ears just before the door closed. She quickly turned back, looking through the slowly closing gap, and met Chio Gio's encouraging gaze. With a thud, the door shut tightly, and she returned to the cold, foul-smelling world. The hallway was filled with filth, and the ground was crawling with disgusting maggots. Turning back, her eyes were no longer lost. She stepped out confidently toward the hallway exit. Just as she turned the corner, a half-box of instant noodles was snatched away by Wang Bo. He weighed the box in his hands and frowned. "These people bring back so many supplies every day, and they only gave you this little? It's like they're treating you like a beggar. They're so stingy. Next time they go out, they should just stay out there." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Wang Bo smiled slyly and playfully squeezed the woman's chest, saying, "Why is your face so red today? Oh no, are you feeling unwell again? Just wait, once I finish my work, I'll come and help you feel better, okay? You're so naughty, Bo." Just remember not to hurt me. I'll be waiting for you, Li Xiang said sweetly, giving Wang Bo a flirtatious glance as she swayed her hips back to her room. Zhang Yin watched coldly as the two exchanged glances in front of her. After Li Xiang went inside, Wang Bo's expression turned serious again. He grabbed Zhang Yin's chin and asked, "Tell me, is there a lot of supplies in Unit 2102? Zhang Yin winced in pain. Yes. Go and build a good relationship with them, so they send more supplies, Wang Bo ordered. Zhang Yin struggled to break free from his grip and, remembering her plan, replied defiantly, I'm currently working for them. Once I finish, I'll be able to get supplies every day. Wang Bo's eyes lit up at her words, and he quickly helped her up, saying, Are you serious, Xiao Yun? I hope I didn't hurt you too much. He reached out to rub her shoulder. Zhang Yin felt disgusted and turned away, saying, They want me to go to the next building tomorrow and bring people back to trade for supplies. Seeing Wang Bo about to say something, she quickly interrupted. The people in Unit 2102 said they only trust me. No one else can get supplies. You can try if you don't believe me. In an instant, Wang Bo recalled the chilling look from that man, feeling trapped like prey. He quickly shook his head. They trust you. So, of course, you should go get them. I can't take your place. What about going to the next building tomorrow? Zhang Yun changed the subject. Noticing Wang Bo's hesitation, she asked, Am I going alone? Seeing his inner conflict, she voiced his concern. Aren't you afraid I might run away? Wang Bo paused, realizing he was indeed worried about that. What if she didn't come back? He couldn't imagine being without Zhang Yun to gather supplies. He would starve. Plus, he didn't know how to swim and was afraid to go out looking for supplies. He still wanted to enjoy the company of the two beautiful women. Thinking of Li Xiang's alluring figure and Lu Mei's soft charm made him feel a rush of heat. He couldn't bear to let her go. It was better to have someone follow Zhang Yun, both to keep an eye on her and to prevent her from escaping. Seeing Wang Bo's constantly changing expressions, Zhang Yun almost laughed out loud. Just by looking at his face, she knew he was up to no good. How blind had she been to have liked him in the past?
I'm hungry.
I want to eat the instant noodles I brought back. I haven't eaten in 2 days, she said, her cheeks swollen and her head spinning. Zhang Yin seriously suspected that Wang Bo's earlier slap had given her a concussion.
Wang Bo replied, Oh.
Okay, let's eat together. He knew he needed to feed her, otherwise, if she collapsed, who would go get supplies tomorrow? She still had some value. At that moment, in the gym of Unit 2102, there were cries of despair. Boss, are you a devil? Ouch! My poor backside. Yen Su, who had just been thrown over the shoulder, lay on the floor, refusing to get up, one hand rubbing his sore rear, while shouting in pain. Since the arrival of the young lady, their boss had changed from a cold, workaholic to a warm-hearted guy who could laugh, joke, and care for his subordinates. This had allowed them to relax and regain the lively and playful spirit typical of their age. Where do you think you are? Get up, let's go again. Yen Chen's tall shadow loomed over Yen Su. He grabbed one of Yen Su's legs and raised his foot as if to kick him. Yen Su quickly covered himself with both hands, eyes wide with fear. Boss, you're serious? His playful demeanor only made Yen Chen more frustrated, unsure whether to kick or not. He threw his foot aside, and Yen Su took the opportunity to roll away, hiding behind Chio Gio. Young lady, the boss wants to root out the problem. He has a ruthless heart. Chio Gio couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and burst out laughing. Yen Su is truly a funny guy. She couldn't believe they were talking about rooting out problems. She didn't want to be the only one who understood immediately. Feng Sanyang and Xiao Yu also covered their mouths, trying hard to suppress their laughter. Yen Lin, Yen Ling, and Yen Meng were already sprawled on the carpet, too exhausted from the boss's training to move a finger. They had spent hours in intense physical training, and their boss was a beast, taking on 4 of them and still having energy left. During their time at Jingyuan Huayuan, they trained every day, while their boss seemed to be enjoying a sweet romance. How could he be stronger than them? They just couldn't understand. Is this the difference between being fed by fate and finding food for oneself? Yen Su, although the youngest of the 4, was the best fighter among them. At this moment, he couldn't take it anymore and had to act a bit silly. "Boss, please let me go." Chio Gio looked at the time. Dinner was almost ready. Not wanting to see the bodyguards continue to push Chen, she quickly spoke up. "Go, you've trained enough for today. Let's take a break." As she spoke, she handed him her water cup. Chen understood her hint. A slight smile appeared on his face as he walked over to her, took a sip from her cup, and instantly felt his fatigue and injuries from the earlier fight fade away. If it weren't for his wife helping him during the 4-hour training, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with those 4 guys, but the special water had indeed strengthened their bodies. He casually instructed Feng Sanyang and Chio Yu to prepare dinner, then picked up Chio Gio and headed to their room to shower. Once the door closed, she took him into a different space. The sudden change of scenery made him blink in surprise. The experience was quite shocking. Chio Gio patted his hand, urging him to let her down. "Hurry and shower. You smell awful." Hearing this, Chen gently placed Chio Gio on the sofa, leaned down to sniff his clothes, then pulled open his collar and leaned closer to her. "Smell this. Where's the bad smell?" His childish behavior made Chio Gio giggle as she tried to dodge him, but in the playful struggle, her hands unknowingly pressed against his abs and chest. "Come on, babe, smell it. This way, we're a couple who share the same scent." Chen leaned his neck closer to her nose. Chio Gio was left speechless. Realizing she couldn't escape, she playfully bit his neck. Her gentle bite and accidental lick sent a salty taste to her senses.
Ah.
Yuck, it's salty. The soft touch made Chen shiver. He didn't expect her to bite him directly. A wave of heat spread from the spot she bit, causing him to let out a low, magnetic sound. Chio Gio was taken aback. She pushed him, but instead of moving away, he leaned closer, creating a curve to avoid pressing against her stomach. His fingers gently brushed against her cheek, their eyes met, and he slowly leaned closer to her. Chio Gio could feel the warmth of his breath. A faint, pleasant scent surrounded him completely. He swallowed hard and licked his dry lips, feeling a mischievous urge. Chen's intense gaze involuntarily fell on her fair face, rosy lips, neck, collarbone, and wow, it was overwhelming. His breathing became heavier. Wife, the man locked his gaze on her, his voice charming and pleasant, stirring emotions within her. This flirtatious atmosphere made Chen feel both excited and nervous. He slowly lowered his head, resting it against her cheek, gently rubbing against her. Chio Gio instantly understood and grabbed his hair, pulling him back to create some distance. "Are you feeling frisky?" Looking at her bright eyes, she was quite the mood disruptor, causing the romantic atmosphere to fade away. Chen shot her an annoyed glare.
Ptaha.
Watching Chio Gio laugh freely, the man quickly restrained her hands against the back of the sofa and kissed her lips to silence her laughter. He kissed her deeply, dancing with her tongue until she was breathless, then pulled back for a moment. He leaned forward again, kissing down from her cheek to her neck, collarbone, and chest, leaving rosy marks on her fair skin before he finally stopped. The man stood up proudly, flicked his hair, and headed straight for the bathroom. This unexpected move left Chio Gio stunned, and it took her a while to recover from the sting at the corners of her lips. Ouch! She touched her swollen lips, cursing the man softly. When they returned to the dining area, dinner was ready and served on the table. There were garlic ribs, stir-fried meat with green peppers, steamed base, tomato egg drop soup, fried egg pancakes, and stir-fried potato leaves, all in generous portions, along with 8 servings of perfectly steamed rice, waiting for the hosts to sit down and enjoy. Chen pulled out a chair, helped Chio Gio sit down, and then took a seat beside her. At that moment, the 4 bodyguards nervously approached the dining table and sat down. "Is it that serious?" Seeing the exhausted 4, she gave Chen a look that said, "Did you go too far?" Chen rubbed his forehead and shook his head, seeming a bit stern. He decided to send some spring water later. He placed a small bowl of tomato egg drop soup in front of her, signaling her to eat first. Boss, are we really opening for supplies tomorrow? Right now, nothing is more precious than food. The flood has already reached the 11th floor, and it will only get harder to find supplies. Yen Lin didn't understand why they had to do this. There were plenty of antique jade items in the Beijing collection room. Less questioning and more doing. Just follow my instructions. In the future, when you go out and see any jade items, bring them back for me, he said. He picked up a piece of rib and held it to Chio Gio's lips, watching with satisfaction as she took a bite. He then picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed the bones, and fed it to her. The others exchanged glances and quietly began eating their rice. They had long been accustomed to this feeding behavior during their time in Jingyuan. Once his wife had eaten enough, Yan Qin finally served himself some vegetables. Tomorrow morning, come to my room and move out the instant noodles. Your lady has stored enough instant noodles to fill more than half a room, which can be traded, he said, lying without a hint of embarrassment. This was part of the plan he had discussed with Chio Gio, to use the noodles as trade for jade items. With the disaster ongoing, it was uncertain when it would end. Fortunately, his wife's space could continuously produce food, so they didn't have to worry too much about supplies. Thus, junk food like instant noodles and snail noodles could be utilized. Chio Gio's eyes sparkled. She thought it was clever of him to find an excuse. She exchanged a smile with him. Sitting across from Yen Chen, Yen Su suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Oh my! Lady, why do you have so many instant noodles?" Although he hadn't been in the master bedroom, he knew it was 58 square meters, meaning about 30 square meters were filled with instant noodles. He couldn't believe his boss had been living in such a cramped space for so long. Seeing Yen Su getting excited and about to dig deeper, Yen Ling quickly shoved a piece of potato leaf into Yen Su's mouth. Just eat. Why ask so many questions? Eating will keep your mouth busy. Yen Meng sighed, thinking, this fourth one is hopeless. Yen Chen put down the dishes and seriously looked at the 4 bodyguards. He sighed and said, I have my reasons for exchanging jade stones, but I can't share them with you yet. Just do your job and remember, ask less and work more. The atmosphere during the meal was a bit heavy, as everyone was lost in thought. Later that evening, Yen Chen knocked on the door of the 4 bodyguards' room and distributed the spiritual spring water for them to drink, helping them quickly recover their strength. Afterward, the bodyguards realized that if their boss could defeat them so badly alone in the afternoon, it must be because the cup of water in the hands of the young lady was special. Their boss, the 6th one, was not playing fair. He was cheating. The next morning at 10 a.m., the door to room 2102 opened on time. Some people had been waiting in the hallway for a while. Those who arrived early stood at the front, while those who came later pushed their way forward, creating a chaotic scene filled with shouts and curses, fearing they would miss out on supplies. Yen Ling drew his gun and fired a shot into the air. The crowd instantly fell silent. Satisfied with his work, he announced loudly, listen up. Step back 5 meters, line up quietly on the right side, and leave the left side clear for passage. No fighting or rushing. Anyone who doesn't follow these rules will lose their chance to exchange. The crowd quickly moved back 5 meters, and Yen Ling drew a line on the ground. You have 3 minutes to pass on what I just said. We will be here at this time for the next few days to exchange supplies. Only genuine items will be accepted. Any fakes will result in disqualification. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. When can we start exchanging? All right, remember to stay quiet. Perhaps intimidated by the gunshot and the reputation of room 2102 in the building, no one dared to act out again. Chio Gio was helped out and sat on the single sofa that Yen Chen had prepared for her. She wrinkled her nose, surprised by the strong smell in the hallway. At that moment, a man leaned in and offered her a mask, saying, Can you handle this? If not, you can rest while I take over. She looked at Yen Ling, who was managing the crowd like a drill instructor, shook her head, and whispered in the man's ear, You can't see the spiritual energy. I need to handle this myself. Then I'll let you take charge, my dear. The man sat on the armrest of the single sofa, his large hand resting on the back of the sofa, creating a protective circle around her. The door behind her was wide open, allowing those standing in line to see the stacks of instant noodles piled up to the ceiling. It also blocked the view of everyone trying to look inside. 5 men were armed with guns. 2 stood behind the sofa where a pregnant woman sat, and 2 were in front. One man, handsome enough to rival a celebrity, stayed close to the pregnant woman. This intimidating scene made everyone hesitant to think about causing trouble. Chio Gio's mental network covered the entire floor, watching everyone's movements to prevent any accidents. "Let's begin," Yen Chen signaled, allowing people to enter one by one. The first person to trade brought a beautifully carved piece of Hetian jade, about the size of a man's palm. It felt warm to the touch, and as it got closer, the jade reacted to the moonflower imprint. Chio Gio didn't absorb the energy right away. Instead, she placed it in a nearby box and signaled to Yen Chen that it was okay. The person received half a box of instant noodles and left happily. Seeing that they could really exchange for supplies, the crowd began to stir again. "Quiet down, or you'll lose your chance to trade," Yen Ling's voice cut through the noise, and the area fell silent immediately. Chio Gio couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in appreciation. Overall, the exchanges went smoothly that day. Everyone received food. The scent of instant noodles filled the air. Even the rain couldn't block it, drifting to nearby buildings and making many people hungry. After sitting for over an hour, even on a soft sofa, Chio Gio felt her back ache. At that moment, a man's large hands gently supported her waist, helping to massage her until she relaxed. Then he let go and encouraged her to get up and move around. "Let me handle it tomorrow. I've carefully observed what works and what doesn't, so I can tell the difference," she said, meeting his worried gaze. After thinking for a moment, she agreed. When Zhongyan received supplies again from apartment 2102, there was no hesitation. Wang Bo and the other 3 quickly agreed that Li Ting would accompany Zhongyan to notify Building A. They dismantled 3 wooden doors and bedboards from the room and put them together to make a simple wooden boat, setting off in the afternoon despite the rain. "Bro, do you think something might go wrong? I can't shake this uneasy feeling." Lu Mei's delicate body pressed closely against the man, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Wang Bo grabbed the troublemaker's small hand and kissed it lightly, saying with Li Ting around, she won't dare to run away. Li Xiang laughed beside him. "What could go wrong? My brother is watching. Even if Zhongyun has ideas, she can't outsmart my brother." Wang Bo wrapped an arm around Li Xiang and playfully pinched her. "Exactly, Mei, you can relax. With a brother who looks out for you, she won't dare to pull any tricks. You 2 sisters should come home with me and explore the wonders of life." Lu Mei and Li Xiang exchanged glances and giggled, lightly punching Wang Bo's chest. "Boga, you're so naughty." Wang Bo, surrounded by 2 women, drew envy from those around them. He looked around proudly and led the 2 women toward room 2203. The pouring rain gradually submerged the distant wooden boat. The rising flood continuously pushed the boat off course. Zhongyan glanced sharply at Li Ting and then looked back toward Building C, realizing she couldn't see clearly from that distance. She thought this should be enough and tried to call out to Li Ting, "Li Ge."
What?
"What did you say? Just paddle the boat properly and don't try anything funny, or we'll make sure you regret it." The rain pounded on the water surface, drowning out Zhongyun's voice, making it hard for Li Ting to hear her clearly. He could only see her lips moving, but he still remembered to threaten her. Li Ting felt cold and shivered as the rain hit his face, dripping down his collar and soaking his clothes. He regretted taking on this difficult task. Zhongyun's eyes darkened as she looked at the paddle in her hand, formulating a plan. She intended to scatter these worthless people and catch them off guard, taking them down one by one. But with the cold weather and heavy clothes, falling into the water would make it hard to survive. Killing Li Ting seemed more complicated than this. She seized the moment when Li Ting looked down to rub his hands together, raising the paddle and striking him on the head with all her strength. Li Ting, caught off guard, was knocked dizzy and saw stars. Before he could react, Zhongyan pushed the paddle forward again. Dazed from the blow, Li Ting didn't have time to make a sound before he fell into the floodwaters. Zhongyun tightly gripped the paddle, biting her lip hard, her body trembling as she watched Li Ting being swept away by the flood until he disappeared from sight. She never expected to easily get rid of Li Ting like this. She had killed him. She had finally dealt with one of those monsters. After a moment of laughter, she suddenly broke down, kneeling on the wooden board, holding the paddle, and crying freely, her tears mixing with the rain as they streamed down her cheeks. After crying, Zhang Yin straightened her back. She needed to be strong because there were still 3 more scoundrels to deal with. Later, using her own abilities, Zhang Yin sent Wang Bo, Li Xiang, and Lu Mei to the underworld one by one. The rushing flood pushed her and the wooden board between Building B and Building A. Zhang Yin paddled hard, and with her relentless effort, she maneuvered the board close to the window of Building B's hallway, secured it, and climbed through the window into the corridor. She intended to lure those 4 scoundrels out as an excuse to take them down one by one, but Chio Gio did not want her to do that. Since she was already there, she might as well help with the communication. For several days, Yan Qin personally oversaw the exchange of jade and gold. At first, Chio Gio was worried and often came by to help check, but later she realized that the man could accurately identify and eliminate the jade and stones without spiritual energy, so she completely trusted him. One morning, as she was about to get out of bed, she suddenly paused, her brow furrowing. As the delivery time approached, the little ones had been more restless these past 2 days, but this was the first time she felt a cramp in her lower abdomen. Yan Chen, who had been closely watching Chio Gio, immediately noticed something was off. She explained the situation to him, and he hurriedly tucked her back under the covers before rushing out of the bedroom. Chio Gio reached out her hand, but could only see his back as he dashed out. Yan Chen anxiously pulled Chio Yu, who was still preparing breakfast, away. "Wait, let me turn off the stove." Chio Yu stumbled backward as she was pulled. The bodyguard team, seeing their boss in a hurry searching for Chio Yu, found her in the kitchen and, without hesitation, started to pull her away. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Could the little master or little miss be about to be born? Thinking of the tiny clothes they had washed and dried in the past few days, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Everyone stopped worrying about breakfast. Yan Meng quickly turned off the stove and joined the others in pushing Chio Yu toward the master bedroom. A group of people rushed in and surrounded Chio Gio, pulling Feng Sanyang and Chio Yu right in front of her. Chio Gio frowned. She disapproved of the rude behavior of these big men. They showed no understanding of being gentle and considerate. "So," she said with annoyance, "what are you doing? Sister Chio Yu is older and can't handle being pushed around like this. And do you even know how to treat women kindly? Be careful, or you might have trouble finding a wife in the future." The group of bodyguards quickly realized what they had done and hurriedly apologized to Feng Sanyang and Chio Yu. Then they turned to the one who had started it all. Yan Chen awkwardly apologized and shot a glare at the 4 bodyguards. He had acted out of concern, but they had made a mess of things. Chio Yu, being older, was indeed struggling with the rough handling from these young men, but she understood their intentions and let it go. "It's okay, they were just worried about you. How are you feeling? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Chio Yu began to ask questions carefully, even checking her abdomen and discussing some important points to pay attention to in the coming days. The chance of premature delivery for twins is high, and the baby might arrive soon. The pain she felt earlier could be false contractions. After checking, Chio Yu confirmed that the baby's position was good for a natural birth and advised her to walk more. By the time the examination was done, it was already past 9 o'clock. Chio Gio urged everyone to have breakfast quickly, as they needed to open the door to exchange jade. During this time, people from Phase 1 and Phase 3 had also heard the news and couldn't go back on their word. Except for Chio Gio, everyone had a quick breakfast and opened the door by 10 o'clock. Less than half an hour later, they returned. "Why are you back so soon?" Just as Chio Gio finished watering the vegetables on the balcony, she saw everyone pushing the door open. She glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It had been less than half an hour. Yan Chen worriedly stepped forward to support her and helped her move to the sofa. "Why did you go water the vegetables again?"
Let us handle that.
Once Chio Gio was settled and had a cushion placed behind her back, she answered his question. We exchanged almost everything we could. The ones who came today were from another building, and there were only a few. She raised her hand for Yenlin to bring over a small box. Open it to show Chio Gio 5 or 6 small charms and 2 small yellow fish. Then tomorrow you won't need to go out. If someone wants to exchange, they will come and knock. Do you feel like the air is a bit cooler than before? It seems like the rain outside has lessened too. She just shared what she found on the balcony with everyone, and they all agreed they had noticed it too. I have a feeling the rain will stop soon, but the air will get colder. Don't doubt me. My sixth sense is usually very accurate. She scanned a crowd, noticing their worries. Just as she was about to remind everyone to prepare for the cold, someone knocked loudly on the door. Since the last time someone had scared the whole building, no one dared to knock like that at her home. Who had the nerve to do this? Outside the door was an elderly lady, dressed in a worn cotton coat and using a plastic bag as a headscarf. She sat on the floor of the hallway, pointing at apartment 2102 and crying out, "Come and see. Everyone, let's judge this situation. This is our family property, taken by that ruthless granddaughter, Chio Gio. During the heavy rain, I, a woman over 70, and my eldest son's family were left homeless. Thankfully, my eldest daughter's daughter and my granddaughter's husband kindly took us in, or I would have been gone by now. Everyone come and see. This heartless granddaughter has taken our family's home." The elderly lady cried out, attracting a crowd. Soon, the hallway and staircase on the 21st floor were filled with people. The Chio Janjun family and the Kong Luan family hid in the crowd, occasionally stirring up the crowd's emotions. This old lady is so pitiful, over 70 years old. Exactly. How could they do this to her? Is this even human? Kicking a 70-year-old out of her home. This is truly heartless. They deserve bad luck. With so much food, they would rather trade it for useless jade than give their family a meal. Such people are simply heartless. Exactly, they're worse than animals. Those who didn't know the situation joined in. The original residents and those who had seen the court ruling began to distance themselves from the crowd of fools, quietly watching the commotion. Those who initially joined in, seeing the others isolated, started asking around to understand the truth. After learning the facts, they quickly fell silent and joined the onlookers. The Chio Janjun family and the Kong Luan family slowly became isolated. Chio Shanshan's eyes flickered, and she quickly put on a tearful expression, rushing out to the elderly lady's side. "Grandma, if Xiao Jio won't take care of you, we will. Even though our home was flooded, as long as we are together, we will get through this, even if we have to stay in the hallway. Of course, if a little wine could help you, that would be even better. Grandma, you're getting older. How can you be like us young people? Don't cry, Shan feels sorry for you. Your health isn't good, and you're still sick. It's so cold now, what if it gets worse later?" At that moment, the beautiful woman shed tears, stirring the compassion of many men. Shan secretly signaled Grandma Chio to pretend to faint. Grandma Chio understood and immediately acted as if she was having trouble breathing, coughing violently and shaking until she collapsed. He Yulan and Chio Janjun saw this and rushed over, crying, "Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare us. I'll go get Jujio to help you. Janjun, hurry, we need to ask Jujio for help. After all, Mom is her grandmother. She can't just stand by and do nothing." They got up and banged on the door. Shan smirked. No matter what, they had to stay at Chio Gio's house. This whole scene was planned. The noise from banging on the door was so loud that Chio Gio picked up the tablet from the coffee table, opened the monitoring app, and saw Shan's fleeting smirk. "It's the Chio family. What bad luck." After watching the replay, Chio Gio found it amusing. These people are truly something. How are they still doing so well? It really proves the saying that good people don't live long, while troublemakers last for generations. Shan kept her head down, glancing at the door of apartment 2102. Just a few days ago, the flood reached the 12th floor, and Kong Luan's home was also flooded. They had to move into the cramped hallway, which smelled terrible, It was no place for someone like Shanshan to live. Although some men had tried to invite her to stay with them, she had turned them all down. They say couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly apart. Her actions made Kong Lun think that Shanshan was willing to share hardships with him, preferring to squeeze into the hallway rather than leave him. This touched him deeply and made him love her even more. That night, he found a secluded corner and expressed his affection for her. However, where Kong Lun couldn't see, Shanshan scoffed. She wasn't someone anyone could easily hope for. Once the disaster passed, she still intended to marry into a wealthy family and enjoy a life of luxury. The reason she was with Kong Lun now was that she had her own needs. His healthy body could satisfy her various desires. At first, not long after the heavy rain began, her neighborhood was flooded. They were among the first to be relocated, and she took her whole family and grandmother to stay at Kong Lun's house. They hoped the rain would lessen in a day or two so they could go to find Chio Gio and get room 2102, but the heavy rain continued without stopping. Fortunately, Kong Lun's parents, who came from the countryside, were aware of the crisis and used to stock up on food, so their family and Kong Lun's family did not face a food shortage like others. Of course, there were some arguments between Chio's parents and Kang's parents over trivial matters, but these were private issues, and they appeared united to the outside world. Chio Gio briefly shared the history with the Chio family with a few people nearby. Yen Su, furious, grabbed his gun and wanted to confront them, but Yen Lin stopped him. Yen Chen asked Feng Senyang, Chio Yu, and Yen Meng to stay in the living room with Chio Gio while he took 3 bodyguards to meet that family. The bodyguards drew their guns and followed Yen Chen.
Bang!
Chio Jianjun, who was about to kick the door again, was suddenly thrown back 4 or 5 meters and slid a few more meters down the hallway, his neck twisting as he fainted. This sudden turn of events made the hallway fall silent. Those who witnessed it felt a rush of emotions. He was here, bringing his famous moves, a scene so familiar. Then, 2 guns pointed directly at Hyulan's head, and the sound of them being cocked echoed clearly, startling Hyulan, who had never seen such a scene. She screamed and stumbled back, hitting the wall and sliding down to the floor, pale and trembling, holding her head. Don't kill me, I won't do it again, I won't dare anymore. No one in the crowd dared to check on the fainted Chio Jianjun. Chio Shanshan, frightened, tightly hugged the elderly Chio, not daring to move, holding on so tightly that the elderly woman almost fainted. Kong Lun tried to take Chio Shanshan away, but was stopped by her parents. Chio Dija quietly slipped out of the crowd and ran away. Who allowed you to make such a racket here? Yen Chen's emotionless voice echoed clearly in the tense atmosphere. He stepped in front of the bodyguards, looking down at the trembling Hyulan and asked, "Was it you making all that noise?" Hyulan, terrified, could only mumble, don't kill me, I won't do it again." Yen Chen's hawk-like gaze turned to Chio Shanshan, who shivered under his stare, breaking into a cold sweat, her legs weak. The strong, delicate demeanor she had just shown vanished.
Who are you?
What is your relationship with Chio Gio? Chio Shanshan asked, her voice trembling with confusion. They weren't clear about who lived with Chio Gio when they planned this commotion. What relationship? You claim to be her family, yet you don't even recognize her husband. Yen Chen replied sarcastically, proudly identifying himself as Chio Gio's husband. He sneered, "That's just ridiculous." Hearing this, Chio Shanshan looked up and studied the man in front of her. His features were deep and cold, and every move he made exuded an air of nobility and authority.
But why?
Why was this man the husband of that little troublemaker, Chio Gio? How could she deserve him? Chio Shanshan's heart raced uncontrollably as she gazed at him, her eyes filled with a hint of allure. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll make you regret it. How dare anyone think they could have him? He was meant for someone special. Chio Shanshan quickly lowered her head, knowing he could be ruthless. He didn't know her yet, nor did he see her worth. She hurriedly stood up, straightened her clothes, and moved closer, wanting to tug at his sleeve. But before she could take 2 steps, a bodyguard pointed a gun at her forehead, forcing her to step back. She immediately changed her expression to one of panic. "No, sir, you misunderstood me. I'm not after you. We didn't mean to cause a scene here. It's my grandmother. She was upset because Chio Gio took my brother's property, leaving us with nowhere to stay during the storm. We didn't keep an eye on her, and she came here to stand up for us. Plus, she's old and not in good health, and we're all crammed in the hallway. It's too much to bear. As long as Chio Gio takes care of her, we wouldn't mind staying in that smelly hallway." Tears shimmered in Chio Shanshan's eyes as she bit her lip, putting on a strong yet pitiful act, all for her grandmother's sake. She glanced at Yen Chun through the bodyguard, knowing exactly how to evoke his sympathy. Sure enough, Kong Luan, feeling deeply for her, broke free from his parents' hold and rushed to her side, wrapping his arms around her and softly saying, "Shanmei, why are you explaining so much to him? He's on Chio Gio's side." Kong Luan's sudden appearance interrupted her plan to charm the man, leaving Chio Shanshan furious, cursing him in her mind for ruining everything. She was truly about to lose her temper, but it was because of her boyfriend, Kong Luan. But she still pretended to understand and said, "No, Kong Luan, we must have misunderstood this gentleman. He is not with Xiao Gio. Just look at his noble status. He must have a misunderstanding about us. Xiao Gio must have said something to him. Once I explain it to him, everything will be fine." As she spoke, she cast a hopeful glance at Yen Chen. Chio Gio could no longer watch and stood up from the sofa, walking toward the door. Yen Meng and Chio Yu tried to stop her, but couldn't. Chio Gio forcefully pushed open the door of room 2102, causing it to slam against the wall and bounce back shut with a loud bang. "Baby, why did you come out?" Seeing Chio Gio storm out, Gao Long was startled, and he quickly stepped forward to support her. "We'll settle this later." Humph. She shook off his support, glared at him, and then turned to face Chio Shanshan's furious expression. Since Yen Chen left the room, she had been watching the surveillance. Every move of Chio Shanshan was captured clearly. Although she and Yen Chen had not officially registered their relationship or held a wedding, after being together for so long, she had already considered him hers. How dare someone try to come between them in front of her? Did they think she had no temper and was easy to push around? Yen Chen was not angry at Chio Gio's glare. In fact, he felt quite happy that his girl was finally standing up for him. Chio Gio narrowed her eyes. Since she had been annoyed for so long, it was only fair to collect some interest first. She directly used her mental power to immobilize Chio Shanshan, leaving her unable to move. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and gave her 2 hard slaps, enough to knock her sideways. Seeing this, Kong Luan, who was beside Chio Shanshan, felt immense pain and quickly helped her up. He never expected that the once timid Chio Gio would actually hit someone. Just as he was about to question her, he was met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Chio Shanshan's parents even risked their lives to pull him away. Chio Gio rubbed her sore hand and sneered, "Chio Shanshan, long time no see. How have you been during the disasters? But I guess you've been doing well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to confront me today."
Hee.
"Your family is truly shameless as always. You won't cry until you see the coffin, and yet you dare to come in front of me and twist the truth. Do you think everyone, including the homeowners, is a fool? Can't you see the court ruling I shared in the homeowners group? And now that things have come to this, aren't you afraid I might retaliate?
There are no laws that can stop me."
As she spoke, she made a gun gesture and freed herself from her mental restraint, returning to Yen Chen's side. In an instant, Chio Shanshan felt her body relax, losing the feeling of being trapped. She thought she was just surprised by Chio Gio's reaction and was momentarily stunned. She slowly adjusted her cheek, which had been slapped to the side, revealing clear marks and a bit of blood at the corner of her lips. Chio Shanshan stuck out her tongue and licked it. At that moment, she felt intense hatred for Chio Gio, that annoying little brat. She thought that once she dealt with the man in front of her, she would get her revenge for those slaps. Her expression flickered with madness before returning to one of urgent desperation as she tried to explain. Chio Shanshan reached out to grab Chio Gio's clothes but hesitated, her face showing deep sorrow. Xiao Jiao, how can you twist the truth? That court ruling was clearly forged by you. Turning to Yan Chen, she said, Sir, please don't believe what Xiao Jiao says, okay? There's no court ruling, it's all fake. If you don't believe me, you can check. Inside, she felt smug, thinking that after such a long time, she doubted they could find anything. The court records were lost, especially now with no electricity or internet. TSK. The way Chio Shanshan could change her expression so smoothly was impressive, making Chio Gio marvel at her talent. It's a shame Chio Shanshan didn't pursue a career in entertainment before the apocalypse. Suddenly, Chio Shanshan moved to grab Chio Gio's hand because she saw that distinguished man, who hadn't been paying attention to her, was playing with Chio Gio's fingers, gently squeezing them, almost reaching for her.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and a bullet grazed Chio Shanshan's fingertips, leaving a trail of blood that dripped onto the ground.
Ah!
A sudden sharp pain shot through her fingertips. Chio Shanshan never expected that the person behind Chio Gio would pull out a gun. In shock, she couldn't even say the words she had planned. Looking at the blood on her finger, she snapped back to reality and screamed, stumbling back into Kong Luan's arms, her face pale and trembling. Her piercing scream made everyone present feel uneasy. Yan Chen quickly covered Chio Gio's ears, just as surprised as everyone else by Yan Su's sudden action, and he looked at him with confusion. Yan Su cleared his throat and bluntly said, Well, I couldn't hold back. Talking to her is just a waste of time. It's better to just get rid of her. Chio Gio nodded in agreement, ready to give Yan Su a thumbs up when suddenly, an unwanted feeling from the original owner's memories surged within her, causing her heart to tighten and a dull pain in her lower abdomen. She let out a barely audible sigh. From the original owner's memories, she knew that she and Chio Shanshan used to be close friends, but at some point, things changed. Now, every time they met, it felt like Chio Shanshan wanted her dead, as if she wished to tear her apart. The original owner wanted to understand what had caused their rift. Seeing that Chio Shanshan was about to speak again, Chio Gio quickly interrupted her, using her mental power to create an invisible space where she could influence Chio Shanshan to reveal her true feelings. She said, Stop pretending to be innocent and pitiful. Do you think you can make them misunderstand me like this? Don't dream. They aren't fools and won't be tricked by your little schemes. She continued, I've always been curious about why we ended up like this. You seem to hate me so much and have been plotting against me, yet I know I've never offended you. Under the influence of Chio Gio's mental power, Chio Shanshan's expression twisted as she recalled certain memories. At that moment, she was no longer the pitiful girl. She remembered all the moments they shared as sisters, even ignoring the blood dripping from her hand. Suddenly, Chio Shanshan laughed loudly, pointing at Chio Gio. You may not have offended me, but your very existence is a mistake. It's you wretched person. If it weren't for you, the student council president would never have approached me. If he didn't approach me, I wouldn't have liked him, and I wouldn't have fallen in love with him. You might not know, but during my junior year, you had just started your freshman year. As soon as you enrolled, the student council president noticed you. He approached me to get information about you, always trying to find out more. However, over time, I ended up liking him first, but he only had eyes for you.
Why is that?
I was the one who liked him first. You didn't have to do anything, yet you captured his heart. You should be cursed for that, haha. It's a pity you ended up marrying someone else. He will never have you. As the conversation continued, Chio Shanshan became increasingly agitated, and even Kong Luan, who was watching her, didn't notice the change in her expression. Hearing this, Chio Gio was left speechless. What was this nonsense? It was like a dramatic plot twist that seemed too outrageous to write. She wanted to know more about this student council president, but after reviewing Chio Gio's memories, she couldn't find any trace of him. Once she freed Chio Shanshan from her mental influence, she quickly broke free from the strange situation. Panicking, she looked around and realized that Kongluan had stepped back a few paces, staring at her in disbelief. Kongluan, it's not what you think. I don't know what happened just now. That wasn't me. Chio Shanshan rushed to Kongluan, grabbing his hands and shaking them as she tried to explain. Kongluan, you have to believe me. It was Chio Gio. She must have influenced me. She can hypnotize people, and I was under her influence when I said those things. At this moment, Chio Shanshan was truly on the verge of tears. She never expected things to escalate like this. The man beside Chio Gio was not as she had imagined. Just looking pitiful wouldn't win him over. Before she could attract someone more powerful than Kongluan, she couldn't afford to lose him as her support. Otherwise, in this chaotic situation, she, a defenseless woman, would only become a target for troublemakers. Kongluan, you know what kind of person I am. You've seen it all these days. Chio Shanshan looked at Kongluan with tear-filled eyes, hoping to see a hint of sympathy from him. Just as she hoped, Kongluan's expression softened, showing signs of compassion. He remembered when the flood came into their home, and they moved into the crowded hallway together. Although many people invited her to stay with them, Shanshan always refused, preferring to stay with him in the hallway. Wasn't that a sign of her love for him? Besides, Shanshan had been in society for over 2 years, and it had been a long time since their school days. Everyone has their first crush during their student years. Kongluan thought about this and recalled their first time together, feeling relieved about the sheets he had kept. He gently embraced Chio Shanshan. Kongluan said, "Okay, I believe you." Chio Shanshan sighed in relief, burying her face in Kongluan's arms, her lips curling into a slight smile of relief. Is this really okay? Chio Gio thought, a line of question marks appearing in her mind. She clapped her hands, and Yenchen joined in, clapping along with her, followed by the 4 bodyguards. A round of applause echoed clearly in the hallway. You two performed well. I watched a deep and complicated love story, but I don't know who this student council president you mentioned is. I can't recall such a person, Chio Gio said, not letting Chio Shanshan off the hook. Her mental energy quietly probed into Shanshan, influencing her. It seemed that the student council president was Shanshan's obsession. As soon as she heard Chio Gio mention him, her expression turned fierce. Chio Shanshan pushed Kongluan away angrily, glaring at Chio Gio with a look full of resentment. If looks could kill, Chio Gio wouldn't know how many times she could have died. Chio Shanshan smugly said, "You little brat, that's because I never told you, and I never passed on his letters to you, haha. Do you know? I told President Chu Linxian that you didn't like him, that you didn't want him to approach you, so he never dared to come near. But clearly, I am more attractive than you, taller and better at winning people over, yet he only has eyes for you. You probably don't know, but later I told him you were dating someone, and he got so sad that he drank his sorrows away. That night, he called out your name while we were together, and then he cowardly ran abroad, haha. Isn't that funny?" After finishing her crazy laughter, Chio Shanshan gritted her teeth. "So, Chio Gio, let me tell you, if I can't have someone, you won't get them either, haha." Hearing this, Kongluan staggered back several steps. The feeling of being deceived surged in his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. His emotions were complicated. He was filled with disappointment. He had loved this woman for over 2 years, but she had been lying to him all along. What did Chio Shanshan think of him, a fool? Thinking back on how he had obeyed her for 2 years, and recalling the night they were honest with each other, he remembered she had told him he was her first man. But all of that was a lie. Why did it have to be like this? He looked at the crazy Chio Shanshan in disbelief and shook his head. Unable to bear it any longer, he walked up to her and slapped her twice. There was no trace of pity or love in his eyes, only hatred. At that moment, Chio Gio's mental energy withdrew, and Chio Shanshan suddenly became clear-headed, covering her swollen cheek and watching Kongluan distance himself from her, as if she were something filthy. Coincidentally, the scene of her earlier madness replayed vividly in her mind. She looked at Chio Gio in shock, trembling and unable to say a word. Since hearing Chio Shanshan explain the conflict between them, Chio Gio felt the last trace of her own obsession fade away. She could clearly feel an infinite lightness in her body, a feeling that was entirely her own, indescribable. A cold, bloodthirsty smile appeared on her lips. Every time she wanted to deal with this troublesome person, her heart was always hindered by Chio Gio's obsession. But now she could fully control her body and mind, and she decided to give a big gift to the Chio family's elder. She had sensed through her mental network that Chio Jianjun had woken up but was still pretending to be unconscious. Chio Laotai was also stirring but dared not move. Wow, she even saw her friends from before the apocalypse, Xiao Xiao and Donkey, but now was not the time to talk to them. First, she needed to deal with this troublesome person. Chio Gio approached Chio Shanshan step by step, treating someone as a crutch, her smile not reaching her eyes. Aren't you curious why this is happening to you? Chio Shanshan stared in disbelief at Chio Gio. It was really her. Just now, her strange behavior was not a coincidence. It was truly the work of Chio Gio. Fear filled her eyes as she turned to Kong Luan, wanting to shout, "Look at everything you just saw." It was all Chio Gio's doing, not what you heard. But to her horror, she found she couldn't speak. She tried to open her mouth, but no sound came out. She squeezed her throat with her hands, but still couldn't make a noise. At that moment, Chio Gio approached her step by step. With each step forward that Chio Gio took, Chio Shanshan trembled and stepped back until her back hit the wall of room 2101. With nowhere left to retreat, she desperately shook her head, hoping Chio Gio wouldn't come any closer. She had never wished so much for her own safety at this moment. She had never provoked Chio Gio. She felt like she was facing a devil, her tears and runny nose mixing together without her even realizing it.
Ah,
surprised, aren't you? Chio Gio said. I'll tell you, the surprise is just beginning. Do you want to know? Chio Gio wanted to have a little fun and reached out to pat Chio Shanshan's face, but a man beside her stopped her. Yen Chen said, dirty. Fine, she gave up on that idea. Knowing that villains often talk too much, she decided to get straight to the point. Without waiting for Chio Shanshan's response, Chio Gio's voice clearly reached everyone's ears, especially those of Chio Jianjun and Grandma Chio. Chio Gio stared into Chio Shanshan's eyes and said, "You were never Chio Gio's cousin."
oh.
And Chio Dija, neither of you are my uncle's biological children. You are actually from Uncle Wang's family next door. Do you know why Uncle Wang treats you so well? Because he is your real father. Haha, isn't that funny? Now you understand why you and Chio Dija don't look anything like my uncle. And Dija's nose and eyes resemble Uncle Wang's so much, while your mouth shape is similar to his too. As Chio Gio spoke, she described their features slowly, wanting Grandma Chio and Chio Jianjun to connect the dots. What she said was not a lie. She had seen in Chio Gio's memories that she had witnessed Yulan and Uncle Wang talking about Chio Shanshan and Chio Dija being their children. I'll kill you, you little liar. Suddenly, Yulan exploded in anger and lunged at Chio Gio. Yen Chen kicked, and Yulan fell onto Chio Jianjun. Chio Jianjun could no longer pretend to be unconscious. He felt like a fool. It turned out his two children didn't resemble him at all. If it weren't for Chio Gio revealing the truth today, he would still be in the dark, realizing he had been raising someone else's children for over 20 years. The thought made him furious at Yulan. Looking back, Xiao Jia looked just like that neighbor Wang Jia's child. How had he not noticed this over the years? Even his beloved daughter resembled that scoundrel Wang Jia, especially her mouth. After being hit by Yulan, Chio Jianjun rolled over and got on top of her, slapping her while shouting, "You ungrateful woman! Did my family need you to eat or wear? How dare you betray us with someone from next door? I'll make you pay." At that moment, Chio Laotai, who had been pretending to be unconscious, suddenly jumped up and yelled, "You ungrateful woman! I'll make you pay." Oh, my poor life. How did our family end up with such a wicked woman? Chio Laotai lamented, truly distressed. After I die, How will I face our ancestors? Wicked woman, I'll make you pay. She cried out while scratching at Hyulan's face, leaving it bruised and bloodied. Chio Jianjun unleashed all his anger on Hyulan, who was dodging and crying out for help. Please stop hitting me. The onlookers didn't want to intervene, and just watched coldly. Chio Gio, on the side, had a slight smile, but soon she couldn't smile anymore as a sharp pain hit her lower abdomen.
Ouch.
Chio Gio gasped, then slowly calmed down, feeling nothing afterward. In the chaos, the three were entangled in a fight, creating a very messy scene. The pain in Chio Gio's abdomen brought her focus back to her body, releasing her control over Chio Shanshan. Chio Shanshan realized she could speak and move. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she rushed into the fray, trying to separate them. Dad, Mom, Grandma, stop. This is all Chio Gio's scheme. Don't fall for it. She's a devil. Please stop, Dad, or Mom will get hurt. Grandma, please stop. She was anxiously pacing back and forth. The three people fighting didn't listen to her pleas for help. Instead, in the chaos, the elderly woman was scratched and screamed in pain. Perhaps hearing the old woman's cry, Hyulan suddenly found an unexpected strength and pushed the elderly woman against the wall. The elderly woman, being frail, couldn't withstand the impact and instantly started bleeding from her forehead, passing away shortly after. When Chio Jianjun saw this, he quickly released Hyulan and rushed to the elderly woman's side, kneeling and trembling as he called out, "Mom, please don't scare me." He then checked for her breath, but felt nothing, causing him to stumble back in fear. He looked over at Hyulan, who was equally shocked, realizing that this woman had caused his mother's death. Hyulan sensed Chio Jianjun's terrifying gaze, which seemed to want to harm her, and she grabbed Chio Shanshan, rushing out of the crowd towards the stairs. Chio Jianjun followed closely behind, leaving the deceased elderly woman in the hallway. Most of the onlookers also moved downstairs to see what was happening. Later, it was said that Chio Jianjun pushed Chio Shanshan and Hyulan into the floodwaters and then jumped in himself, after which the family was never seen again. Once everyone had left, only a few remained. Chio Gio was about to greet the donkey and Xiao Xiao, but as she raised her hand, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. This pain came in waves, and soon, she felt a warm rush below. Chio Gio's face turned pale from the pain. Yan Chen said, "Wife." The four bodyguards and Feng Sanyang exclaimed, "Young madam." The donkey and Xiao Xiao called out, "Gio, little nine. My water broke.
Tianyi, Hoodoo.
Take me inside, I might give birth early." Chio Gio was panicking as the contractions began. She gritted her teeth, her face pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Upon hearing this, Yan Chen immediately lifted her up, carrying her swiftly towards the temporary delivery room that had been set up. Xiao Xiao, donkey. Just as the door to room 2102 was about to close, Chio Gio remembered to have them brought inside as well. Upon entering, they saw Chio Yu, and Feng Sanyang urgently pulled her along, saying they needed to prepare. "Sister Chio Yu, hurry. We need to get ready. Gio is going to give birth early." Seeing Chio Gio, Yan Chen gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down, his heart aching deeply. "Wife, quickly, take a deep breath. I promise you will be fine. We have the special medicine, yes, the special medicine." Lin, hurry and get the special medicine quickly. Before entering the temporary delivery room, Yan Chen couldn't control his trembling voice and shouted at Yan Lin. His eyes were red, tears ready to fall. He was scared, trembling hands placing Chio Gio on the delivery bed, then holding her hands to give her courage, and also to encourage himself. "Baby, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to suffer this." After a wave of contractions passed, Chio Gio heard what the man was saying. She quickly covered his mouth to stop him from blaming himself. "It's not your fault. Every mother has to go through this. You don't need to feel guilty. Don't worry, I'm fine. Remember, I have a special ability. This is just early labor. Our babies can't wait to meet us." Chio Gio gently patted the man's head, comforting him not to be nervous. Chio Yu and Feng Sanyang quickly stepped in to check. After some examination, they found that the babies were about to be born and everything else was fine, which eased everyone's worries. The young lady is fine. No need to worry. It was expected that labor would start in a day or two, but it has come early. The babies are eager to meet their parents, Chio Yu said, organizing everyone to prepare under the limited conditions. Her calm words reassured everyone. Chio Gio also regained her composure from the initial panic. She focused her energy to check on the babies and found that one baby's head was already preparing to enter the birth canal. All the babies were fine, and she let out a sigh, enduring the pain from the contractions. Chio Yu and Feng Sanyang arranged the prepared items and asked the extra people to step outside. Third Master, you should go outside for now, Chio Yu said, clearing the air in the temporary delivery room again and putting on medical gloves, looking at Yen Chen. Yen Chen didn't want to leave Chio Gio for a moment and insisted on staying. He leaned down and placed a sincere kiss on her head, softly saying, "Wife, I want to stay here with you until you finish giving birth. Let's witness the baby's arrival together, okay?" "No, if you stay here, I will be distracted." Chio Gio didn't think twice and immediately refused when the man spoke. She didn't want him to see her in a vulnerable state.
You.
"Hurry up and go out, don't affect me," she gritted her teeth, enduring a sudden wave of pain, and forced the man out. Seeing this, Feng Sanyang stepped forward to help persuade him. "Sir, you should go out for now. You don't have a sterile outfit, and we don't know what outside substances might be on you. Those could greatly affect the newborn. The delivery room must remain completely sterile. Please wash up first. We will need you to hold the babies once they are born." After receiving repeated assurances from Dr. Chio Yu and Dr. Feng that Chio Gio was fine, Yen Chen reluctantly left the temporary delivery room. As soon as he stepped out, his mind began to race with worries about possible complications during Chio Gio's delivery. Not being able to see her made the anxiety even worse. 1 minute. He looked at his watch. It had been a while, and there was still no news. "Baby, please be okay." 2 minutes. Still no news. Was the door soundproof? Had she given birth yet? 3 minutes. 6 minutes. Every few minutes, Yen Chen checked his watch, feeling like time was dragging on endlessly. His growing frustration made him tug at his hair and pace back and forth at the door, eventually leaning against the wall and slowly squatting down. The 4 bodyguards had never seen their boss so anxious. They exchanged glances, unsure how to comfort him, as they were all young men without romantic experience. Yen Meng wanted to say something but ultimately stayed silent, waiting with everyone else at the door of the temporary delivery room. Meanwhile, Donkey and Xiao Xiao had become invisible after entering the room, as no one paid them any attention or asked about them. Like the bodyguards, they were also anxiously watching the door. Yen Chen rubbed his handsome face and suddenly remembered Feng Sanyang's advice, springing to his feet. He turned to the bodyguards and ordered, "Go wash up and change into clean clothes. Disinfect this area inside and out. Hurry, turn on all the air purifiers, and take these 2 to wash up as well." He finally noticed the extra 2 people and arranged for the bodyguards to take them to clean up. After giving his orders, he rushed into the master bedroom to wash up himself, wanting to present a clean version of himself when the baby and the newborns arrived. The 4 bodyguards quickly spread out to carry out their tasks. Some rushed to the bathroom, while others focused on disinfecting. They turned on air purifiers in every corner and cleaned both the inside and outside of the house. Finally, they made themselves presentable. Xiao Xiao and the donkey also tidied up and changed into clean clothes. Time passed slowly outside the temporary delivery room, where Yen Chen paced anxiously, waiting impatiently. He occasionally pressed his ear against the door, trying to hear what was happening inside. "Why is there still no sound? It's been 2 hours already," he said, while Yen Lin and Yen Ling exchanged worried glances. Their usually calm master had changed since meeting the young lady. During this time, Sister Chio Yu had been sharing pregnancy and childbirth knowledge with them, and their master had absorbed it all. "Third Master, please stop pacing. It's making us dizzy." Sister Chio told us that the time from the start of contractions to delivery varies. Some are quick, while others can take a day or two. The young lady has only been in there for less than 2 hours. Why don't you sit down? Receiving a look from Lin Go, Yen Meng quickly pushed a chair in front of Yen Chen. Third master, please sit and wait. Sister Chio Yu and Sister Feng both assured us that the young lady is fine, so you don't need to worry too much. Plus, there are special medications available for her safety. After much persuasion, the bodyguards managed to calm their increasingly anxious master and got him to sit down. Inside the temporary delivery room, Chio Gio was enduring waves of pain. The discomfort was far worse than the first time she had used spiritual spring water to cleanse her marrow. To avoid worrying those outside and to conserve her strength, Chio Gio had to bite her lip tightly to keep from crying out. She knew childbirth would be painful, but when the moment arrived, it felt overwhelming. Sister Chio Yu checked on her and found that her cervix was only 3 centimeters dilated, so it wasn't time to deliver yet. She tried to hold on, but she felt an uncontrollable urge to push.
Ugh.
Another wave of contractions hit her, coming more frequently now. She exhaled deeply and clenched her teeth tightly. Meanwhile, Sister Chio Yu and Sister Feng stayed by her side, chatting to help distract her. Every few minutes, Chio Yu and Feng Sanyang checked her progress, and now 3 hours had passed with her cervix only dilated to 3 centimeters. Chio Gio felt like crying. She was at a loss for words. Would she have to endure this pain for much longer? She glanced at the digital clock on the side table. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and she had been in pain for almost 4 or 5 hours.
No.
She desperately wanted to drink some healing water to ease her pain, but she worried that if it had healing properties, it might reverse the progress she had made. That would be even worse. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain hit her, causing her to forget to bite her teeth and cry out. This startled Yen Chen and the bodyguards outside, along with Xiao Xiao and the donkey, who all jumped up and crowded at the door. Yen Chen wanted to rush into the delivery room, but, remembering what Chio Gio had said, he clenched his fists and held back his urge to rush in. He vowed never to have children again, but that was a thought for another day. As it approached 5 in the afternoon, Chio Yu checked Chio Gio again and finally confirmed that she was ready to give birth. She immediately instructed, Chio Gio, listen to my commands. When I tell you to push, you push. Remember the direction I told you to push? Chio Gio, already numb from the pain, managed to nod. Even speaking felt exhausting. Chio Yu began to guide her step by step based on her years of experience, with Feng Sanyang assisting. Push hard. Hearing Chio Yu's instructions, she gripped the support tightly and pushed down.
Ah.
It hurts. Keep going, you can see the head now. Push harder. Chio Gio was drenched in sweat, which dripped onto the delivery bed. She endured the pain, closed her eyes, and focused her energy to help the baby move down the birth canal. In a moment, she felt the baby come out.
Wow.
A loud cry echoed in the delivery room and outside as well. Seeing her first baby safely born, Chio Gio directed her energy to the next baby, guiding it down the birth canal. San Yi, listen. The young lady has given birth. Did you hear how loud the baby is crying? I bet it's a little boy. Yen Su excitedly ran over and hugged Yen Chen tightly, not caring if his boss would be angry, shaking him with enthusiasm. Yen Ling and the others were also very excited, but as bodyguards, they understood the limits and kept their distance. Their fourth brother was hopeless. He exchanged a glance with Yen Meng, and they pulled him back, one on each side. Hey, why are you pulling me? Yen Su complained during the commotion. During this time spent with the young lady, they often listened to Sister Chio talk about parenting when they weren't training. They were all eagerly looking forward to the arrival of the little babies, just as much as the third master. Yen Su even persistently asked the young lady for permission to interact with the babies every day. After getting her approval, he bravely faced the boss's fierce gaze and chatted with the babies for 4 to 5 minutes each day, making everyone envious. After a while, a loud cry broke the silence. The previously quiet baby started crying too. The sound of 2 babies crying filled the room. Yan Chen's tightly clenched fists relaxed a bit. His wife had finally given birth. A tear glistened in his slightly reddened eyes, rolling down his cheek and falling to the ground. The waiting was always torturous, but enduring it brought an indescribable happiness. At that moment, when Sister Chio gently placed the baby wrapped in a blue blanket into his arms, he felt both excited and moved, overwhelmed by a wave of happiness. Then, Sister Chio brought out the baby wrapped in a pink blanket. Yan Chen immediately refused, wanting to hold the second baby first. He adjusted the position of the first baby slightly so that Sister Chio could place the little one in his other arm. Once both babies were cradled in his arms, Yan Chen asked, "Dr. Chio, can I go in to see the baby?" "Just a little longer. The baby is developing well and is a bit big, so they chose to do a side incision for delivery. Feng San is still stitching her up, and we need to observe for a while longer," she replied. Hearing this, Yan Chen's heart tightened. He knew how painful that must be for his beloved. Dr. Chio briefly explained the situation in the delivery room to ease their worries before returning to help inside. Hearing this, Yan Chen felt a bit more at ease. He gently moved his feet and sat on the sofa. Now, he had a baby in each arm and his wife by his side. They were a happy family of 4. Thinking of this made him smile slightly. Yan Lin and the others, including Xiao Xiao, gathered around, eager to hold the babies. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Oh my! This is Xiao Zhou's baby, so cute. That means she already had a baby when we met. I'm so excited." The donkey said, "Yes, so adorable and tiny. Look, they're smiling. The babies don't look at all like what Sister Chio said, all wrinkled when they are born." "Oh, I forgot to ask Sister Chio if the babies are boys or girls," Yan Su said, slapping his forehead, realizing they had been so happy that they forgot to ask. Yanling playfully hit the back of Yan Su's head and said, "Don't be so loud. You might scare the babies. Didn't you listen carefully?" Dr. Chio also said not every baby is born wrinkled. Some are born looking clean. Just look at Third Master's babies. They are so clean. Their features really resemble Third Master. He thought the little ones had Third Master's features, especially when they smiled. Yan Meng immediately chimed in, "No, I think they look a bit like the young lady." "Yes, more like Third Master," Yan Lin agreed with Yan Ling. "No, I think they look more like the young lady," the donkey said. Xiao Xiao exchanged glances with the donkey and smiled. "We think they look more like Chio Gio." For a moment, the 4 bodyguards and Xiao Xiao discussed who the babies resembled more. "Stop arguing. They obviously look like both," Yan Chen said, feeling amused. The babies were his and his wife's, so, of course, they resembled both of them. The bodyguards and Xiao Xiao were left speechless. Holding the 2 little ones in his arms, Yan Chen felt a warm, full heart. He couldn't wait to see his big baby and wanted to tell her how much he loved her. He didn't want to wait any longer. He needed to see his precious child right away. "Alin, Asu, sit down and hold the big and little baby." "Oh my!" Happiness came so suddenly. Yan Meng and Yan Ling were envious. If they had known to get closer to Third Master earlier, maybe he would have called them too. They regretted missing the chance. Yan Lin and Yan Su ignored the jealous looks and quickly sat on the sofa, ready to take the babies. Yan Chen reminded them, "Be careful, don't hurt the little ones, and protect their heads." They had all been trained by Chio Yu on how to hold babies, change diapers, and various parenting skills, so they had solid theoretical knowledge. Now it was time for practical experience, but when they finally held the tiny, delicate babies, they felt extremely nervous and didn't dare to move, fearing any harm to the little ones. After handing the babies to the bodyguards, Yan Chen immediately returned to the door of the temporary delivery room, standing still like a statue, anxiously watching the door. After half an hour, the delivery room door opened and Feng Sanyang and Chio Yu came out, removing their protective gear. Yan Chen eagerly asked, "Can I see her now?" After receiving a nod, he rushed inside. At that moment, Chio Gio was quietly lying on the large white bed, her closed eyes framed by long eyelashes that cast a small shadow. She was exhausted, feeling as if she had just returned from a near-death experience. After giving birth, She watched the baby being taken away, her belly flattening, and she felt numb from the pain, finally relieved. Suddenly, a shaky voice whispered in her ear, "Sweetheart, you've worked hard. Thank you, and I love you." At the same time, someone held her right hand tightly, and she felt a warm touch on the back of her hand. Slowly opening her eyes, she met the man's slightly red, tear-filled gaze. She chuckled and teased, "Why are you crying? I'm not dead." "Hey, don't say that." "No talk of death," the man said, covering her mouth and playfully pinching it. Once she nodded to indicate she wouldn't say it again, he released her mouth. "Have you seen the babies? Bring them to me. I want to see," she urged. "Later. How are you feeling? Still in pain?" Yen Chen was most concerned about her well-being. "I'm fine. I want to see the babies," she insisted, eager to take a closer look at them. Just then, Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang brought in the babies and placed them by her bedside. "Look, these are the most beautiful babies I've ever seen since I started delivering. The one in the blue blanket is the brother, and the one in the pink blanket is the sister." Chio Gio pointed at the two little ones and told Chio Gio. Looking at the beautiful children, a feeling of happiness filled her heart. These were her own flesh and blood. Chio Gio felt that all the hardships she had endured during this time were worth it. Their arrival gave her a different bond in this strange world. When she looked up, she met the man's deep gaze, and neither of them spoke first. Chio Gio gently nudged Feng Sanyang with her elbow, signaling her to step outside and close the door, leaving the family of four alone. At that moment, warm yellow light filled the room, shining on the faces of the two babies beside her and illuminating the smiles of Yen Chen and Chio Gio as they looked at the babies, filled with hope for the future. After a long while, Chio Gio finally asked, "Have you thought of names for the babies?" "Yes," the man nodded gently. He had thought of them the moment he saw the babies. Yen Chen said seriously, "Dear, you, and they are the most precious gifts from heaven to me. I cherish you and love you, so I want our babies' names to include you and you. You means I cherish you, and you means precious treasure. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chio Gio smiled. It was wonderful. She suddenly remembered her once unrealistic dream, which seemed to have come true. "Okay, you can choose their formal names, and I'll choose their nicknames. The eldest will be called Baby, and the youngest will be called Bebe. How does that sound?" Chio Gio gently played with a strand of the baby's hair, thick and black, and touched Bebe's little face, soft and smooth, making her unable to resist. "All right, they are both my little treasures, and you are my big treasure." Saying this, the man leaned down and kissed Chio Gio's cheek. Chio Gio was stunned. He was so charming, and she loved him so much. Seeing her dazed expression, Yen Chen smiled happily. "From now on, the eldest's nickname will be Baby, and the formal name will be Chio Gio. The youngest's nickname will be Bebe, and the formal name will be Yen. Yen Chen decisively set the names for the babies. Chio Gio felt an indescribable emotion. She hadn't expected him to give the eldest his surname. "Thank you." She didn't know what else to say, so it turned into a simple expression of gratitude. "Between us, you never have to say thank you." He held Chio Gio's hand in his, gently squeezing and playing with it. After that, no one spoke. Perhaps it was because she had used all her strength during childbirth, or maybe it was the sense of security he provided, but she fell asleep without realizing it. Yen Chen looked at her sleeping face, gently pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. He quietly stood by, watching the three of them sleep peacefully. The four bodyguards and Feng Sanyang, who were squeezed at the door, saw this warm scene as Chio Gio opened the door and couldn't help but admire the couple's strong bond. Hearing the noise, Yen Chen turned around and made a shushing gesture. The others quietly stepped out of the temporary delivery room. In her dreams, Chio Gio suddenly heard a baby crying and slowly woke up. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" She opened her eyes and saw Chio Gio and Yen Chen each holding a baby, trying to soothe them. "The baby must be hungry. Do you feel any fullness in your chest? If you do, you can let the baby nurse, and that will help the milk come in faster," Chio Gio said, bringing the baby closer to Chio Gio. Chio Gio's face turned slightly red as she nodded. Yes, she felt a painful fullness in her breasts, but she felt shy about letting Chen watch while the baby nursed. Sensing her embarrassment, Chen leaned in and whispered something only they could hear, making her blush even more. Chio Gio shot him an annoyed look and said, "You need to leave." Chen stopped teasing her, handed the baby to Feng Sanyang, and stepped out of the temporary delivery room. With the help of Chio Yu and Feng Sanyang, Chio Gio quickly learned to nurse the babies successfully. Although it was a bit painful at first, it got better after she endured it. Perhaps this is the greatness of being a mother. Once the babies were full, Chio Gio, with the help of Feng Sanyang and Chio Yu, tidied up and had Chen carry her back to the master bedroom. The babies were placed in the crib in the master bedroom. Not long after eating, the babies made their first messy diaper. At first, Chio Gio and Chen didn't realize what was happening until the little ones started crying. The new parents were instantly filled with nervousness and quickly called for Chio Yu's help. After checking, Chio Yu found that the babies had dirty diapers. She skillfully changed the baby's diaper, cleaned the little bottom with wet wipes, dried it with a paper towel, and finally put on a new diaper, all while explaining the process to the new parents. After taking care of everything for the babies, she turned to Chen and said, "Third master, the babies might be crying because they are hungry, need a diaper change, or are uncomfortable. You can check each possibility." Chen nodded, looking like he learned something. Under Chio Yu's guidance, he successfully changed Bebe's diaper. The two little ones, now comfortable after the diaper change, fell asleep. From now on, Chio Gio entered her postpartum period. She wanted to quickly go into her space to soak in the spring water to recover faster, but the bodyguards and the others were so fascinated with the babies and Bebe that they kept watching them. She decided to wait until later when everyone was resting before going into her space. Xiao and Donkey, worried about their parents at home, chatted briefly with her before saying goodbye and promising to visit again. They gave the little ones the jade items they had brought as a gift. Chio Gio politely declined, but Xiao and Donkey insisted that it wasn't for her, so she couldn't refuse on behalf of the babies. She agreed to meet again and asked Chen to arrange for them to go home. Chen thought well of the two. They seemed clear-headed and not greedy, so he felt comfortable with Chio Gio interacting with them. After everyone left, Chio Gio couldn't wait any longer. She vanished into thin air, taking with her the jade items exchanged earlier, leaving only the blanket that quickly fell onto the bed. Before Chen could say, "Wait for me," he saw Chio Gio disappear, and he had to swallow his words. He walked over to the baby's crib and gently touched their soft little faces with his finger, marveling at how small and adorable they were. These were his little ones, so cute and precious. As the babies slept soundly, they seemed to sense something and smacked their lips adorably, melting Chen's heart. He couldn't help but lean down and place gentle kisses on their little faces, whispering, "Welcome, babies. Thank you for choosing me and your mommy. I hope you grow up healthy, and together we will protect your mommy." Looking at their sweet sleeping faces, Chen took out his phone and snapped several pictures of the babies, then sat beside the crib, admiring the photos while waiting for Chio Gio to return. For hours had passed when Chio Gio finally came out of the space. Before he could say anything, he and baby Bebe were pulled into the villa by Chio Gio. Chen quickly approached her and checked her from head to toe. He knew she had gone into the space to soak in the spirit spring water. Having used the spirit spring water when he was injured, he understood its benefits, but still wanted to hear it from her. He asked, "Honey, how is your body feeling now? Does it still hurt? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Chio Gio felt amazing. The relief after giving birth was something only those who had experienced it could understand. She felt completely relaxed and no longer had to be careful about everything. The spirit spring water had healed her from the effects of childbirth. She twirled and jumped in front of Chen, even doing a little running in place to show her good condition. Chen was startled and quickly held her tightly, worried about her safety. During this time, he and the bodyguards had learned a lot about pregnancy and childbirth, realizing that new mothers need to rest for a long time after giving birth and should avoid intense exercise or heavy lifting. His wife had just given birth in the afternoon, and seeing her do such vigorous movements at night truly shocked him. Noticing his worried expression, Chio Gio gently patted his hand and reassured him, "Don't worry. The spirit spring water has almost completely healed me. I feel perfectly fine now." Thinking about the changes in the space, she was eager to share with him. She quickly changed the subject. "Come on, follow me." While I was soaking in the spirit spring water, I also brought in the jade and treasures I collected during this time. The space has changed a lot. She pulled Yen-chun outside the villa to show him the bamboo building and the view in the distance. Yen-chun looked in disbelief at the transformed surroundings, but then his brow furrowed with concern. The space was closely related to his wife, and he worried that such a sudden change might have negative effects on her. With this thought, he turned to Chio Gio, his expression serious, and asked, "Did the sudden change in the space affect you in any way?" "Don't worry, it doesn't affect me at all. The space has expanded thousands of times compared to before. This river still seems endless, and it might change even more after absorbing more jade and artifacts. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the space will be like as it continues to change." The bamboo house has now turned into an ancient-style residence, and I found some interesting things inside. There are souvenirs left by the previous owner of this space, telling stories about it. I also found this and want to give it to you. Chio Gio excitedly shared her discoveries with Yen-chun, handing him an old wooden box. Yen-chun took the box and opened it to find a pair of dark gold rings with ancient patterns. As he touched the beautifully carved surface, he realized they were clearly a couple's rings. A smile appeared on his lips as he tilted his head to meet Chio Gio's gaze and teased, "Wife, are you declaring your love? I'm happy to be tied to you." He put the larger ring on his finger, and then took Chio Gio's small hand to place the smaller ring on her finger, their fingers intertwined. The dark gold rings shone on their fair fingers. He then took out his phone and captured a close-up of their clasped hands. "This is my treasure, the first meaningful gift I received. I want to remember this moment so that when we're old, we can look back on our memories together." Chio Gio was surprised, staring at his actions in disbelief. This man always knows how to touch her heart. Earlier, when she entered the space, she quickly focused her thoughts, drank a cup of spiritual spring water, and filled the bath with it. Then she swiftly removed her obstacles and submerged herself in the water to heal the wounds from childbirth. Only when she felt completely comfortable did she get out of the bath. However, as soon as she stepped out, she felt a tremor in the space, which startled her. She quickly put on her clothes and ran out of the villa to see what was happening. As she looked around, a thick mist swirled above the spiritual spring, resembling boiling water that rolled violently and spread rapidly to every corner of the space. Soon, the area returned to a hazy state where nothing could be seen, which frightened Chio Gio. She wanted to leave the space but was terrified to find she was still standing in the same spot, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Then, the space shook for over a minute. Unable to escape, Chio Gio felt anxious and restless. Suddenly, the boiling mist seemed to find a focal point and quickly gathered around her, enveloping her body in an instant. This moment also transmitted some information about the space into her mind. Once everything calmed down, she realized the space had transformed dramatically, now thousands of times larger than before. In the distance, lush mountains rose, and the grassy area had turned into a vast plain stretching for miles. The bamboo house by the spiritual spring had transformed into an ancient, elegant mansion, which now enclosed the spring within its courtyard. Filled with curiosity, Chio Gio ventured into the mansion. As she entered the courtyard, she saw a long corridor winding in and out, with high eaves. Passing through the corridor, she reached the inner courtyard, where the spiritual spring was calm again, shrouded in mist. The bamboo that grew by the spring had increased from 5 to 7 stalks, hidden within the fog. In the inner courtyard, pavilions and buildings surrounded her, with corridors winding like a maze, and the eaves soaring high like horns, encircling the main house. She hurriedly approached the main house and pushed open the door. Inside, there were 4 white jade pillars carved with blooming roses at each corner. The walls were made of intricately carved white jade bricks, and a massive L-shaped bookshelf stood around the room, filled with unknown books and ancient jade slips inscribed with old texts. In the center of the room was a desk and chair set carved from white jade, adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, a letter, and a small, ancient wooden box of unknown material. Everything felt strange, yet somehow fitting. Driven by curiosity, Chio Gio focused her mental energy and closed her eyes to sense the box, but her usual powerful ability could not penetrate it. Reluctantly giving up on using her mental power, she decided to open it directly. In an instant, a dark gleam flashed, revealing a pair of dark golden rings before her eyes, along with information about the rings flooding into her mind. Chio Gio raised an eyebrow. The first thought that flashed in her mind when she saw the ring was that it would look great on her child's father's finger. She seriously doubted if she had fallen into a romantic mindset, which was not good at all. After admiring the dark golden ring inside and out, she set it aside and picked up a thick letter to read. The complex and intricate writing made it difficult for Chio Gio to understand, but with the information she had just received, she could grasp the general idea. In summary, the letter explained that the space was not originally from Blue Star. It came from a cultivation world called Xiantian Continent. The writer of the letter was the previous owner of this space. He was referred to as the previous owner rather than the master because he had not received the space's recognition contract, and the space artifact was merely a tool for him. He mentioned that his original name was Lu Junyi, and he was an outer disciple of the Ling Tian sect in Xiantian Continent, where he had mediocre skills for decades. During an outing to the Black Abyss Forest for training, he was betrayed by his companions and pushed into a den of strange beasts. Perhaps it was not his time to die. By chance, he found the entrance to a secret realm and fell into a hidden cave. In the secret realm, he faced life-threatening challenges and overcame 28 trials. In the deepest part of the cave, he obtained the space artifact. However, since he was not the destined person for the artifact, he could not form a soul contract with it. Yet, through the artifact's abilities and the powerful cultivation techniques he could access, he advanced to the Xianzun realm in just 500 years, transforming his life completely. He broke the legends of the 10 great masters of Xiantian Continent and became the youngest Xianzun, with great potential to ascend to the Xianshun realm. His rapid cultivation attracted widespread attention and suspicion from the 5 major cultivation families and other practitioners on the continent. These 5 families were very powerful, each having a Xianzun ancestor. They were the Shangguan family, Su family, Mo family, Baiming family, and Sima family. During this time, many young boys and girls went missing, leading to rumors that his fast cultivation was due to using their essence. Suddenly, he became a target for everyone. Just as he was facing the Thunder Tribulation to advance to the Mid-Xianzun realm, he was ambushed by the ancestors of the 5 major families. A 7th-level power of a mystic master can destroy a city, not to mention the combined strength of 5+1. At that time, Lu Junyi was facing a calamity, with thunderclouds rolling and the atmosphere chaotic. 6 mid-level mystic masters, each with 90% of their power, struck together, instantly tearing open a rift in space-time and triggering chaotic currents within. Outnumbered, Lu Junyi fell into the rift. As the chaotic currents tore at him, his physical body was destroyed. In that critical moment, he abandoned his body, using all his strength to throw out a spatial artifact, infusing it with his soul. He was then swept away by the chaotic currents and vanished from the Xiantian continent. After many twists and turns, he eventually landed on Blue Star, a planet devoid of spiritual energy. At that time, the ancestors of the 5 great families, particularly the Su and Mo families, noticed his actions. They used the Mo family's time reversal stone to see the artifact's presence. Somehow, they managed to locate the artifact's position on Blue Star. They activated an ancient formation to forcibly tear open a space rift and arrived here. However, Blue Star is just an ordinary realm and could not withstand the space-time turbulence and storms caused by the ancient formation. The protective atmosphere above Blue Star was ripped open, leading to widespread geological activity, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, extreme weather, and a series of natural disasters, resulting in the extinction of many species living on the planet. Ultimately, the cause was his arrival, which brought disaster to this peaceful world. To prevent the beautiful Blue Star from being destroyed, Lu Junyi released the primordial energy contained in the artifact, which is the purest essence created at the beginning of the world. He had initially relied on that essence to quickly reach the Mystic Master level. He spread the usable part of it into Blue Star's atmosphere to repair the rift and ensure that the planet would not suffer from extreme natural disasters for 1,000 years. But the primordial energy will eventually run out. If there are no more fated individuals to form a soul contract with the divine artifact and transform the primordial energy to repair the atmosphere, Blue Star will face another disaster 1,000 years later. At that time, Lu Junyi will use all his hard-earned power to destroy the portal connecting the Xiantian continent to Blue Star, sending the incoming Mo and Su families back into the portal. To prevent people from the Xiantian continent from reopening the portal to Blue Star, he must return to the Xiantian continent and destroy the flags there as well. He is not the true master of the spatial artifact. After he disperses the primordial energy he can use into the atmosphere, the artifact activates its self-protection mechanism, and Lu Junyi can no longer enter the space or use anything inside it. Determined, he decides to return to the Xiantian continent, not only to destroy the flags but also to clear his name and seek revenge. He hurriedly leaves a note and the spatial artifact, hoping that a fated person will find it and bring the Su and Mo families back into the formation with him. So that's how it is. The disaster did not come without reason. What she doesn't know is that at the moment she accepted the spatial inheritance and formed a soul contract with the artifact, a beautiful woman meditating in the Tianlan Palace of the Xiantian continent suddenly opened her eyes. She quickly stood up and walked to the door, looking towards the house on Tianlan Peak, which slowly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. A single tear rolled down her cheek and fell to the ground. She whispered, "Master, how cruel you are to fall like this. Did you ever think of us, those of us who fought alongside you?" With that, she transformed into a giant white dragon, soaring into the sky, roaring and then scattering into stars, disappearing into the air. In a corner of the space, a large white egg suddenly appeared. Chio Gio placed the letter back on the table, feeling very complicated. She let out a big sigh, scratching her head in frustration. What is going on? How did she get involved in such a big matter? Sigh. Life is not easy. Now, with the atmosphere cracking open again, does that mean 1,000 years have passed and the primordial energy in the atmosphere has been nearly exhausted? Thinking about the inheritance she just received and the eternal soul contract she formed, Chio Gio slapped her forehead, realizing she is exactly that unfortunate fated person. Great, she's not just an NPC anymore. Is this her new role as a savior? I am doing this for the future of the children and for my own future, so I must accept this role of savior. After thinking it through, Chio Gio, no longer hesitate. I took the rings and left the space, bringing Yen Chen and the children to the villa. Looking at the tall man before me, I decided to share my secret with him. Since I have accepted my fate to save this crumbling world, I need someone I can absolutely trust by my side. This man is the father of my children and my future partner. If I can't trust him, who can I trust in this world? Besides, he is the one who provided this space. So I looked at him and said, "It's such a blessing to meet you across time and space, Brother Chen." Yen Chen was confused about why his little woman suddenly became sentimental, but he clearly heard her words. He didn't understand what she meant by traveling through time, but seeing her serious expression made him feel uneasy. He held Chio Gio in his arms, seeking answers. "Wife, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Can you explain it more clearly?" Chio Gio didn't rush to answer. Instead, she gazed deeply into his profound eyes, searching for her reflection, and then softly said, Do you believe in fate? Yes, I believe. I've always had this subtle feeling, as if something was guiding me. Even when I first met you, I wasn't planning to attend Emotions gathering that day. But the client I was supposed to meet changed the time, and it just happened to be near his gathering, so I went. I'm glad I did. The day before the disaster, we were still in a continent. I kept hearing a voice that sounded like you telling me to return home. I chose to trust my instinct and we all came back. Not long after our flight took off, a continent was destroyed in an earthquake. Thinking back, he felt a chill. If he hadn't chosen to return, what would have happened to his wife and children? He couldn't bear to imagine his wife raising 2 children alone. He tightened his hold on her hand. Do you know where this space comes from? It's from the rose jade ring you placed on my finger. Chio Gio didn't wait for the man to reply and answered herself. She stared into his eyes, hoping to see some reluctance or regret, but all she found was deep affection and love. She couldn't bear to look any longer, realizing that they had formed such a strong bond. Seeing the small woman hesitate, Yenchen lowered his face and captured her lips, kissing her passionately until she could hardly breathe. Then he paused, their foreheads touching. I have no regrets, not at all. Please don't look at me with doubt, he said. He paused for a moment and continued, I'm giving this to you. It belongs to you now. If you can use it, that means you are its true owner. I've had it for nearly 20 years and never knew it contained a space. This shows that I'm not meant to have it. The man's pleasant scent surrounded Chio Gio, filled with a woody aroma. Once her breathing steadied, she lifted her pink face and explained that she was not Chio Gio, sharing the information from the book world, including the story of the main characters. Upon hearing this, Yenchen felt a strange realization that quickly faded. He couldn't quite grasp it, but he finally understood why the character of Chio Gio he had investigated was so different from her now. She was not the same person. This made it easy for him to believe her words. After confessing that she and Chio Gio were not the same person, the burden of keeping her secret finally lifted from her heart. She thought that since she was being honest, she might as well be completely open. She was ready to answer any question the man might ask. But listen to what he is asking. It feels like he doesn't care at all that she came from a book and that this is a world from a story. So, my dear wife, may I have the honor of knowing your name? Yenchen looked at the little woman, who seemed to be lost in thought, and found it quite amusing. He leaned closer, letting his prominent nose gently brush against her little nose as he inquired.
Chio.
Gio, same sound, different character for 9. I am the number 9. The flirtatious atmosphere made Chio Gio stumble over her words. She turned her head away, trying to distance herself from the man to keep some sense of reason. But his strong arm held her waist tightly, pulling her closer. Seeing her cheeks turn red, Yenchen felt very pleased with his work and gave her a peck on the corner of her lips. Chio Gio was speechless. She was trying to share her secret with him, and it had turned into a flirting scene. She rolled her eyes in frustration. As the man became more forward, she decided to use her mental power to hold him in place, making him unable to move. So he wanted to tease her, huh? She could handle herself just fine and playfully turn the tables on him until he was out of breath. Humph. Come on, who's afraid? It's just a bit of teasing. Before she entered the story, she was already an older internet-savvy girl, having seen countless romantic movies and read many novels. Teasing someone was easy for her. Done. Chio Gio clapped her hands and playfully ran her fingers over his abs. Now, can we talk properly, or are you still going to be handsy? Yenchen blinked his slightly flushed eyes, feeling wronged. He stubbornly replied, I didn't touch you. I was just talking.
Ah.
Hey, where's your cool demeanor? Don't you realize it's falling apart? If we're still in the story, the readers would definitely scold you for being unprofessional. What is my profession supposed to be? The domineering CEO type. But didn't you say Chio Gio is the character who grants special powers in the original story? I haven't even appeared in the book, so whether I'm domineering or not doesn't matter. Let them criticize me. If they're brave enough, they can jump into the book and challenge me.
Ah.
She made a good point, and for a moment, Chio Gio was left speechless. Oh, forget it. Why should I live for others? I should just be myself. Dear wife, can you let me go for a moment? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable, Chen said, looking a bit pitiful. Well, now you can talk to me properly. We need to discuss something important that affects our future, Chio Gio replied, but she released him first. Staying in one position was really uncomfortable. Chen stretched his back and became serious. He needed more information to make plans and ensure they lived comfortably in this so-called apocalypse, and to create an environment where their babies and wife could be happy. So they started a Q&A session, with him asking and her answering. Is there any mention in the book about when the disasters will end? No, I haven't finished reading it. I only got to 46% and then I had an accident and ended up here, she said. She didn't want to admit that she got hit by a car while crossing the street to read the novel. It wasn't something to be proud of, so it was better he didn't know. Chen noticed her discomfort, but didn't ask. He wanted to gather more information first. There would be time for conversation later. After all, he thought his wife wasn't very clever and sometimes seemed a bit silly, but that didn't matter. Everyone has their preferences, and he liked Chio Gio just the way she was. Chen asked, did it mention when this heavy rain will stop? Chio Gio calculated the dates and said, it should stop in a few days, then the temperature will drop suddenly, and it will snow for 7 days and nights. In just a week, the flood will freeze, and it will be a world of ice. The government will no longer be able to distribute relief supplies, and that's when they will announce the start of the apocalypse. The government is trying to preserve humanity by establishing survivor bases in various regions and launching the ARC project to gather useful talents and young people with good genetic codes to keep the human flame alive. People will lack food and clothing, and the elderly, young, and weak will be ruthlessly eliminated by the disasters. That will be true hell on earth, where starving people might resort to cannibalism and humanity will be lost. Chen listened, unsure of what to say. Although this was just his wife's retelling of what was described in the book, he could imagine the terrifying scenes. Chio Gio didn't wait for him to ask again. She began to share what she knew next. After extreme cold comes extreme heat. The heat causes heatstroke, making those affected act wildly, biting anyone they see, and it spreads easily. Those bitten also mutate. Even those who died in the extreme cold, once thawed from the ice, act like zombies, biting anyone they encounter. Animals, plants, and humans have all started to mutate, with humans becoming the bottom of the food chain. What I just shared comes from the summary in that book's table of contents. I don't know the exact timeline because the story is only 46% complete and has only reached the extreme cold part. Chen was silent, but his tightly clenched fists showed that he was very worried. After a long time, the man looked up with determination and said to Chio Gio, wife, I will protect you and the baby. I won't let anything happen to you. Is there still a place we can stay? Maybe you and the babies can live in that space from now on. Before he could finish, Chio Gio interrupted him, saying, we can't live in that space forever. I'm not telling you this so you can hide us. What I really want to discuss comes next. She pulled him back into the villa and saw that Chio Yu and Yu were still sleeping soundly. They sat on the sofa, and she took out 2 cups of 800 milliliters passion fruit lemonade from the storage. They each had a cup to soothe their throats. Chio Gio then shared the information she received about the space inheritance and the letters, explaining everything to him. So, for our future and for our babies to live freely on this land, I have to accept this task. Will you help me, Chinge? Can the Hongmeng Qi really repair the holes in the atmosphere and stop all these disasters? Based on the inheritance I received and what Lu Junyi wrote, I believe it's true. Look, I have this amazing ability now. As long as we can help you, just tell us what to do. Okay, with your words, I feel relieved. My current abilities are not enough to control the Hongmeng Qi and transform it into my own power to reach the atmosphere. I need more jade and items containing spiritual energy to help me improve my strength. Also, Chun, I have figured out how to give you all special abilities in advance. But Chun, I trust you. What about your subordinates? I need more people to help me find jade and items with spiritual energy, and I also need a group of loyal people around me to keep my secrets. Right now, humans haven't started to mutate, and if I act too uniquely, it could easily raise suspicion among those with ill intentions. There are many unreasonable things in room 2102. Although everyone is trying hard to hold back their curiosity, it might be that this man is suppressing their questions. However, being together day and night, it's easy to notice things if one pays a little attention, and people's hearts are the most fragile when it comes to speculation. Yan Chen followed along with Chio Gio's words and understood what the young woman meant. He fell into silence, thinking of a way to satisfy both sides, and when he looked up, he met her gaze. Sweetheart, don't cultivators have many ways to control others? Isn't there any knowledge about that in your inheritance? There is, Chio Gio smiled. Smart people are clever and quick to think. She indeed knew how to control others, but she preferred that they willingly serve her. This knowledge wasn't from her inheritance, but from what Lu Junyi mentioned. He said that the stronger one's spiritual awareness, the more powerful the contracts one could establish with battle pets or other people, and those bound by the contract could never betray her. According to what was explained in the message, spiritual awareness is difficult to cultivate. Even among the few ancient masters in the Xiantian continent, very few could achieve spiritual awareness transformation. Most could only use it to explore their surroundings. Based on what Lu Junyi said, Chio Gio felt that the spiritual awareness described in the message was very similar to the mental strength she currently possessed. At that moment, she immediately focused her mental strength and gathered it in her palm to form a cute little rabbit. The adorable little rabbit changed forms in her hand, becoming a chick, then a duck, and after transforming into a chicken, duck, goose, cat, and dog, she finally closed her palm and withdrew her mental strength. She raised her eyebrows, seeming to think that transforming one's consciousness wasn't too difficult. Little did she know, the Xiantian continent was far more complex than she imagined. There, life was taken lightly, as if it were nothing. Hearing this, Yan Chen's eyes flickered. As someone who didn't believe in gods, his worldview had been completely overturned. At that moment, Chio Gio took the man's hand, adorned with an ancient golden ring, and gently explored its surface, feeling the power within. On the Xiantian continent, this pair of rings is a rare treasure, sought after by many sections. It is said that only two people who truly love each other can wear them. They are called heart rings, meaning that as long as their hearts are aligned, their cultivation will be greatly enhanced, and they will also help protect against the disturbances of inner demons. Yan Chen couldn't believe that such a small ring could hold such power. His understanding of the world was shattered, and he fully accepted the fantastical nature of it all. Chio Gio's voice continued. Once we both drop blood to recognize them as ours, their power will allow us to sense each other's location. If one of us is hurt, the other will feel it too. However, if one person's heart changes, they will suffer a severe backlash. Mildly, their veins may break. Severely, their soul may scatter. This is why so many on the Xiantian continent have received these rings but dare not bond with them. So, Chen, do you still want to wear it? Looking into the small woman's eyes, Yan Chen had never felt so determined. He gently embraced Chio Gio, asking how to recognize the rings, then leaned down and kissed her softly.
Ah.
Chio Gio was taken by surprise. She hadn't expected him to kiss her suddenly. She felt a bite on her lip, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. Not one to back down, she bit back, which pleased Yan Chen. Now both of their lips were bleeding. Yan Chen then took her hand, the one with the golden ring, and touched the blood at the corner of her mouth. The blood was instantly absorbed by the ancient ring, and a dark light enveloped them both, transforming into a stream of light that vanished into their foreheads. The rings on their fingers changed from dark gold to a transparent wave, eventually disappearing. In their minds, they felt a new, indescribable connection. It was already past 3 a.m. Chio Gio let out a small yawn, which made Yan Chen slap himself in frustration. His little woman had just given birth not long ago, and she should be resting in bed. How could he forget that? There was nothing that couldn't wait until tomorrow. He really was a negligent husband. Chio Gio stared at the man, confused by his sudden action, but before she could say anything, he bent down and picked her up, heading straight for the bedroom on the second floor without a word.
Hey, wait.
What are you doing? You just gave birth, and you need to rest. I'm sorry. I've been irresponsible. I promise to do better. Let's go rest first, and we can talk about everything tomorrow, okay? Yen Chun continued upstairs with long strides, his face showing genuine guilt. Let's go outside the space. Otherwise, when morning comes, everyone will worry if they can't find us. Chio Gio nodded in agreement, feeling a bit tired herself. She waved her hand, and they, along with the babies, were transported out of the space. Back in the master bedroom, Yen Chun gently tucked her into bed and went to check on the babies. Seeing they were still sound asleep, he took off his shirt and snuggled into bed beside her, holding her tightly. In the morning, a cold wind howled through the hallway, chilling every corner of the worn and dilapidated city. The electronic clock on the wall showed it was already 10:30. One by one, a few people came to exchange supplies. Lulin took charge of the exchanges, and they anxiously waited in the living room for the third master and young mistress to wake up. Chio Yu and Feng Sanyang were especially anxious. When they first came to take care of Chio Gio, they had been clear that their task would be complete once the babies were born, but they still felt a bit reluctant to leave. Feng Sanyang hesitated to speak. After so many disasters, she seriously wondered if this was the apocalypse, and she wanted to stay with the team even more. The 4 bodyguards also understood that their separation was near, and they felt a sense of loss. The atmosphere in the living room became tense. When Chio Gio and Yen Chun finally came out of their room, they were met with the serious expressions of everyone, exchanging puzzled glances. What had happened? Until Chio Gio and Yen Chun pushed the stroller and walked in front of them, a few people only then noticed them. The 2 little ones were lively in the stroller, their bright eyes sparkling like clear water, observing everything around them. Their tiny mouths formed charming smiles, and the 2 brothers looked very much alike. Instantly, they melted the hearts of the older boys. Hi, little babies. Can you hear Uncle's voice? I'm Uncle Su, the one who tells you stories every day. Welcome. Yen Su was the first to lean over the stroller, softly greeting the 2 little ones. Then Yen Meng, Yen Ling, Yen Lin, and Chio Yu all came forward to introduce themselves one by one. After they finished, Grey Wolf also wanted to join in. He approached with his wife, gently nudging Yen Su aside, and looked down at the 2 tiny humans. He sniffed them gently and rubbed his big head against their little hands as a friendly greeting. Red Wolf followed his example. Hello, little masters. I'm Uncle Grey Wolf, and this is your Aunt Red Wolf. Our friends Chio Yu and Yen Yu aren't afraid of us at all. In fact, when we got close, they even reached out their tiny hands to pet us. Grey Wolf and Red Wolf had grown bigger and fluffier, thanks to the special water from Chio Gio, and now stood at about 1.4 meters tall, comparable to a small pony. Since Red Wolf was about to give birth, they had been spending time in the gym and rarely came out. Today, they specifically came to see the little masters. Yen Meng quickly brought the warm breakfast to the table, ensuring that the 3rd master and the young lady had their meal first, before everyone else gathered around. Feng Sanyang felt heavy-hearted. She truly loved this team and didn't want to leave. However, all good things must come to an end, and their mission was complete, so it was time to step back. As her mental strength grew, it should be said that her awareness became stronger. Feng Sanyang's emotional changes were quickly noticed by Chio Gio. She looked over just in time to catch Feng Sanyang's hesitant expression. Feng Sanjia, do you have something to say? Seeing her troubled look, Chio Gio asked with a light laugh. Xiao Jiu, can I follow you? Feng Sanyang asked, feeling anxious, her hands fidgeting without a place to rest. Chio Gio did not immediately agree, but instead asked, Here, can you promise to never abandon or betray your teammates? If I ask you to swear loyalty to me, would you do it? Feng Sanyang, though unsure why she needed to swear loyalty to Chio Gio, felt she could indeed promise to never abandon or betray anyone, so she resolutely replied, I can. Then, Chio Gio, what are your plans? Do you intend to stay with us, or? Chio Gio left her question unfinished, waiting for a response. Chio Gio understood her meaning and politely declined, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but all good things must come to an end. In a couple of days, when the relief supplies are distributed, my son will come to take me home. He works in the government, and when he brought supplies last time, he mentioned his transfer to the capital. Soon, I will go with him to the capital. Although Chio Gio liked this family, she also had her own home, unlike Feng Sanyang, who could settle anywhere on her own. Hearing this, Chio Gio exchanged a glance with Yen Qin, and their eyes flickered. Yen Qin silently conveyed the phrase fire seed plan to her. Turning back, Chio Gio nodded in agreement. Yen Qin used the excuse of needing to hold a small meeting to gather everyone except Chio Gio in the main bedroom, where they sat casually on the combination sofa. Once everyone was settled, Yen Qin spoke seriously. I called you all here because I have something very important to share. This heavy rain disaster is not a coincidence. It signals the beginning of the apocalypse. We will soon face extreme cold, extreme heat, and mutations in humans, plants, and animals. He briefly recapped what Chio Gio had previously told him about future events. Third Master, have you been reading too many apocalypse stories lately? Why are you talking nonsense? Yen Su burst out laughing as soon as Yen Qin finished. With no extra activities during the heavy rain, the young lady had been giving them various stories to pass the time, most of which were about apocalyptic themes. Sometimes they even suspected that the young lady was doing it on purpose, making them think this heavy rain was the start of the apocalypse. I am not joking with you. This is one thing I need to tell you. Also, do you remember the special medicine the young lady gave you? When it comes to this, everyone's eyes sparkled. That thing was truly amazing, just like the spiritual spring water described in those fantasy novels. Its effects were immediate. If there were disasters ahead, they would all want to meet the genius who could create such a miraculous medicine. After scanning the crowd's expressions, he revealed the shocking information, saying, That is not a special medicine, it is spiritual spring water. Everyone understood what spiritual spring water was without needing further explanation. Yen Qin was pleased to see their jaws drop and said, The world is full of wonders, and there are many things you don't know about. If I ask you to pledge your loyalty to Chio Gio and never betray her, would you be willing? Throughout, Yen Qin's expression was serious, with no hint of joking. After he finished speaking, he quietly awaited their responses. After a long pause, Feng Sanyang was the first to step forward and said, I'm willing. What should I do? Although she had many questions in her mind and didn't fully understand the spiritual spring water, she knew that Sanyi was not someone who joked around. Even though she didn't know why he suddenly became superstitious and started talking about pledges, she was determined to support him. Chio Gio was pleased with her reaction, aware that she had doubts and confusion, as this behavior resembled superstition. But only those close to her could understand the truth, right? She smiled gently and asked Feng Sanyang, Are you ready? After receiving a nod from Feng Sanyang, Chio Gio raised her hand and made a small cut appear on Feng Sanyang's forehead. A drop of blood slowly emerged from the cut and, to the astonishment of the four boys, flew into Chio Gio's palm, hovering there. Throughout the process, Feng Sanyang felt no pain, and the magical scene before her left her in shock. Wealth, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Oh my, she thought she might be seeing things. After silently reciting the core values of socialism, the enchanting scene still hadn't faded. She looked at Chio Gio in disbelief, waiting for an answer. Chio Gio watched her changing expressions and said, Feng Sanyang, what I want is your willing submission. You can still back out now if you wish. Although shocked by the scene, she still looked determined and replied firmly, I, Feng Sanyang, willingly submit to Chio Gio and will never betray. As soon as she finished speaking, the blood bead in Chio Gio's palm vanished, sealing the contract. At the same time, Chio Gio felt a new presence in her mind, the consciousness of Feng Sanyang, which could be erased with just a thought. Once the contract was established, Yen Chun turned his attention to the 4 bodyguards. His eyes were filled with disdain. It was embarrassing to have an outsider show more decisiveness. He asked, "What about you? Are you willing?" "Yes, yes, 100 times yes, no, 1,000 times yes. Me first, I want to be contracted." Yen Su jumped up from the sofa and landed in front of Chio Gio. "Oh my gosh. What did I just see? Magic? Fairy skills? This is so incredible." It was just a contract, and Yen Su understood it clearly. He was loyal to Third Master, who listened to the lady, so he was also following the lady. Besides, what the lady just did was impressive, and he admired her strength. Me too, me too. Yen Meng quickly stood up, nervously pushing Yen Lin back into his seat without even looking at him. And us, Yen Lin and Yen Ling also stood up one after another, eager to join the contract. In an instant, the 4 big men were competing with each other, unwilling to fall behind. Seeing this, Chio Gio treated them all equally, raising her hand to manifest her spiritual energy. She made a small cut on each of their foreheads, drawing out 4 drops of blood that flew into her palm. The 4 bodyguards then knelt, submitting to Chio Gio, and the contract was sealed. After everything was done, Chio Gio explained the power of the contract. If any of them ever harbored thoughts of betrayal, that person would be instantly erased by the contract's power, and they were required to keep this a secret. She also asked Yen Chun to share the known information with everyone. Of course, she couldn't reveal that she had come from a book. That was something they had agreed upon from the start. Time flew by, and soon it was 2 days later, the day when the government would distribute relief supplies. Chio Yu had packed her bags early, waiting for her son to arrive. Chio Yu's son, Chio Tian, is a tall and handsome young man. After distributing the relief supplies, he brought 2 friends to the 21st floor and knocked on the door of the Chio family. The confused crowd, having received their supplies, followed behind them. Seeing the uniformed men standing straight at the door of apartment 2102, they began to wonder if the residents had done something wrong and were in trouble with the authorities. More and more people gathered, hoping that the occupants would clash with the uniformed men, giving them a chance to benefit from the situation. To their surprise, the door opened, and the 3 men were invited inside, which was followed by a loud bang as the door shut. The crowd then caught sight of 2 large, well-fed dogs lying in front of the door. They couldn't believe that the residents of 2102 could afford to keep such big dogs, while they themselves had not had a proper meal in ages. The thought of the disparity made their greed flare up. They saw apartment 2102 as a treasure trove of supplies. If they could take it over, they would never have to suffer from hunger or cold again, momentarily forgetting the harsh methods the residents had used in the past. Gradually, this sense of inequality fueled their anger. Among the crowd was Huang Lei, who also noticed the 2 plump dogs and couldn't help but drool. Before the disaster, he had enjoyed eating dog meat and would occasionally indulge in it at restaurants. Now, after such a long time of hunger, seeing such tempting dogs made him think of a plan. He began to blend into the crowd, occasionally stirring them up with words, making them even more agitated and eager to break down the door of apartment 2102 and demand all the food. Although everyone wanted the supplies, no one wanted to be the first to act. Undeterred, Huang Lei continued to incite the crowd. He had come to check on apartment 2102 at the request of a friend, and was surprised to find that someone could still afford to keep dogs. This was an unexpected delight. The crowd was growing more and more eager about apartment 2102, just as he had planned. In no time, all the survivors in the building knew that the people in 2102 would rather feed their dogs than help others in need. They criticized them, saying they were too selfish. Some agreed with Huang Lei, and gradually, discussions began to form around him, planning how to deal with apartment 2102. Huang Lei was happy to offer them ideas while staying still. He had heard that this family owned guns, and he understood the risks of standing out. This guy is right. That family is really heartless. We are starving and freezing while they live comfortably, keeping their elderly and women well fed, and they even have extra food to feed their dogs. They should at least share those dogs so everyone can have some meat, said a middle-aged man in his 30s, who was the first to trade jade for supplies. He had once met Chio Yu and Chio Gio. Should we talk to them first? If they refuse, we can all come together and confront them. I don't believe that we, so many in number, would be afraid of just a few men. There's strength in numbers. We can handle them, another person suggested. Yes, let's all come together and charge at them. I doubt they have that many bullets, came the agreement. Meanwhile, the people in apartment 2102 were completely unaware of this. At that moment, Sister Chio Yu was saying her goodbyes with a heavy heart. Chio Gio had prepared 2 bags of 25 kilograms of rice and a large bag of dried vegetables, fruits, and cured meat for her. When she wanted to add more, Chio Yu stopped her, saying she wouldn't be able to carry it all. Take care, Sister Chio Yu.
We will miss you, they said.
Take care. I will miss you all too, she replied. The 3 women chatted while the men stood by, unable to join in. Yen Chen smiled helplessly and turned to arrange for the supplies for Chio Yu to be packed into 3 large black backpacks. He also instructed the bodyguards to see them off. There were endless words to share, but they had to part ways. The 3 women's eyes were slightly red. Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang escorted Chio Yu to the door. However, when they opened the door, they were blocked by a dense crowd outside. The loud voices of the crowd criticizing could be heard through the open door. Grey Wolf suddenly stood up. Just a moment ago, it was interacting with its soon-to-be-born puppies and hadn't noticed the noise outside. Now, as it opened the door, it clearly heard voices discussing plans against it and its mate. They were saying they wanted to capture them first and then kill them for meat. Anger surged through it, and a cold blue light flashed in its eyes. Its claws visibly grew longer and sharper. It thought, I can tolerate pigs but not dogs. If they want to eat me, they better ask my claws first. In a flash, Grey Wolf dashed outside, aiming for the person who had arrogantly declared they would kill it. With a swift swipe of its paw, the person didn't even have time to scream before they were severely injured, blood spraying everywhere. The bright red blood splattered onto Grey Wolf, dripping down its fur. Disgusted, it shook its body, sending blood flying and staining the area around it. The sudden chaos caused screams to erupt, and Huang Lei was shocked to see the person he had just spoken to now lying lifeless on the ground. The massive dog, after shaking off the blood, fixed its icy blue gaze on him, making him feel a chill as if he could end up like the corpse if he moved. He tried to back away, but the crowd was too dense. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the snarling Grey Wolf. The wolf indeed had thoughts of attacking. It wanted to bite this man because it could smell the scent of its kind on him, the scent of those cooked by humans. When Chio Gio and Yen Chen stepped out, they saw the scene. Grey Wolf was ready to fight, baring its teeth at the man in the black coat, who stood next to a dead body. Everyone, what does this mean? Why are you gathered at my door? Chio Gio shouted to the crowd. There's been a murder. That dog, no, that's a wolf. It killed someone. Someone in the crowd stammered, mistaking Grey Wolf for a wolf. Call the police.
Hurry.
Kill it, kill it. Yes, kill it. As soon as the words were spoken, a big man swung a steel pipe at the wolf, his eyes filled with fierce determination. He couldn't believe that a human like him couldn't defeat a mere animal. Once he killed the wolf, he imagined enjoying a meal of its meat. Huang Lei watched the robust wolf and secretly salivated, hoping the man would succeed. However, upon seeing the body at his feet, he felt a moment of hesitation. Then he noticed 3 young men in uniforms standing behind Chio Gio, and hope sparked within him. He quickly put on a terrified expression and pleaded for help from Chio Yu's son and the others. Officer, please save us.
Shoot that dog.
It just killed a person. Look, this is the victim. You are the people servants. You can't just stand by and watch us die.
We are taxpayers.
Yes, we are taxpayers. Officers, you can't ignore us. The crowd began to stir. Chio Tian and his comrades were conflicted about whether to help. They had just seen the dog suddenly attack and kill a person. But just as they were about to act, they were stopped by 4 bodyguards, and Chio Yu told them not to interfere. Meanwhile, the man who had provoked the wolf was in trouble. Help me.
Please.
Please help, police. He cried out in despair. Earlier, he had tried to fight the wolf with the steel pipe, but missed. When he swung again, the wolf, despite its size, was very agile. It dodged and leaped behind him, raising its sharp claws to strike at his back. Since its owner hadn't called it off, the wolf felt free to attack these 2-legged creatures. The man's shirt was torn by the wolf's claws, and blood flowed freely. He became weak, and without immediate help, he wouldn't survive the night. Chio Yu's son and his comrades couldn't bear to watch and tried to help, pushing against the bodyguards. However, Yan Lin and the others firmly blocked them, not understanding how they could ignore the plight of the people they were supposed to serve. Not everyone deserves their help, especially when you see the greedy faces of those people. Sometimes, they really don't understand where these people's sense of justice comes from. After waiting a long time, the crowd grew restless as the uniformed individuals did not come to assist. A thin, pale man became furious and shouted at the crowd, "These so-called public servants are just like the 2102 group. Let's all go together. There are so many of us. Don't be afraid. Yes, we are many. Let's rush them. They can't possibly defeat us. Look, they are cowards. It's been a disaster for so long, yet they still take good care of their livestock. If we catch that big dog, we can have meat." Hearing this, Chio Gio widened her eyes. Did that person just say they wanted to eat her big dog? Was he tired of living? The crowd was too packed to see who had spoken, so Chio Gio released her mental energy to cover the crowd. At that moment, the man lowered his voice and spoke again, and she quickly caught his words. "Look, the 2102 group keeps their women looking so fair and delicate. If we can control the men, all their supplies will be ours, and the women too. Let's charge." His words had an effect, and the crowd pressed forward a bit more. Those men were truly obsessed with their desires. Whether it was the black-coated man's words or not, the people seemed to forget the fear of the big bad wolf. Some wielded knives, wooden sticks, chair legs, and even stainless steel basins as weapons. There was quite a mix. Chio Gio called her big dog back to her side. As the crowd slowly approached, Yan Chun instinctively wanted to protect her, but she shook her head to refuse. Instead of being scared, Chio Gio smirked and signaled Yan Chun to help shield her. She was ready to make a big move. From her coat, she pulled out a wild bull assault rifle, which she had taken from the oil warehouse in the desert country, and pointed it at the crowd, shouting loudly, "Who wants to die?
Come on."
I don't mind painting the aisle red." They have a gun," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Immediately, the crowd began to panic, pushing and shoving to get away, fearing that bullets would fly at any moment. A few frightened individuals even fainted, collapsing on the ground and being stepped on by those trying to escape. At that moment, Yan Chen also noticed the person stirring up trouble in the crowd, trying to slip away. The one in the black cotton coat dared to move again and see what happens. There were several people in black cotton coats in the crowd, and they were all too scared to move, including the troublemaker. Chio Gio pointed a gun at his head and said, "What's wrong? Weren't you tough just now? Why are you backing down now? You were the one encouraging this crowd, right?" The man in the black coat turned pale with fear. At first, he thought the gun wasn't aimed at him, but at someone next to him wearing a similar coat. However, as he moved a few steps, Chio Gio followed him with the gun. Terrified, he immediately pleaded, "Miss, let's talk calmly. Please don't get angry. Don't act impulsively." The man in the black coat finally stopped hoping for luck, his heart racing as he waved his hands, hoping Chio Gio would spare him. Chio Gio smiled wickedly. "Don't worry, this is my first time with a gun. I don't even know which is more dangerous, this thing or a handgun. I happen to need a test subject. You seemed quite confident earlier, so why don't you be my experiment? Let everyone witness it." She thought to herself that she would teach him a lesson for encouraging the crowd to attack. After her words, the man's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, realizing he had kicked a hard wall. He felt bitter. Why could others live so brightly while he had to lower himself just to survive? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and glared at the people from Unit 2102, laughing maniacally. You from Unit 2102 won't be able to celebrate for long. You don't even know, do you? I'll tell you, the Black Dragon Gang has been watching you, haha. He paused and continued, the Black Dragon Gang. You know them, right? You all are good-looking men and women. The Fire Cannon brothers won't let you go easily. If you dare to kill me today, the Black Dragon Gang will definitely not spare you. He tried to use the Black Dragon Gang to threaten them. Hearing the name Fire Cannon brothers brought back memories for Yen Chen and the three who had gone to the live streaming base for supplies. She remembered that the blonde had mentioned the gang leader who liked handsome men, and Chio Gio recalled what Yen Chen had told her about that day. She couldn't help but tease him. Seeing them look at each other in silence, the man in the black coat thought they were scared. He continued to threaten, let me tell you, the guy from the Black Dragon Gang, Fire Cannon, used to be my good buddy. If you know what's good for you, let me go and have these two beautiful ladies treat me to good food and drinks. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood when Fire Cannon and the others arrive, I might even convince them to let you join the Black Dragon Gang. The man in the black coat grew more arrogant as he spoke, even taking the time to straighten his messy clothes and stand up. But before he could enjoy his moment for long, Yen Su kicked him back to the ground. He kept shouting threats, saying that when Fire Cannon and the others came, they would pay for kicking him. Not wanting to hear any more of his nonsense, the hot-tempered Yen Su stepped forward and stomped on the man's head, pressing his face into the ground. How dare this guy think about his lady? She was his idol, and he could not forgive anyone who disrespected her. Are we afraid of them? In the end, who won't let the other go? After saying this, he twisted his foot. The man cried out in pain.
Woof. Yes.
Don't let them escape. Make sure they can't return. Beside them, Grey Wolf howled loudly, making a bold declaration, though no one understood him. The once crowded hallway was now emptying out, with some people leaving and others running away. Only a few remained, including Chio Yu, her son, and Chio Tian's two comrades. Even the two bodies had been dragged away by someone. Chio Gio's eyes flickered as she exchanged a glance with Yen Chen, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Had things in Building C already turned into a survival of the fittest? Huang Lei wanted to leave too, but with Yen Su pressing him down, half of his face was already a bloody mess. Yen Chen signaled to Yen Lin, who understood, and walked over to Chio Yu. Sister Chio Yu, let me take you down. Safe travels. Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang also stepped forward to give her gentle hugs, saying everything without words. Chio Yu looked worried. She had heard the man's words clearly. Although she didn't know what the Black Dragon Gang was like, the man's demeanor suggested it was not good news. Chio Gio understood her concern and gently patted her shoulder to reassure her, not wanting to say much more. Sister Chio Yu, may we meet again in Jing City. Yen Chen's home is in the capital city, and his family is still there. She knows that sooner or later, they will also head to the capital. Knowing this, she didn't want to talk about it anymore, and Chio Yu also said nothing further. She took her luggage, pulled Chio Tian, and walked downstairs. Chio Gio handed the Wild Buffalo submachine gun to Yen Ling. He understood and followed Chio Yu and Yen Lin to see them off. Chio Yu's son's comrades still felt reluctant and wanted to persuade them to let the man in the black coat go, but was pushed back by Yen Ling, who was holding the submachine gun. Faced with such power, he had no choice but to head downstairs reluctantly. They valued their lives too. After everyone left, at Yen Chen's signal, Yen Meng walked over to the man in the black coat, squatted down, and coldly stared at him. You're from the Black Dragon Gang, right? Do you think we are afraid of him? There was a hint of disdain in Yen Meng's voice. Tell me, where are they now? He pulled out a dagger from his waist and lightly brushed it against the man's artery, which was extremely unsettling. As he moved, the man in the black coat felt a sharp sting and gasped in pain, his voice trembling even more. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble, he said in fear, still holding on to a glimmer of hope, staring at Yen Meng, hoping he could be let go. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I want to see how that group of low-level thugs from the Black Dragon Gang can cause us any trouble, Yen Chen said as he approached Yen Su and Yen Meng, looking down at the man.
You.
The man was even more terrified after hearing Yen Chen's words. He never expected that they would be so bold as to not even fear the Black Dragon Gang. Enough with the talk. Meng, make him tell us where the Black Dragon Gang is, Yen Chen said with disgust as he glanced at the man. Yen Meng nodded and pressed the knife closer to the man's neck. Tell me where the Black Dragon Gang is. Please. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. I don't know exactly where the Black Dragon Gang is, but I know that Fire Cannon and his crew will be coming in the next few days. Please let me go, the man stammered, desperately pleading. Now you're scared? Too bad it's too late. Unable to gain useful information, Yen Meng decided not to waste any more time with him. A hint of cruelty appeared at the corners of her lips as she coldly said, Remember, in your next life, be careful about who you can provoke and who you cannot. With that, Yen Meng swiftly struck, and blood gushed from the man's neck, splattering everywhere.
Ugh.
Feng Sanyang couldn't help but vomit at the sight. Are you okay, Sister Feng? Chio Gio asked with a frown, noticing Feng Sanyang's reaction. She understood this was part of the process, and that there would be more scenes like this in the future. Thinking back to her first encounter with blood, she realized she hadn't reacted much better. Although she appeared calm now, she felt a slight tremor inside. Talking bravely was one thing, but if it came to killing, she truly wouldn't have the courage. Now, being able to watch others bleed without flinching was thanks to her previous exposure to the outside world through her mental network. She had gotten used to it over time. Back then, she had experienced severe nausea and everyone thought it was morning sickness, but it was actually due to witnessing even more gruesome scenes that made her feel sick.
It's
nothing. Feng Sanyang waved her hand and took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Although she was a skilled surgeon before the disaster and had seen many bloody scenes, this act of slitting a throat still made her uncomfortable. Perhaps it was a mental barrier she needed to overcome. I'm fine, I'll be okay soon, Feng Sanyang said through gritted teeth, knowing it wasn't the time to show weakness and that she needed to adapt quickly. All right, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me, Chio Gio said with concern, leading her home, while Grey Wolf followed closely beside them. As soon as they entered the house, Grey Wolf wanted to snuggle with Red Wolf but was rejected. Chio Gio looked at the red paw prints it left behind with a disapproving expression. Faced with the disdain from both its owner and wife, Grey Wolf looked utterly defeated. After dealing with the body, Yen Meng entered and saw Grey Wolf's pitiful state, adding insult to injury. Haha, Grey Wolf, what happened to you? You look abandoned. It just wanted to cuddle with its wife but got rejected, Yen Chen explained from the side, then walked over and hugged Chio Gio proudly. Hearing Yen Chen's words, Grey Wolf suddenly lifted its head, looking over with eyes full of sorrow and anger. Woof woof. Do you know what hardships means? Woof woof. Woof woof. Even though I'm just a dog, you're worse than me. The wolf glared at Yen Chen, then continued to lie pitifully next to the she-wolf. It blinked its big eyes, trying to look innocent and sad to gain her sympathy. Why are you staring? It won't help. Yen Chen, who was being stared at, didn't get angry. Instead, he complained to Chio Gio. Honey, the wolf is being mean to me. All right, stop it, Chio Gio said, pushing the troublesome man away. She walked over to comfort the wolf, but when she saw its blood-stained fur, she frowned and said, Don't be sad. If you don't clean yourself up soon, I'll have to throw you out. You're really dirty. Hearing this, the wolf quickly raised its head, realizing why it was being scolded, and rushed into the bathroom. Not long after, Yen Lin and Yen Ling returned, bringing back a serious topic. Boss, when we came up, we smelled something strange on the 15th floor. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Only Chio Gio was confused, wondering what the strange smell was. Curiosity led her to use her mental energy to check downstairs, but after a moment, her face turned pale, and she rushed to the bathroom to be sick. Yen Chen was stunned and quickly followed her, concerned. Are you okay? Did you just use your ability too? He wanted to ask if she had looked into what was happening downstairs, but before he could finish, she was sick again. Seeing her in distress made his heart ache, and he gently patted her back to comfort her. Sweetheart, let's not think about what you saw, okay? Hearing Yen Chen's voice and remembering what they said about the strange smell made Chio Gio's stomach churn again, and she rushed back to the sink to be sick. This went on until she was left feeling weak and empty. Eventually, Feng Sanyang gave her some salt water to drink, which helped stop the vomiting. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. Now that you are all like family here, I don't have any complaints about you. My ability is a bit special. Out of curiosity about what beautiful meat was, I used my mind to take a look, and I didn't expect. As she spoke, the image replayed in her mind of that person peeling the cooked beautiful meat and chewing it, almost making her want to throw up again. Yen Chen quickly stepped forward to stop her from thinking further, gently stroking her back. Don't think about it anymore, okay? The babies, Bao Bao and Bei Bei, will wake up soon. Let's take them out to play. He tried to distract her with thoughts of the babies. Facing the man's kindness and concern, Chio Gio felt grateful, but she also had to confront the reality. Until she could control the Hongming energy to repair the atmosphere, the apocalypse would continue. She couldn't hide forever. She needed to be strong and overcome her fears. Didn't they say that the best way to reduce fear is to face it directly?
I'm Fine.
Such things will happen often in the future, and I need to grow. Okay, but... No buts, she said firmly, looking into the man's worried eyes. Yen Chen nodded, understanding that this was something they had to face eventually. All right, I understand. He then turned to everyone and shared the information revealed by the man in the black coat, asking for their thoughts. Yen Chen said, the situation outside is getting more chaotic. We don't even know where the Black Dragon Gang is. With natural disasters and human misfortunes happening, those people have no legal constraints and can kill without hesitation. We have no idea how many members they have, or when they might surround us. After we eat, I plan to go out with Alin to scout. What do you all think? I disagree with you going out. As soon as Chio Gio heard this, she knew he saw her as a sheltered flower and had forgotten her abilities. None of you need to go out to find the Black Dragon Gang. Let me handle this. Now that Sister Chioyu is gone, everyone here is family. I want you all to awaken your abilities first, so everyone's safety can be better ensured. Abilities? Is it the same as yours? The 4 bodyguards were excited to hear this, and Yen Su's high-pitched voice startled the 2 sleeping babies awake. Little Chioyu cried out, followed by Yen Yu also starting to cry. Chio Gio and Yen Chen quickly stood up and ran to the stroller, picking up the little ones Chioyu and Yen Yu, holding them close and gently patting their backs to comfort them. At the same time, they spoke softly to the children, trying to calm them down. Yen Su realized he had caused trouble and felt guilty as he looked at the boss and the young lady, softly apologizing to the 2 babies. I'm sorry, little ones. Uncle Su's voice was too loud and scared you. Please forgive me. When you grow up, I'll let you ride a big horse, okay?
Please stop crying.
Perhaps it was the comfort from Chio Gio and Yen Chen, or maybe Yen Su's sincere apology that worked, but the 2 babies stopped crying, leaning their heads against Chio Gio's chest and smacking their lips, clearly hungry. What clever little ones. Everyone relaxed when the babies stopped fussing. Chio Gio took the 2 babies to feed them. A few others, seeing the boss and the young lady enter the room, rushed over and pinned Yen Su to the sofa, giving him a playful roughing up. This is what you get for not learning your lesson. After all these years with us, how can you not stay calm? Yen Ling grabbed Yen Su's ear, clearly frustrated. Yen Su winced in pain, struggling to breathe under the weight of his brothers. He quickly begged, hey, big brother, second brother, third brother, take it easy. I'm sorry. I promise I'll think twice next time. Please let me go. Yen Ling and the others were not really angry. They were just pretending to teach him a lesson. Seeing he understood his mistake, they released his ear and said lightly, "As long as you understand, be more careful in the future." Yen Su covered his ear, jumped off the sofa, and hid behind Feng Senyang, nodding and bowing. "Yes, yes, yes, third brother is right. I will definitely improve, I promise." In the bedroom of the Black Dragon Gang, Chio Gio gently pushed the man. "You should go outside. I need to feed the baby." The man stubbornly shook his head. "I'm here to help take care of the baby. You can relax." No, she did not feel relaxed at all. Hearing this, Chio Gio's face turned a suspicious shade of pink as she pushed him out. "But this is a woman's matter. It's not convenient for a man to be here." The man smiled lightly and said casually, "It's just breastfeeding. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I drank breast milk when I was a child. There's no shame in it." Chio Gio was speechless. His experience with breast milk had nothing to do with her situation. It made no sense at all. Just as she was about to say something, she caught the teasing look from the man and his next words, "Besides, I've had it too, so why are you shy?" Chio Gio followed his gaze and felt her face flush all the way to her neck.
You.
She was suddenly at a loss for words. She stomped her foot and waved her hand, and she and her baby, Bebe, disappeared into the space of the villa's bedroom, wanting to avoid the awkwardness. The air was left with her lingering low curse, "You dog of a man." Seeing the little girl Yenyu also vanish with his wife, Yenchen couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head helplessly, thinking how cute his wife looked even when she was shy, and walked out of the room. In the International Business Building, 8 kilometers north of the Jingyuan Huayuan, the Black Dragon Gang firmly occupied this building, with strict hierarchy and discipline within the organization. The gang leader, Brother Huapao, was a burly man in his mid-30s, tall and with a gloomy face, marked by a deep scar that crossed half of his face, making him appear even darker and more ruthless. At that moment, he was sitting in front of a luxurious bed, leaning back with his hands behind him, enjoying the extreme service from a man and a woman dressed in light fabric. The young, handsome man was moving up and down, making strange gasping sounds, while the young girl gently pressed on his shoulders with her delicate hands. Not far from the side of the bed was an iron railing, lined with rows of guns and knives. In front of the bed stood a row of subordinates, heads bowed, not daring to look him in the eye. Huapao raised his head and scanned the crowd. His cold gaze made people shiver. With that menacing scar, just one glance sent chills down their spines. He slowly spoke. "The situation in our Black Dragon Gang isn't looking good. The supplies we've recovered are getting fewer. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Rough fingers brushed over the handsome young man's fair skin, creating red marks before he happily put on his clothes and led his subordinates out of the room. They arrived at the large conference room in the business building where the high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Gang had gathered. Some of them were his former prison companions, all looking fierce. Upon his arrival, they immediately stood up to greet him. He felt like a king in that moment, and he raised his hand to signal everyone to sit down. He took his place at the head of the table and called over a younger member, asking, "Where is that guy with the yellow hair who came to join us? Bring him to me." The younger member left and returned in less than 10 minutes with the important person. The yellow-haired guy was none other than Chio Gio, the son of Chio Gio's uncle. As soon as he arrived, he bowed and greeted, "Brother Huapao, you called for me." "Yes, tell everyone what you know about Jingyuan Huayuan and the family with a lot of resources," Huapao said, giving him a glance. Chio Gio, feeling pleased, raised his chin and slowly shared details about Jingyuan Huayuan, embellishing the story about the 2102 household, emphasizing the attractive people and their abundant resources. The others were intrigued, but Huapao narrowed his eyes, frowning at Chio Gio. He disliked people who exaggerated, and it was clear this guy was embellishing. However, hearing about handsome men and beautiful women piqued his interest. He was curious to see what they looked like, so he held back and waved for Chio Gio to step down. Afterward, Huapao began to look around at his subordinates and slowly asked, "What do you all think?" "Boss, I think this sounds a bit suspicious." That guy might be trying to fool us, said a scar-faced man, still holding onto some rationality and doubt despite his interest. Huapao furrowed his brow even more. I share that concern, but he doesn't seem like he's lying. He might just be exaggerating. Brother Huapao, how about we send someone to check it out? It would help us figure out if it's true, suggested another lean man. If that yellow-haired kid dares to trick us, I'll make him pay, Huapao nodded. He was a leader who listened to suggestions. All right, who will go? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people eagerly raised their hands. The leader glanced at them and finally pointed to a strong man, saying, "You take 2 people, and be careful." Yes, the strong man replied, and took 2 people with him to leave. After they left, the leader discussed some matters with his subordinates before departing. There was nothing more to say that night. The next morning, the strong man hurried to the leader and said, "Boss, what that young guy said is true, but the situation is a bit tricky." The leader, who was about to get ready, immediately stood up and asked, "What happened?" The strong man took a few deep breaths and replied, "We didn't see anyone from house 2102 leave, but we heard from inside the building that the family is quite skilled, and they are indeed a handsome couple. However, the woman is pregnant and should have given birth by now. The key point is that this family has real weapons and is not easy to deal with. They've been trading supplies for jade and jewelry lately." Hearing this, the leader sat back in his chair, resting one leg on the edge, and pondered for a moment before saying, "Trading for jade and jewelry? What do they want those non-food items for?" The strong man shook his head, equally puzzled. "I heard that the family spoils their daughter-in-law and is trading to get things for her." He added, "This is information I got by trading a sausage from the hallway." "Interesting. Find someone else to investigate that family further. It would be best to lure them out to see what they are like," the leader said with a glint of interest in his eyes, secretly planning how to take down House 2102. At that moment, the 4 bodyguards and Feng Sanyang were in shock, completely stunned by what they were witnessing. "Oh my, this is truly unbelievable," Yan Su felt as if he were in a dream. He elbowed Feng Sanyang beside him and said, "Sister, slap me to see if I'm dreaming."
Oh.
Feng Sanyang stumbled from the sudden elbow jab. Once she realized what was happening, she instinctively raised her hand and slapped Yan Su's cheek. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the penthouse, bringing all 5 of them back to reality. Yan Su felt a stinging pain on his face, confirming that everything he saw was real, not a dream. He touched his sore face, smiled widely, and winced a bit, saying, "Sister Feng, you really did it. I've never been slapped before." He tried to smile again, feeling the sting from Feng Sanyang's slap. Feng Sanyang smiled apologetically, raised her hand, and indicated a small distance with her thumb and pinky, awkwardly saying, "Sorry, I hit a bit hard." She was also surprised, not realizing she had followed Yan Su's words and slapped him until she reacted, and was startled herself. When Chio Gio and Yan Chen noticed, they said, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and come down." They carried Chio Yu and Yan Yu down the stairs. "We're coming." Everyone quickly responded and ran to them. When they reached downstairs, everyone was amazed to see their young lady, as if performing magic, pulling out many ingredients and placing them on the kitchen counter. There were abalone, lobsters, live pigeons, and various vegetables. It was unbelievable. Even a bluefin tuna weighing 300 to 400 pounds, still alive as if just pulled from the water.
What are you staring at?
"Aren't you hungry? Go make lunch," Yan Chen said, looking at the 4 bodyguards who were frozen in place. "Oh, yes, yes." The bodyguards and Feng Sanyang finally moved towards the kitchen, their minds unable to describe everything they had seen today. It was beyond scientific explanation. "Young lady, may I ask where these ingredients came from?" Curious Yan Su chimed in.
Well,
"Before the disaster, I collected some while sailing in M City, and some are from my own farm. Everyone go ahead and cook. After eating, you can explore the space." Chio Gio replied, reminding them, "Don't be curious about the house next door, or try to get close. You can explore other places freely. Once you leave this space, everything here should stay with you. Do you understand?" Yen Chen added. Yes, we understand, the bodyguards and Feng Sanyang replied in unison. They knew well the dangers of revealing too much, and that it could bring unnecessary trouble to the young lady. Yen Chen was satisfied and left the kitchen to them, sitting in the living room with Chio Gio to play with the two little babies. The four bodyguards immediately understood and calmed their excitement, picking up ingredients and skillfully preparing the food. Their movements were quick, showing they were used to cooking. After lunch, Chio Gio waved goodbye to the four of them and Feng Sanyang, sending them to the other side of the river to chase pigs and sheep, while she and Yen Chen put the little ones to sleep and took a nap themselves. In the afternoon, after their nap, she called the others back. Suddenly returning to the villa's living room, everyone was caught off guard. Yen Meng was still in the act of picking fruit from a tree when she lost her support and fell to the floor. She quickly jumped up, pretending nothing happened. Yen Su was still running when he bumped into the living room wall with a loud bang. Everyone winced for him, and Chio Gio covered her face, unable to watch, but there was enough space between her fingers to fit another finger. Just a moment ago on the mountain, Yen Su had somehow provoked a grazing horse, which began to chase him. He was running while taunting the horse. Just as he was having fun, Chio Gio brought him back to the villa's living room, leading to this scene. Haha, are you okay? Chio Gio laughed at Yen Su's predicament. Yen Chen glanced at him and said, You deserved it. Feeling the teasing gazes from everyone, Yen Su shrank his neck and muttered, I didn't mean to provoke that horse. He should feel embarrassed considering he was the one taunting while running. After the laughter, Chio Gio waved her hand, suppressing her smile, and said seriously, All right, we have something more important to do. Soon, I will help you awaken your abilities. However, the process can be difficult and painful, so you must endure it. You cannot fall asleep or faint. If you do, it means failure, and you will have to wait until the animals mutate to try again. Seeing that no one was discouraged by her words, Chio Gio wasted no more time. She used her control over space to gather 6 small energy spheres, each the size of a thumb, which floated into her hands. As for what kind of special abilities you can awaken, it depends on yourselves. If you're ready, just swallow this energy orb. With that, she waved her hand, and 6 energy orbs flew in front of Yen Chen and the others. Without hesitation, Yen Chen swallowed his orb, followed by the 4 bodyguards. Feng Sanyang also took a deep breath and resolutely swallowed hers. After seeing everyone consume the mist orbs, Chio Gio stopped speaking and quietly played with the babies while observing. At first, after swallowing the mist orbs, everyone felt dizzy, as if they had drunk the strongest alcohol, with a spinning sensation and heavy eyelids. However, they remembered Chio Gio's warning not to fall asleep or faint, so they gritted their teeth and fought to stay awake. Yen Chen was the first to react. His body began to tremble, and waves of pain surged from within. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged, clearly struggling to endure the pain. Feng Sanyang and the others also showed varying degrees of reaction, their bodies shaking, but not as intensely as Yen Chen. Seeing this, Chio Gio nodded to herself. Since receiving the spatial inheritance, she had noticed Yen Chen's unique physique, which was very suitable for cultivation. Out of personal interest, she had given him a denser energy orb than the others, believing he could handle it. If he succeeded, his abilities would be stronger than theirs. Yen Chen's trembling intensified, and his face grew paler. Although Chio Gio believed he would pull through, seeing his pale face made her anxious. She couldn't help him directly, and could only watch. Yen Chen endured the discomfort, feeling a powerful energy surging within him, electrifying his muscles and bones with a painful intensity. He closed his eyes tightly, cold sweat covering his forehead, his teeth grinding together. Chenggo, hang in there. Chio Gio called out worriedly as she watched his reaction. Hearing her concerned voice, he tried to reassure her, I can do it, don't worry. At the same time, he silently urged himself, I must succeed. Just then, Yen Chen suddenly let out a roar, his body shaking violently as a powerful aura erupted from him. Chio Gio quickly created a protective barrier to shield herself and the babies.
Bang!
A loud bang echoed, and the lights in the living room went out instantly. The entire space, with the curtains still drawn, was plunged into darkness. The sofa beneath him crumbled to pieces, and all the nearby furniture was destroyed. Even the 4 bodyguards and Feng Sanyang, who were awakening their powers, were blown back several meters by the strong force. Oh no! My living room! Looking around at the mess, Chio Gio felt heartbroken. If she had known that awakening powers would cause such a commotion, she would never have allowed these people to do it in the living room. As time passed, the pain within Yan Chen gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue. He felt as if his energy had been drained, leaving him barely able to stand. Did I succeed? Yan Chen looked at his body uncertainly. Suddenly, he felt a new sensation. He realized he could sense everything around him, and his vision became incredibly sharp. He could see through the wall to the trees outside, their leaves gently swaying. Tiny arcs of electricity danced between his fingers, crackling softly. Yan Lin, Yan Ling, and Yan Meng, along with Feng Sanyang, had also endured the painful moment and were now sitting on the ground, exhausted. Each of them felt something different and looked at their bodies with surprise. Feng Sanyang sensed a strange power flowing within her, a feeling unlike anything she had experienced before. This power allowed her to control the wind around her. She couldn't help but spread her arms, and a gentle breeze brushed against her cheeks, wiping away some sweat from her forehead.
Is this what powers feel like?
Feng Sanyang whispered excitedly. Yan Lin had awakened metal powers, Yan Ling had fire powers, Yan Meng had ice powers, and Yan Su had spatial powers. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy and excitement. Seeing that they had all successfully awakened their powers, Chio Gio felt relieved. However, when she looked at the messy living room, her expression fell, and she looked defeated. She glared at the one responsible. Yan Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, surprised by what had happened. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It felt like electricity coursing through my body, and then, Chio Gio crossed her arms, glaring at Yan Chen with dissatisfaction. I don't want to hear it. The living room is a mess because of you. You need to clean it up and fix everything, including the lights. Humph. She felt heartbroken. It was her dream room. Yan Chen looked at Chio Gio with a helpless expression, her little tantrum making her quite adorable. He promised her that he would recover and rolled up his sleeves to start tidying up. The 4 bodyguards quickly stepped in to help their boss. In the following time, Chio Gio pulled Feng Sanyang to a corner that she had just protected with her mental network. The 2 of them happily ate fruit, chatted casually, and admired the 5 different types of strong men working hard. Once they had repaired the lights in the living room and cleaned the floor, she waved her hand to replace all the broken furniture and then sent everyone out of the space. Before leaving, she reminded everyone to be careful with their abilities and not to expose them unnecessarily before humans had mutated. Then she took the children back to the master bedroom. The next day, after nearly 3 months of heavy rain, it suddenly stopped last night. In the morning, the long-awaited sunlight broke through the thick clouds, casting warm golden rays onto the world that had been ravaged by the storm. Everyone look. The rain has stopped. A voice shouted excitedly, breaking the silence in the hallway like a ray of dawn, igniting hope in people's hearts. They opened their tired eyes and looked toward the beam of light coming through the window. Those who had been nearly driven to despair by the disaster now cheered with joy, their faces filled with happiness. They embraced each other under the sunlight, grateful for this gift of light, thankful that the rain had finally ceased. Each person celebrated their survival in their own way, expressing their anticipation for a new life.
Great.
The rain has stopped. We're saved. Sun, did you see? The sun is out. I knew it. I knew we would find a way out, ha. Someone shouted joyfully. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. Another person exclaimed excitedly. Some cried out loud, I finally made it through. From now on, I won't slack off at work anymore. This was their way of releasing the pressure they had felt, a catharsis after regaining their lives. The cheers echoed in the air, a joy that only comes after experiencing life and death, a celebration of survival. The sunlight was like a beam of hope, illuminating the darkness in people's hearts and allowing their tense nerves to relax for a moment. Excited, thrilled, and full of hope, everyone looks forward to returning to their ordinary daily lives. Indeed, there was a time when life felt unsatisfactory, but now I realize that those simple, everyday moments were truly beautiful and rich. In room 2102, Chio Gio woke up and used her mental focus to observe the situation in the building. Seeing this scene brought mixed feelings to her heart. It's good that people are optimistic. It makes them feel better inside. However, when hope turns into despair, that is the scariest part. Chio Gio blinked, hiding the indescribable sadness rising within her. She withdrew her mental energy, got out of bed quietly, and walked to the window. Looking at the bright sunlight outside, her biggest worry had come true. The so-called butterfly effect had indeed occurred. She remembered that the original story mentioned a natural disaster with heavy rain that lasted for 3 whole months, stopping only on the first day of July, followed by 7 days and nights of heavy snow, flooding, and extreme cold. But now, the timeline was off, arriving a whole week earlier. Would the following events unfold as described in the original story? What kind of greater challenges awaited them? She had no idea. She was not the clever heroine from a story. She was just an ordinary woman. What should she do? It felt like fate was pushing her to grow stronger. Now that the baby was safely born, she had no more worries or excuses to let herself slack off.
Come on.
Chio Gio, you can do it. You can become strong and end this crisis. She encouraged herself quietly. Maybe she wasn't the smartest, but with perseverance, she believed she could succeed. At that moment, strong arms wrapped around her from behind, pulling her into a solid embrace. The pleasant scent of wood and pine filled her senses, bringing her wandering thoughts back. The man, still slightly hoarse from just waking up, spoke softly in her ear. "Wife, what are you thinking? You seemed lost in thought. I called you twice, and you didn't respond." Struggling to control her trembling body, Chio Gio turned to look into the man's deep eyes. Whenever she was held by this man, who was significantly taller than her, she felt like a child in his arms, surrounded by a comforting sense of safety. She gently patted the man's hand and softly said, "It's nothing, just thinking about some things. By the way, when did you wake up? You must be tired. Did you get up last night to take care of the babies?" "I woke up just as you did. Taking care of you is my duty and responsibility." The man relaxed his grip, turned with her to look out at the sunlight, and added, "The timeline you mentioned doesn't match up."
Are you worried about that?
He was really perceptive, able to see right through her thoughts. No wonder he could be a big boss. The two enjoyed their rare moment of peace, sitting in silence and embracing each other while gazing out the window. At that moment, the once bright sky began to gather dark clouds, turning ominous. The wind grew cold and sharp. Suddenly, a small snowflake drifted down from the clouds, twirling in the air before gently landing on the rushing floodwaters. This snowflake seemed like a signal, and soon more and more snowflakes fell from the sky, like feathers or tiny ice crystals, filling the world with their gentle descent. At first, the snowflakes fell slowly, but as time passed, they became denser, as if countless little spirits were dancing in the air. The snowflakes settled on rooftops, forming a thin blanket of snow, making the houses above the floodwaters look like they were covered in silver feathers. The flood was gradually covered by the white snow, slowing down and eventually stopping as ice crystals began to rise on the water's surface, slowly blanketing everything in white. Within 2 days, the entire world seemed transformed into a fairy tale land dressed in silver. A cold wave swept across the planet, and people returned to a state of distress, with countless lives lost that night. It was truly a moment of despair. People bundled up in various seasonal clothes, huddling together to resist the cold. Someone's radio crackled with static, and then a heavy voice came through. To the vast masses of the people, this is a temporary broadcast from GJ. Natural disasters and human tragedies are happening around us. We are doing our best to carry out rescue efforts, but the situation is very serious and not optimistic. The government calls on the public to stay calm and united, hoping everyone can take action to help themselves and each other to get through this tough time. The government is urgently setting up shelters in various cities, and we ask everyone to find the nearest local shelter for safety. Next came the heavy voice, emotionlessly announcing the locations of the shelters. Chio Gio stopped paying close attention. The outdoor temperature had dropped to -36 degrees. She focused her mind and turned the indoor heating system to maximum power, but the heating was not keeping up with the cold, and the indoor temperature had already dropped to around 10 degrees. This made her, a girl who had always lived in the South, feel very uncomfortable and shiver with cold. Suddenly, she remembered the high-tech anti-cold suit she had received earlier at a popular live-streaming base. She quickly used her thoughts to grab a suitable size and tossed it onto the coffee table. Then she rushed back to her room to change into the anti-cold suit. Once she felt a bit of warmth and her body started to warm up, she sighed in relief. The cold had made her shiver, but now it was finally easing. She thought to herself, the power of this high-tech suit is truly impressive. With the current temperature, she didn't dare to leave the babies outside, so she brought them into the space villa while they were asleep. She and Yen-chin took turns caring for them in the space, but this wasn't a long-term solution. She needed to find a way to raise the indoor temperature. In the spacious bedroom, the man's gaze was unfocused, drifting over the fallen books. The moment Chio Gio entered the space, she saw this scene and found it quite interesting. She didn't know what he was thinking, as he didn't even notice her arrival. Grey Wolf and Red Wolf were lying beside the crib, watching over the two sleeping babies. When they saw her, they lifted their heads for a moment before lying back down. It wasn't until Chio Gio stood in front of Yen-chin for a while that he snapped back to reality, immediately getting up to take her hand. Feeling her cold hand, he frowned with concern and asked, "Are you cold?" He then warmed her hands with his own. "Fortunately, I have the nano-cold-resistant clothing I got from the influencer live-streaming base, which can withstand temperatures below -60 degrees. With her hands free, Chio Gio leaned forward and hugged the man's waist, gently patting his back with one hand.
How about you?
"Are you okay?" Yen-chin was taken aback by her sudden warmth, but a smile quickly appeared in his eyes. It was rare for his little woman to take the initiative to hug him. Then, he was surprised by her gentle touch, and he raised his hand to embrace her back. "It's rare for you to hug me first. What's going on?" "Really? I just wanted to comfort you. You looked sad and distracted a moment ago." The man's embrace felt very safe, and Chio Gio snuggled closer, feeling his strong chest. Yen-chin appreciated her actions, but thinking about his family back in the capital made his brow furrow with deep worry. "I was thinking about my parents and grandparents. If it were just heavy rain, I wouldn't be too worried. I trust my older brothers to take care of things at home." But the sudden extreme cold. Although he didn't fully express his concerns, Chio Gio understood his worries. Lying in his arms, she looked up at him and asked seriously, "What are you thinking now?" "I was considering how to talk to you about bringing you and the babies back to the capital. Living together as a family would make me feel more at ease. Plus, with my parents and grandparents eager to help take care of the little ones, we could focus on our own things." Yen-chin looked down at her, seeking her opinion, and his nervousness was evident. After a moment of silence, he added seriously, Gio, please believe me, my family is easy to get along with. You will definitely like them." This was the first time he used her real name. Since she arrived, he hadn't talked about his family, and she had thought he wasn't worried about them. Seeing his increasingly tense expression, Chio Gio stopped teasing him and agreed. "Okay, we'll go to the capital with you." Hearing her response, Yen-chen's mood brightened instantly. He hugged his little woman tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. You really want to go back to the capital with me?" he asked again, unsure. "Yes," Chio Gio nodded firmly. "Thank you, my dear." Yen-chin was a bit excited. Suddenly, his feet left the ground as he picked up Chio Gio and spun her around. When her feet safely touched the floor again, she still felt a little dizzy. She really wanted to thank him. Taking a deep breath and shaking her head to clear the dizziness, Chio Gio shot him a glance and said, "Next time you spin me around, could you please give me a heads up? It would help me prepare." Hearing this, Yenchen realized he might have gone a bit too far. He awkwardly touched his nose and quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I just got a little excited." "Thank you, my dear." All right, no need for all the thanks. "Here, put this on quickly," she said, handing him a men's nano anti-cold jacket. Accepting the jacket made him feel warm inside, and he reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "Thank you." However, she swatted his hand away and complained, "Hey, don't mess with my hair. I heard that can stop me from growing taller." Height was a sore spot for Chio Gio. She had finally reached 1.6 meters, but she still dreamed of being 1.7 meters. Compared to the tall man in front of her, who was 1.88 meters, it felt even more discouraging. Seeing him about to burst into laughter, Chio Gio quickly stepped away, preferring not to see it. Not long after finishing dinner, the door of room 2102, which hadn't been knocked on for a long time, was suddenly knocked rhythmically. This made the few big men inside pause their actions. At this moment, Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang were taking care of the baby in the space, leaving only the 5 big men in room 2102. Yenchen tried to slowly extend his newly awakened mental power outward. A miraculous scene unfolded as he clearly saw what was happening outside the door in his mind. However, within less than a minute, he began to feel dizzy and cold sweat broke out, prompting him to quickly withdraw his mental power. But in that short time, he had gained a clear understanding of the situation outside. After recovering, he looked at Yanlin and the others, his expression darkening. "It's people from the Black Dragon Gang."
What?
"People from the Black Dragon Gang?" Yen Su's puzzled voice came from the kitchen, and then his head peeked out. Since the young lady helped them awaken their abilities, their hearing and vision have improved. Even if the boss is talking in the living room while he washes dishes in the kitchen, he can hear everything clearly. When they heard the words Black Dragon Gang, Yanlin, Yanling, and Yanmeng all stood up from the sofa, their eyes filled with excitement, as they were eager for some practice. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yenchen paused for a moment before dampening their hopes. "It's not as simple as you think. Besides the Black Dragon Gang outside, there are also a few women who were brought here under threat. Darn, those scoundrels. I'll go out and take care of them." Yen Su rolled up his sleeves and was ready to rush outside. "Don't be impulsive," Yen Lin said, pulling Yen Su back. He spoke seriously. "The Black Dragon Gang is not here for friendly reasons. If we go out now and start a fight, innocent people could get hurt. We're not saints, but we also don't want to harm the innocent. Plus, there are many onlookers outside. If a fight breaks out, we won't have enough space to use our abilities, and we can't expose our powers just yet. Boss, what should we do then?" After hearing Yanlin's words, they turned to their boss. Yen Su and Yanling felt it was a shame they couldn't take down the Black Dragon Gang members. Yen Chen's eyes flickered, and he shook his head. As Alin said, "Let's observe the situation first. If possible, we should avoid conflict. Later tonight, I'll take you somewhere fun. For now, let's go meet them." Just as Yen Chen finished speaking, there was more noise outside. Perhaps they were getting impatient, as the knocking turned into banging on the door. Outside, a bald man named Li Kuei stood, his large frame resembling a wild beast, with powerful muscles radiating strength and a fierce aura. Among the members of the Black Dragon Gang, he was quite eye-catching. He had come with a purpose, to test the waters of this family. Before leaving, their 3 leaders had advised them to be cautious, but he felt it wasn't necessary. After all, they were just a few young guys and 2 women. What was there to worry about? Everyone knew about their leaders' little hobbies. When he saw the true nature of this family, he would capture them all and bring them back to his boss to take credit, so he abandoned the plan to use the women as leverage. He approached and raised his large fist, pounding on the door of room 2102 while shouting loudly, Whoever is in room 2102, come out now. If not, I'll break down this door, and you'll regret it." As Yen Chun and the others opened the door, they were startled by a shout, causing them to cover their ears. Yen Chun quickly assessed the situation, and after stepping back from the crowd, he kicked the burly man away like a beast. The members of the Black Dragon Gang raised their weapons at Yen Chun and his group, but hesitated to fire, as they were instructed not to harm the target. The atmosphere became tense, and onlookers quickly dispersed, leaving only the two opposing sides in the hallway. Just as Yen Chun intended, the four bodyguards also aimed their guns at the other side, with neither side making a move for a moment. The bald man, Li Kuei, never expected the other side to act so quickly and to kick him away. Shocked, he got up, grimacing, and shouted at Yen Chun, "How dare you kick me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed at Yen Chun, throwing a powerful punch aimed at his face, hoping to defeat him in one blow. However, to his surprise, he not only missed but was kicked away by Yen Chun again. Yen Chun looked coldly at the pained, curled-up figure of Li Kuei and sneered, "With someone like you, it's not even fun to deal with." After that, Li Kuei let out a painful scream, and everyone turned to see him rolling on the ground, clutching his groin. The members of the Black Dragon Gang shouted, "Brother Kuei." The four bodyguards thought to themselves that their boss was supposed to avoid fighting, but ended up being so ruthless. Yen Su reflected that their boss truly liked to eliminate the root of the problem. The younger members of the Black Dragon Gang, seeing Li Kuei in pain, felt a chill and were shocked. They never expected that the people in this room would be so fierce, not only kicking Brother Kuei away, but also incapacitating him. They wondered if someone so ruthless could really be controlled by their leader. Yen Chun glanced around coldly and said with a sneer, "You have two choices. 1, leave now and we won't bother each other again. 2, stay and you won't be able to leave." Hearing this, the members of the Black Dragon Gang were afraid that the 2102 group would change their minds. They helped Li Kuei and quickly ran away. Yen Chun looked down at his feet, thinking about the kicks he had just delivered without much effort. Indeed, his abilities had doubled, and his subordinates were a bit disappointed that they hadn't had a chance to fully engage. He cleared his throat and said slowly, "Pay attention to the direction they are leaving. Tonight, I will take you to their hideout." Yen Su internally complained about his boss. What a small-minded person, feeling proud now. Night fell quickly, and Yen Chun soon told Chio Gio about what had happened outside in the afternoon and shared his plan. To his surprise, his little woman insisted on leading them there, wanting to be more stealthy. So, everyone double-checked the original plan. Just as they were about to set off, Chio Gio waved her hand, and they all vanished into her space. Moments later, they found themselves on the territory of the Black Dragon Gang. Looking at the piles of supplies, rice, flour, oil, snacks, daily necessities, drinks, and more, they were all taken aback. His young lady had directly brought them into the gang's supply warehouse. Chio Gio's display of power shocked the four bodyguards and Feng Sanyang. They felt both envious and proud. After all, she was their young lady. Chio Gio was unaware of their thoughts. Using her mental power, she created an absolute domain around the warehouse, blocking all sound from escaping. Facing the admiring gazes of the bodyguards and Feng Sanyang, she waved her hand confidently, saying, "Take whatever you want. I will take everything I can carry." Yen Ling immediately wanted to express his shock but was blocked by Yen Su, who quickly said, "Young lady, from now on, you are my idol. If anyone dares to say you and Third Master are not a match, I won't let them off." Hey, hearing that, Chio Gio immediately smiled, but her eyes didn't show the same joy. She meant to say that there seemed to be quite a few people with opinions about her and her boss. "So, are you saying someone has said before that I'm not good enough for him?" As she spoke, she poked the person next to her in the side. The man quickly caught her mischievous hand, saying, "Honey, don't listen to Ah Su's nonsense. It's not true." He shot a disapproving glance at Yen Su, as if to say, "Think before you speak." No one has said anything," Yen Su quickly denied, realizing he had misspoken. "Oh no, what did he just say?" At first, he thought the young lady wasn't good enough for the third master, and those who thought that were indeed them. Now he felt like he was getting slapped in the face. If he admitted it, those people would tear him apart, and he could already feel the unkind gazes from his older brothers. Oh, so there's nothing at all, Chio Gio said meaningfully, stretching out her words, making Yen Su's heart tremble. Yen Chen looked at his little woman with her mischievousness and couldn't help but chuckle. Then his voice turned serious as he addressed the lively Yen Su. Do you need me to teach you how to do it? Besides the young lady, you're the only one with spatial abilities here. Yes. I'll go gather supplies right away. Yen Su hurriedly left Chio Gio's side, feeling like he had just been granted a pardon. The third master's smile was too terrifying. He was really afraid the young lady would dig deeper. To make up for his mistake and help everyone forget what just happened, he quickly walked over to the pile of supplies, mimicking Chio Gio, and waved his hand at the supplies, thinking, it's time to witness a miracle. But awkwardly, nothing happened. Feng Shenyang, very fittingly, used her powers, and a gentle breeze brushed against Yen Su's face. Pfft, ha ha ha. Yen Lin and Feng Shenyang couldn't help but laugh. Everyone thought, if a row of crows flew over his head, it would be even more fitting. Even Chio Gio found it hilarious. She seriously doubted if Yen Su was there to be funny. How did he become her brother Chen's bodyguard? She looked at Yen Chan with a questioning gaze. Yen Su glanced at everyone, feeling the heat rise in his face, turning red to his ears. What are you laughing at? I just lack experience, okay? Everyone replied, we understand. Yen Su said, you all are too much. He turned around and obediently followed the practice he had learned at the beginning, needing to touch things with his hands to store them in his space. Inside, he felt frustrated, wondering why he couldn't be like the young lady who could gather everything with just a wave of her hand. The difference between people felt so vast. He had only recently awakened his ability, and his space was small, just 5 square meters. So, he picked up what he needed quickly, but soon it was full, and there was still so much more in the warehouse. Just as he was about to speak to the young lady, he saw Chio Gio wave her hand, and all the supplies vanished into thin air. This made Yen Su feel even more disheartened. He vowed to practice his abilities diligently. One day, he would catch up to the young lady. Chingo, I just searched every storage area in the entire building, even took all their weapons, Chio Gio said, ignoring Yen Su's thoughts and focusing on Yen Chen, her proud expression impossible to hide. The others were shocked by her words. Young lady, are you saying you took all the supplies stored by the Black Dragon Gang from other places? Chio Gio nodded confidently. Yes, I took them all. It was early morning, the time when people are most tired, and the Black Dragon Gang members were resting, with only a few on patrol. They would probably not realize their supplies had vanished until the next morning.
Oh my.
How many more skills does our young lady have that we don't know about? Feng Shenyang was more thoughtful and voiced her concerns. If we take all their supplies like this, the Black Dragon Gang won't just let it go. Even if they can't know who did it, I'm afraid they might retaliate indiscriminately, putting the surrounding people at risk. Hearing this, the 4 bodyguards looked at Chio Gio. She instinctively turned to Yen Chen. Sister Feng is right. Chingo, what should we do next? Chio Gio was aware that she wasn't the smartest person, so she thought it was better to let the clever ones handle the planning. Feeling the care from his partner, Yen Chen considered for a moment and asked, can you sense how many of them there are? Chio Gio nodded, focused for a moment, and then replied, there are more than 70. Do you remember Team Leader Hua? Tomorrow is the day for distributing relief supplies. Let's mention this to them tomorrow. I believe the government will take action. He was a businessman who often found himself doing hard work without reward, and he never wanted to get involved in tackling crime. That was the police's job, whether before a disaster or after the end of the world. The others agreed, saying that sounds safe. Chio Gio and Feng Shenyang exchanged glances, a spark of understanding in their eyes, and nodded in agreement with the man's suggestion. Once they decided what to do, they didn't linger any longer. Just like when they arrived, Chio Gio led everyone into the space, and instantly transported them back to room 2102 to wash up and rest. In the Black Dragon Gang's territory, at the business building, the members were awakened by shouts of something bad has happened. They quickly jumped out of bed, grabbed their weapons, and rushed outside to see what was going on. The Black Dragon Gang was in an uproar. The chaos began when a member preparing breakfast opened the supply warehouse and found it completely empty. Startled, he dropped the container he was holding, making a loud noise as it hit the ground. He hurried to inform the leaders, and soon, news of the theft spread throughout the Black Dragon Gang. On the top floor of the luxurious business building, the third-in-command burst into the room, panting heavily. "Boss, something terrible has happened," he shouted. The cannon, who was exercising at the time, immediately froze in shock, his anger rising. If anything happened to him, he would make that guy pay. But since this person was brought in by his brother and managed the others well, he held back his frustration and asked, "What's going on that has you so worked up?" "Our supplies have all been stolen. Not a single item left," Lu Erzhong said through gritted teeth, secretly looking down on the leader for still joking around at such a time. Hearing this, the cannon was shocked but thought Lu Erzhong was just playing a prank. The entire stock of the Black Dragon Gang couldn't just be stolen without effort. It would take time to move everything. So, he casually got out of bed and walked over to Lu Erzhong, slapping him on the face and saying, "Lu Erzhong, are you messing with me? Is this a joke? I'm not kidding, I can take you down." Lu Erzhong, the third leader, was already unhappy with this person, and now his frustration had grown. At 45, he had a rough past, carving out a path with a steel knife in his youth. After taking the blame for a brother, he spent several years in prison. He was used to being tough and dominating. After getting out, he reunited with his brothers and returned to his old ways, but before he could establish himself, disaster struck. Now, faced with the calamity, he had to bow down to someone like Huabao, who only cared about his own pleasures. Lu Erzhong had long held a grudge against him, but had to endure because his brothers were loyal to Huabao. Now, being threatened by Huabao only stirred up his pent-up frustration. "Huabao, don't go too far." "I'm serious," Lu Erzhong said through gritted teeth. Huabao shot a fierce look at Lu Erzhong, ignoring the latter part of his statement. He knew Lu Erzhong was unhappy and wanted to replace him, but he was held back by the rules. Now he could no longer hold back. "Am I going too far?"
Ha!
Huabao dismissed the fire in Lu Erzhong's eyes, narrowing his own. He increased the force of his palm against Lu Erzhong's face. "Lu Erzhong, what do you think you are? You dare to talk to me about going too far? You're just a dog under my command. I let you have a position as the third leader for my own amusement. You really think you're something special? If it weren't for the fact that your brothers are also mine, you wouldn't even be here acting tough." Huabao continued, ignoring Lu Erzhong's anger. Lu Erzhong clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, his eyes filled with intense rage. In his prime, he would have had everyone responding to his call, and Huabao wouldn't have been able to issue commands. Huabao continued, "Do you know why I let you keep jumping around in front of me, even though I know you're unhappy? Because you're just a clown, and I enjoy watching you glare at me while being powerless to do anything about it, haraha." Huabao's words cut deep into Lu Erzhong's pride, turning his face a deep shade of red. His tightly clenched fists turned pale from the strain.
"Huabao, you."
Lu Erzhong could no longer hold back, his murderous intent clear. "Do you believe I could take you down right now?" Fire Cannon laughed loudly. Lu Erzhong, you finally revealed your true self. Can't hold back anymore? I knew you couldn't stand me, but so what? The Black Dragon Gang was created by me, and you can only talk big. No matter how powerful you think you are, that was before the disaster. Now we are in the end times. Do you understand? If you want to take me down, show me what you've got." Saying this, he stepped back to sit by the big bed, watching Lu Erzhong's changing expressions with amusement. "You scoundrel, I will kill you today," Lu Erzhong shouted, ready to charge forward. At that moment, 3 or 4 people rushed in from outside, looking panicked, bursting through the door without knocking. "Boss, it's bad." Seeing his brothers, Fire Cannon felt a jolt of worry. Could something really have happened? Boss, our supplies have vanished without a trace, and the brothers on watch didn't notice anything unusual. Without waiting for Fire Cannon to ask, the second-in-command, Zheng Feng, spoke seriously about the whole situation. What? Speak clearly, Fire Cannon exclaimed, standing up abruptly and grabbing Zheng Feng's collar. Boss, all our supplies have disappeared. All 3 warehouses are empty, Zheng Feng said, forcing himself to repeat it. Hearing this, Fire Cannon staggered back a few steps, shocked. How could this be possible? Who did this? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, Is everything on the 27th floor still there? Those items cannot be lost. They are for young Master Yen and his group. Boss, the 27th floor is also completely empty. Instantly, Fire Cannon was stunned, frozen like a statue, his expression locked in shock. The items on the 27th floor were hard-won, costing the lives of several of his brothers. Those items were specifically requested by young Master Yen before the disaster. If he could build that connection, he would surely rise to success. Now, everything was gone. Who was responsible for this? If he found out, he would make them pay dearly. After a long moment, a thunderous roar escaped his lips. Who did this? Investigate. Find out immediately. The people who stole the supplies managed to do it without anyone noticing, and this puzzled Zheng Feng the most. He seriously suspected that there was an insider in the Black Dragon gang. He suggested, Boss, I suspect we have a traitor in our gang. So many supplies couldn't be moved by just 1 or 2 people without alerting us. If it was a large group, how did they manage to do it so quietly? I believe someone inside must be helping them, knowing exactly where our supplies are, and coordinating the theft. After hearing Zheng Feng's analysis, he immediately thought of Lu Erzhong, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger as he stared at Lu Erzhong. Tell me, was it you, Lu Erzhong? Hua Pao said coldly. Although Lu Erzhong no longer wanted to be friendly with Hua Pao, he also didn't want to take the blame, so he replied, Hua Pao, don't go too far. I may not like you, always indulging in pleasures, but I'm not the kind of person who would betray the gang. Don't look at me with those suspicious eyes. If it's not you, then who? You're the only one in the Black Dragon gang who dislikes me. Hua Pao was in urgent need of an outlet for his frustration and wouldn't let Lu Erzhong go. In room 2102, Chio Gio was live-streaming the internal situation of the Black Dragon gang, speaking until her throat was dry. Yen Chen kindly handed her a cup of hot drink to soothe her throat. Chio Gio took a sip and continued her commentary. Everyone listened with great interest, and when she mentioned her Pao's incident on the business top floor, Yen Chen firmly requested that she only speak and not show any visuals. By the way, who is this Yen Xiao from Jing City? Chio Gio asked, confused. Considering his little woman's curiosity, Yen Chen thought that in a few days, they would be heading back to Jing City, and she should know about the power dynamics there. So, he briefly explained the situation before the disaster. Before the disaster, Jing City had a complex web of various forces, with 8 major families. Among them, our Yen family, the Mo family, the Yen family, and the Tong family were the leaders. The 4 families had mutual checks and cooperation, forming a very delicate relationship. I'll explain the details of these complexities when we return to the estate in Kyoto. Our Yen family's business covers various industries, but we made our fortune in pharmaceuticals. The Mo family focuses on technology and electronics, the Tong family runs a chain of hotels, and the Yen family has transitioned from the black market to legitimate businesses, although some shady operations are still ongoing. As for this Yen Xiao, he should be the 3rd son of the Yen family. Among the many descendants of the Yen family, he stands out. However, he is also known as a playboy, not taking things seriously, and enjoys flirting and being carefree. He is also involved in managing some shady businesses. This person is cunning and likes to scheme, so if you encounter him in the future, just ignore him. As for their cooperation with the artillery, if I'm not mistaken, the supplies on the 27th floor should be advanced weapons, right? Chio Gio nodded. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she waved her hand, revealing all the supplies taken from the Black Dragon gang's 27th floor, 10 full boxes. The 4 bodyguards' eyes lit up when they saw the advanced weapons. Lin picked up a submachine gun and played with it, saying, "Boss, these are all brand new. What does the 3rd son of the Yen family need so many weapons for?" Ling wondered.
Ha, who cares?
"They're ours now," Su said, stroking the guns and picking up a Desert Eagle, feeling its weight. "Third Master, could there be some unrest in the capital?" Meng, always calm, suggested. Chio Gio ignored their quiet discussion and, after taking out the guns, used her senses to check the situation in the Black Dragon Gang. What she saw made her excited. She jumped onto the sofa and started explaining. "They are fighting among themselves." "Oh yeah." Just then, Luo Zhang lifted his left foot and kicked between Huapao's legs.
Ah!
Huapao screamed and fell back onto the 3-meter-wide bed, startling the boy hiding under the bed, who screamed too, and then... Yan Chen's veins bulged. Seeing his little woman getting so excited, he directly picked her up and covered her mouth, ordering, "No more watching, no more talking." Chio Gio, suddenly restrained, waved her hands in dissatisfaction, breaking free from Yan Chen's hold. "What are you doing?" "I was watching something exciting. What do you think?" Yan Chen replied with a smile, his gaze never leaving her. This made Chio Gio feel uneasy, so she pretended to be confused and looked at the bystanders for help. Noticing the strange expression of the young lady seeking help, Su quickly jumped in, clapping his thigh to change the subject. "Third Master, you told us you would return to the capital in a few days. When can we set off?" He can't wait any longer. As soon as Third Master gives the word, he can leave immediately. His question indeed caught Yan Chen's attention. "I plan to wait until the snow stops, then we should set off. It will be in a few days, so you all should pack your things and put them in the young madam's space."
Got it.
"That's great. I'm starting to miss Uncle Lin's cooking." "Me too." The conversation shifted, and Chio Gio relaxed a bit. However, the shocking scene from the top floor of the business center kept replaying in her mind. She needed something beautiful to clear her thoughts, so she focused on the man's attractive hands as he moved. Lin and the others had been away from the capital for a while and missed their brothers at the Kyoto estate. As soon as they mentioned returning to Beijing, everyone eagerly discussed it, with transportation becoming their hottest topic. But before they could reach a conclusion, officials arrived, bringing unexpected news. It wasn't just Team Hua. A middle-aged man in formal attire and a green coat accompanied him. He rubbed his hands together to keep warm and smiled as he approached when he saw Yan Chen and the others come out. "Third Master Yan, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. You truly are impressive." Yan Chen did not recognize this person and frowned, looking at Team Hua for clarification. Hui Chen understood and quickly introduced. "Third Master, this is Mayor Peng from Z City. He has come to discuss some matters with you." Yan Chen raised an eyebrow, observing the man discreetly. What could the officials want to discuss with him? In this disaster-stricken world, he couldn't think of anything he could offer. After the introduction, they exchanged polite greetings before inviting them into room 2102. Mayor Peng led his 2 subordinates, carrying a large box of unknown contents, with Captain Hor following behind. They entered room 2102 and were immediately enveloped by a warm atmosphere. As they walked from the door to the living room, they felt the heat and had to unbutton their military coats. Upon seeing Chio Gio, who was playing with a baby doll, and Feng Sanyang sitting in the living room, they were surprised.
Who are these 2?
Mayor Peng couldn't help but ask, curious. He thought to himself that it was no wonder that the legendary figure in the business world, Master Yan San, could take such good care of women and children even in the apocalypse. The furnishings in the house showed that they were still living comfortably and knew how to enjoy life. Yan Chen observed them and returned to sit beside Chio Gio, gently taking the little friend Xiao Yu from her arms, freeing her hands. He gestured for Mayor Peng and Captain Hor to sit down and asked Yan Meng to serve tea before saying, "This is my wife, Chio Gio, and my 2 sons." Mayor Peng was surprised. He hadn't heard any rumors about the Yan family's leader being married. He only knew that the Yan and Tong families were considering a strong alliance. Now that this young lady's surname was Chio, It seemed the rumors about a marriage with the Tong family were false. Mayor Peng's gaze shifted to Chio Gio, but he still smiled and greeted her. So it's the young lady and the two young masters. I came in a hurry today and didn't bring a gift. I apologize for that. Mayor Prung, you are too modest, Chio Gio replied with a faint smile, choosing to remain quiet and simply accompany them. Yen Chun held the little one, Chio Yu, in one hand, gently rocking him with utmost care, his expression calm and composed. I wonder what Mayor Peng wants to discuss with me? He asked, not liking too much attention on his wife and interrupting Mayor Peng's gaze at her. Mayor Peng snapped back to the purpose of his visit and got straight to the point, saying, about the Fire Seed project, I believe Master Yen has heard some news about it. Hearing this, Yen Chen remained calm, concealing his thoughts, but his eyes flickered briefly. He had only heard about the Fire Seed project from Chio Gio and had not received any information himself. His sources in Z City were quite limited. Now that someone had come to clarify things, he was more than willing to listen, maintaining an inscrutable expression as he quietly listened to Mayor Peng explain the project. Seeing him silent, Mayor Peng assumed he was listening attentively and briefly outlined the Fire Seed project. The experts above have detected that the holes in the atmosphere are getting larger and natural disasters are likely the cause. This situation may continue for a long time, and more serious events are expected to occur. To preserve the spark of humanity, GJ has launched the Human Seed Plan, which will draw many capable individuals from various military forces to the capital city. They are also selecting suitable management personnel, and the upper class in the capital has quotas. Families like the Yen family can easily secure 1 or 2 additional spots. Mayor Peng paused here, observing Yen Chen, hoping to read something from his expression, but he was disappointed. He still could not discern his thoughts. Mayor Peng, you didn't come just to inform me about the seed plan, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like guessing, Yen Chen replied in an extremely calm tone, as if the seed plan were not a significant matter. Seeing this, Peng Yiguang dared not be arrogant in front of him and became sincere instead. Third Master Yen, please forgive me. I came here to convey a message from Chairman Yen and, out of personal interest, to discuss a collaboration with you. Upon hearing that his grandfather had information for him, Yen Chen's expression changed slightly, but it quickly returned to calm. That small change was so subtle that only Chio Gio noticed it. Mayor Peng is joking. What could I offer for collaboration? You are the most influential person in Z City. Many powerful figures want to collaborate with you. Yen Chen spoke as if it were a matter unrelated to him, showing no curiosity. Peng Yiguang seemed a bit anxious upon hearing Yen Chen's words. Third Master, you misunderstand. Although I am the mayor of Z City, GJ does not value my opinion compared to the seed plan. You know, with your abilities and the Yen family's strength, securing 1 or 2 spots would be easy. I genuinely want to collaborate with you. Yen Chen seemed to understand a bit, but did not speak. Peng Yiguang knew he was waiting for him to clarify the matter, so he pressed on. I would like to request a spot from you, or rather, ask for your help in securing one. What I can offer in exchange is... His words suddenly halted as he looked at the large box by his feet. Yen Chen and Chio Gio followed his gaze, landing on the wooden box. Upon probing inside with their minds, they found it filled with advanced weapons. Are weapons this common these days? Chio Gio turned to look at one side of the living room, where several large boxes of weapons had not yet been put away, a row of question marks flashing in her mind. The bodyguards could guess from the young lady's expression what those wooden boxes contained. At that moment, Peng Yiguang took out a satellite phone from his pocket and handed it over, saying, Third Master, the internet is down, and only the satellite phone works. Old Director Yen asked someone to contact our old leader and told us to pass a message to you to get in touch with home. After receiving the phone, Yen Chen did not call immediately. Instead, his thoughts were racing. Seeing this, Peng Yiguang noticed he was about to put the phone away and quickly added, Third Master, we only have 2 satellite phones available, and we will need one to contact higher-ups later.
You.
Yen Chen understood his meaning, placed the little friend Xiaoyu back in Chio Gio's arms, and stood up with the satellite phone, walking to the balcony to dial the satellite number for his home in Jing City. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Yen Jingquan's strong voice came through. "Yen kid, is that you?" During Yen Chen's phone call, Peng Yiguang examined the furnishings in apartment 2102, his eyes sweeping over the 10 large boxes stacked together, curious about what was inside. But his curiosity turned to excitement when he glanced at the sliding window and saw rows of vibrant green vegetables on the balcony. He jumped up, his hand trembling with excitement as he pointed to the balcony. "Third young lady, did you grow these?" Chio Gio smiled and nodded, not saying much more, her gaze catching Yen Chen as he finished his call and returned. She told the man she was going to take the baby back to the bedroom to nurse and left, not paying attention to what they discussed afterward. Within 2 days, news spread in the hallway that the government departments had joined forces to dismantle several gangs, with their members taken to safe shelters for labor, including the Black Dragon Gang. The snow fell continuously for an entire week, and finally, the next morning, it stopped. The flood was completely frozen under a thick layer of ice. After breakfast, everyone gradually lowered the temperature of the indoor heating system to adapt to the outside temperature of -42 degrees, including little Chio Yu and Yen Yu. Fortunately, aside from being skilled in surgery, Feng Sanyang is also good at sewing. She took a set of nano-cold-resistant clothing and cut it to make 2 smaller sizes for the little ones to wear. Today, Yen Chen and Chio Gio dressed the kids in matching kangaroo onesies they got from a popular live streaming base. They placed the little ones inside the outfits, and surprisingly the quality was decent. With the cold-resistant nano-clothing, they kept warm. The kangaroo onesies seemed to suit the little ones well. Since they started drinking the special spring water, the kids didn't follow the typical developmental timeline. Instead of waiting until 3 or 4 months to lift their heads, Chio Yu and Yen Yu could lift their heads by the 3rd day after birth. Now, at just 10 days old, they didn't want to be held sideways anymore. This made Chio Gio and Yen Chen anxious, worrying if their advanced development was good or bad. Thankfully, the little ones were easy to care for. They only cried when hungry or needing a diaper change. Otherwise, they either slept peacefully or observed everyone with their big, curious eyes. As the indoor temperature slowly dropped to -5 degrees, everyone felt comfortable in their cold-resistant clothing, with only their faces and hands feeling a bit chilly. They watched the little ones closely and noticed they seemed fine, so they continued to lower the temperature until it matched the outside. The kids snuggled in their parents' arms, their bright eyes looking around and their little mouths smiling. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. Chio Gio then used her mental energy to gather everything from room 2102 that could be moved into her space, including the vegetables growing on the balcony, leaving room 2102 empty. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf were in the space. Last night, they had planned to fly back to the capital city after the snow stopped, using the helicopter they received from the live streaming base. Red Wolf started the production, which kept everyone busy. Eventually, Red Wolf successfully gave birth to a boy and a girl, named Xiao Hui and Xiao Honghong, just as they had decided. Chio Gio placed them in the space, and they all agreed to release them when they were close to the capital. Yen Lin and the others only learned last night that their boss had known all along about the young lady's ability to store things and teleport, as they had taken all the supplies from the live streaming base. Thinking about the supplies there made them feel regret for a long time. They didn't expect that the boss and the young lady took them without saying a word. When they learned that the young lady had collected 5 helicopters, all their eager gazes fell on Chio Gio. "Boss, why don't we teleport back? Wouldn't that be faster?" Yen Su's question was what everyone was thinking, and they all looked at Yen Chen, waiting for an answer. Even Chio Gio and the 2 little ones in their arms looked at him. Facing the 8 pairs of questioning eyes, Yen Chen shared his thoughts. Even though the world is in chaos and there's no electricity or internet, don't forget that satellites are still operational. We are already a noticeable presence. Just think if we were still in Z City at this time today and suddenly appeared over 2,000 kilometers away in Jing City within an hour, what would the higher-ups think? After hearing this, everyone fell silent. They realized they had been too naive, thinking that in this chaotic world, they could act without care. It seemed they had become too comfortable during this time and stopped thinking. For a moment, the 4 bodyguards felt a bit ashamed. All right, everyone, let's not dwell on that. Are you all ready? I'll take you to the popular building, and we'll take off from there. Chio Gio couldn't stand seeing everyone in low spirits. A few seconds later, everyone adjusted their mood and glanced at the house they had lived in for over 2 months. Even though it was the end of the world, this place had allowed them to enjoy a period of comfort and provided them with unique opportunities. As they were about to leave, they felt a bit reluctant. Chen saw his little woman reluctantly looking around the room, stepped forward and embraced her and the baby, saying, "Let's go." Chio Gio nodded, turned to face everyone, waved her hand, and brought everyone into the space, while she teleported to the popular live-streaming building, appearing on the top floor of the tallest building, where there was a helipad. As she released everyone, she also brought out the only 8-seat helicopter from the ones they had collected. The bright red body was cool and eye-catching, definitely standing out in the snowy landscape. Chen took Chio Gio and boarded the helicopter first, while the 2 little ones in their arms blinked their big, watery eyes, excitedly bouncing their little feet, trying to reach out but were held back by their clothes. "Looks like our babies really like helicopters." Chio Gio gently tapped the little noses of Bao Bao and Bei Bei, who were slightly red from the cold, and chuckled softly. When Bao Bao and Bei Bei grow up, Daddy will teach you how to fly a helicopter, okay? Chen said to them in a questioning tone, then interacted with them. Feng Sanyang sat beside Chio Gio, and for the first time in her life on a helicopter, she was as excited as Chio Gio. If she weren't holding little Chio Yu in her arms, Chen guessed she would have leaned out the window. After a while of flying, Feng Sanyang and Chio Gio were still swaying their heads and occasionally looking out the window. Even though the view was just a white blur, it didn't dampen their spirits. Gio, do you think we'll come back after this trip? Chio Gio looked out the window, then slowly returned her gaze and nodded. Yes, when the world returns to normal after the end times. If you are still living with us then, let's plan a spontaneous trip together. We will definitely come back here to visit. Feng Sanyang nodded happily in agreement, thinking she would probably always be by her side, as she had vowed. At that moment, Chen suddenly interjected, "In the future, if you want to return to City Z, just tell your husband, and I'll accompany you back." He then gently ruffled Chio Gio's hair. Chio Gio smiled at him. If I'm not happy in the capital city, I will come back to City Z." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, hiding her worries. She was uncertain about getting along with his family, as they say there are many troubles in wealthy families. Chen sighed silently, gently wrapping his arm around Chio Gio's shoulders and kissing the top of her head. He understood her concerns. The thoughts of a little woman are easy to guess. "It's okay, but trust me, your worries are unnecessary. My family is easy to get along with, believe me, okay?" The sound of the helicopter blades whirred above them as they flew toward the capital city. Watching City Z gradually fade from view until it completely disappeared, Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang finally withdrew their reluctant gazes. Leaning her head on the man's shoulder, Chio Gio inhaled his pleasant scent and slowly drifted off to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the sudden cries of the baby and Bei Bei rang out, followed by the helicopter starting to shake. Chio Gio was jolted awake from her sleep and sensed a strange energy wave coming from below, as if trying to pull the helicopter down. The others on the helicopter had also awakened their powers and felt this wave, but it seemed different from what they had experienced. They couldn't quite explain it. Ling reported to Chen, "Boss, I feel an invisible force trying to control the helicopter to fly down." Hearing this, Chio Gio and Chen exchanged glances. Chio Gio immediately focused her mind on the energy wave and quickly detected its source. She told Chen it's human-made. "I can sense the person trying to control the helicopter, but they are struggling, so their power must be weak. They are on the roof of the building to our left, and there are 3 of them, 2 of whom have powers." "No, they are not using powers. They are using some kind of mystical energy." Chio Gio was shocked, her thoughts racing. Wasn't it said that everyone from the Xiantian continent was sent back by Lu Junyi? What were these two doing here? Why were their cultivators appearing in their homeland? Boss, the helicopter is losing control. Yanling strained to maintain the main control stick, his forehead veins bulging from the effort. If they continued to resist, the control stick would break. Everyone looked at Yan Chen, waiting for his instructions. Fly down. I can tell they are not our opponents. There are some things I need to get answers for from them, Chio Gio suddenly said to Yanling. Following her advice, Yanling gave up resisting and directed the helicopter toward the building Chio Gio indicated. That building had once been a hotel before the disaster, and now 3 men stood on the roof. 2 of them wore clothes that didn't seem like modern attire, resembling traditional Han clothing but not exactly, with dark green fabric and silver thread stitching a complex Su character on the cuffs. The tall, thin man bowed to a man with a small mustache, saying, "Brother Su Bing, your mystical energy is impressive. Once you make a move, that flying metal thing will have to come down. By the way, what is that flying thing called?" he asked a young man standing nearby. The young man, shivering from the cold, quickly replied, "Helicopter." "Oh, helicopter," the tall man nodded. The man with the small mustache proudly adjusted his short beard, pretending to be humble, but his eyes showed no disguise of his pride. Not at all, Brother Su Ning was just holding back. After all, we are both mid-stage Xianling realm cultivators. Who would have thought that in this world, our Xuanwu power would be suppressed to the Xiantai realm? We should complete the task assigned by the family head quickly.
Ha ha ha.
Brother Su Bing is right. Even if we are suppressed to the Xiantai realm, it's still enough. This place has no Xuanqi, and the people here are ordinary, so they can't pose a threat to us, the tall, thin man replied dismissively. As the helicopter got closer to the rooftop, everyone inside felt a bit nervous. It was their first encounter with others who had abilities, especially since the young lady mentioned they were cultivators. Chio Gio was using her spiritual sense to observe the 3 men and listened carefully to their conversation. She confirmed that 2 of them came from the Xiantian continent and were from the Su family who were after the space artifact. Since binding her soul to the artifact, she had learned a technique to conceal everyone's abilities, so she quickly used it to hide their powers. As the helicopter landed on the rooftop, the tall, thin man and the small mustache man jumped in front of it. The small mustache man shouted at the people inside, "Everyone in there, get out immediately." His shout was heard by those inside the helicopter. Chio Gio frowned, thinking that the people from the Xiantian continent really lacked manners. However, they complied and stepped out of the helicopter. When the tall, thin man saw Chio Gio and Feng Xinyang step out, his eyes widened, and he immediately said to the small mustache man, "Brother Su Bing, these 2 young ladies are quite beautiful, but it's a pity one has lost her essence." They had been in this world for a while, and due to the disasters, people were struggling to eat and sleep, making the local girls look pale and thin. None compared to the 2 before him, whose faces were delicate and radiant, even more beautiful than their family's second young lady, Su Lianer. The tall, thin man was momentarily captivated. The man with the small mustache ignored the tall, thin man's words. His eyes were fixed on the children, Chio Yu and Yen Yu. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter, saying, "Haha, I didn't expect to find 2 heavenly bodies in this small world."
What?
Heavenly bodies? The tall, thin man snapped out of his daze and turned his attention to Chio Yu and Yen Yu. "Haha, Brother Su Bing, they really are heavenly bodies. With these 2 little ones, we won't have to worry about training resources when we take them back to the master." The bodyguard team and Feng Sanyang quickly moved in front of Chio Gio and Yan Chen, blocking the men's gaze at the children. Hearing that they wanted to take her precious sons and give them to their master made Chio Gio furious. For the first time, she thought about killing. These people could not be allowed to live, or they would bring endless trouble. Through the gaps between the bodyguards, Chio Gio glared at the 2 men, already planning how to deal with them after asking a few questions. Yan Chen's eyes flashed with cold light, and a sense of anger surged within him. How dare these men target his wife and children? They could not be forgiven. Just as he was about to act, the bodyguard team and Feng Sanyang charged forward. To them, the little masters were so adorable, and anyone who dared to harm them was asking for trouble. Moreover, the tall, thin man had previously looked at their young lady with disrespectful eyes, which was unforgivable. Without hesitation, they rushed at the two men, not caring whether they could win. They just wanted to fight. Seeing this, Chio Gio quickly used her mental power to seal the two men's abilities, allowing the bodyguards to vent their anger first. The two cultivators, seeing the furious men and Feng Sanyang charging at them, smirked in disdain, ready to use their powers to defend themselves. However, they found that their abilities were completely unresponsive, causing them to panic. Before they could react, a flurry of punches began to rain down on them, hitting hard.
Ah.
Stop.
Ah.
Without their protective power, the two cultivators were like slightly stronger ordinary thugs, no match for the four bodyguards who often fought. Yen Lin and the others targeted specific pressure points, causing immense pain and leaving them unable to fight back. Feng Sanyang occasionally kicked low, aiming for the men's weak spots. They continued until the two cultivators could no longer resist and collapsed on the ground, at which point the five stopped. The tall, thin one glared in anger. These low-level, ordinary people were too much. Every time he tried to speak, a heavy punch landed on his mouth and throat. The man with the mustache was in the same situation. Now both of them had swollen throats and couldn't make a sound. These people had no intention of giving them a chance to beg for mercy. Lying on the ground, they tried to channel their power again, but there was still no sign of it. They looked at the group in front of them, including Yen Chen and Chio Gio standing behind, and if they still didn't realize something was wrong, they were just growing older without gaining any wisdom. Yen Chen thought the four bodyguards had been too lenient. Seeing the extent of the injuries, the two still had the strength to glare at them, which he found insufficient. He stepped closer, coldly glancing at the two on the ground. In their terrified gaze, he raised his foot and crushed their foot bones. To ensure the bones shattered completely, he even used his lightning ability to penetrate their skin and strike their joints. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and the electric current coursed through them, causing smoke to rise.
Ah.
Two cries of agony shot into the air. After finishing this, he looked up and met the shocked gaze of a nearby young man. The young man suddenly knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy. "No, it's not. Not my fault. I was forced.
Sir, please spare me.
I'm not with him." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings for an escape route. He noticed the secret of the man holding the baby and thought these people wouldn't let him go. Suddenly, he saw Chio Gio, who was holding the baby, and a calculating look crossed his eyes. He trembled as he got up and staggered forward, trying to please the people in front of him while subtly leaning toward Chio Gio. When he was about 10 steps away from her, he suddenly quickened his pace and rushed to her side, a triumphant smile on his face. He reached out to grab the child from her arms, saying, "Give me the baby." Suddenly, with a quick motion, Chio Gio raised her hand and pointed forward. An invisible force trapped the rushing young man in place. He couldn't move at all, and when he tried to break free, he realized he could only feel his consciousness. He couldn't sense his body at all. Then, with a swift gesture, Chio Gio pressed down, and the young man crashed to the ground with a loud thud, instantly feeling pain and seeing stars before fainting. The two cultivators were shocked. How could such power exist in this world? It was silent and invisible, without any visible signs of energy. The man with the little beard struggled to speak, and after many attempts, he finally managed to produce a faint sound. "Who are you?" His voice was rough and unpleasant, and he fixed his gaze on Chio Gio. "Do you know we are cultivators from the higher world of Shantian continent? How dare you treat us this way?" The bodyguards laughed. Yen Su crouched down in front of the bearded man and sneered. "You, a so-called cultivator from a higher world, dare to disrespect my young lady and young master? I don't care who you are. I will not hold back." Chio Gio met his fierce gaze and stepped closer. "Why are you here on Blue Star?" The bearded man snorted dismissively. turning his head away, unwilling to answer. Even if their legs were broken, it was nothing for cultivators. They could easily recover with a healing pill. Once their powers returned, they would make these people pay dearly. The bearded cultivator thought this and remained unfazed, ignoring Chio Gio's question. Cultivators were strong, and in a short time, the tall man's voice had recovered enough for him to shout arrogantly. The tall man spat out blood and glared at Yan Chen and Chio Gio with rage-filled eyes, convinced that these two were the leaders. I advise you to release us quickly, or our Su family will not let you go. If it weren't for our powers being suppressed in this world, you mere mortals wouldn't stand a chance against us. The moment my power is restored, I can eliminate you with a snap of my fingers, said the tall, thin man in a raspy voice. He did not notice that Yan Chen and the others were growing increasingly serious. The man with the small mustache added ominously, "If you offend the Su family, our sixth young lady will not let you go. It's fine to tell you, there are more than just the two of us in this small world, haha." Both men kept mentioning the Su family as if they were a formidable force, completely unaware that they were currently in someone else's grasp and still dared to boast. "Ha! You can still laugh. It seems I was too gentle," Yan Chen said, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. He gave Yan Lin and the others a knowing glance, signaling something only they understood. He then stepped in front of Chio Gio, blocking her view of the cultivators and covered baby Bebe's eyes with his hand. Chio Gio was confused and was about to ask what the man meant when she heard the sounds of the two cultivators screaming in agony behind him. A chilling wind swept through the top floor, like a group of invisible ghosts, creating a cold atmosphere in the air. The wind carried a sharp chill, as if it could freeze a person's very bones. The howling of the wind on the top floor was particularly piercing, but it could not drown out the despair and screams of the cultivators. The wind passed through the steel framework, carrying their cries further away. Despite the harsh cold, Feng Sanyang and Yan Chen, standing beside Chio Gio, felt nothing. An invisible barrier protected them, a clear sign of her absolute domain. After more than 10 minutes of howling, Yan Lin's emotionless voice finally broke through. "Can you now properly answer my young lady's questions?" Cough, cough. I'll tell you everything. Please, just don't torture us anymore, the two cultivators pleaded. Only when their begging became desperate did Yan Lin stand up, remove his blood-stained gloves, and toss them at the cultivators' faces in a humiliating manner. "I thought cultivators were tougher than this," he scoffed, his disdain evident. The tall, thin man and the man with the small mustache were now too afraid to express their anger, even if they felt it. At that moment, Yan Chen also moved to stand beside Chio Gio, taking on a protective stance. When Yan Lin turned to face Chio Gio again, he resumed his respectful demeanor, saying, "Young lady, you can ask your questions now." "Thank you." As they looked again at Chio Gio, both the man with the mustache and the tall, thin man began to tremble. The woman who seemed the most innocent and in need of protection was actually the one they all shielded, and her earlier actions against the young man suggested she might be the most formidable among them. When those four had tormented them, they had wanted to beg for mercy, but just as they were about to speak, a hand struck their throats, leaving them unable to make a sound except for cries of pain. They felt like they were facing demons, a group of demons. Now, with their heads on the ground, the fear on their faces was genuine, especially for the man with the mustache, whose body was shaking. Chio Gio regretted not looking earlier. She was curious about how Yan Lin and the others interrogated them. Although she was extremely curious, her expression remained calm and composed, and her voice, filled with mental strength, conveyed an unspoken authority. She asked the two cultivators again, "Why are you here on Blue Star?" Cough. We were sent by the family head, transported through the ancient. Cough. Great Array, the man with the mustache stammered, struggling with a bad cough. "What are you here for?" Chio Gio continued, her tone revealing a hint of impatience. Why did he have to cough now, of all times? We are just following orders to find the sixth miss and search for the location of the spatial artifact." Once we find it, we will take it back, the tall, thin man replied, trembling, desperate to avoid another painful experience. How many of you have arrived on Blue Star, and who is your sixth miss? Chio Gio pressed on, her gaze intense.
We.
The man with the mustache instinctively wanted to hide the truth. However, his slight change in breath did not escape Chio Gio's mental perception, and she interrupted, You better speak honestly. I don't think you want me to search your soul. Upon hearing this, both men were shocked. How could she know such a technique? It was something only a powerful cultivator could use. How could this young girl understand it? Those who were subjected to soul-searching could end up losing their minds.
They did not want that to happen.
The two cultivators realized they were in deep trouble. Until now, they finally let go of their luck-based thinking and honestly answered Chio Gio's questions. Through their back and forth, Chio Gio understood the things she had been confused about. The tall, thin man and the man with a small mustache realized they were completely at the mercy of the other. However, as long as they were alive, they believed they could find a way out of the situation. Once they escaped danger, they would report this information to their leader, who would send more people to eliminate these individuals and avenge today's humiliation. Chio Gio noticed the change in their breathing and realized she could no longer extract any useful information from them. It was time to end their lives. Based on the information she had just received, if they were merciful, they could bring endless disaster and harm to herself and those around her. Although she still hesitated to kill, she knew she had to take that step. Gritting her teeth, she mentally prepared herself. Then, Chio Gio waved her hand and turned away, her emotionless voice echoing in the air. You are no longer useful. Remember to open your eyes in your next life. No one noticed how Chio Gio made her move, not even Yen Chen. But as their little woman waved her hand and turned, the tall, thin man and the man with a small mustache widened their eyes, clutching their necks tightly. Blood poured from their fingers, and they couldn't stop it. The blood quickly froze in the air, and soon they were gone. Yen Chen ordered his subordinates to burn the bodies clean and deal with the young man as well, then hurried to his little woman, asking with concern, Are you okay? Afterward, he added, You could have let us handle it. At that moment, Chio Gio was lost in thought, staring at her hands. Her mind was filled with the fact that she had just killed 2 cultivators from the Xiantian continent. She had really taken a life. It seemed that taking that step wasn't so hard to accept after all. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Yen Chen noticed her dazed expression and felt worried. His precious girl had never experienced anything like this. Since the disaster began, she had been protected due to her pregnancy and had not faced any major events. He feared she might struggle to bear such psychological pressure. He leaned forward and hugged her to comfort her. The little woman suddenly looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Chinga, I just killed someone and it was 2 people. It's okay, my dear. Don't be scared. They deserved it. Even if you hadn't acted, I and Aaron would have taken action. I won't allow anyone to threaten our baby or you. I'm not scared, Chio Gio said firmly. Hearing her response, Yen Chen felt relieved. But remembering how she had looked lost and sad earlier, he asked uncertainly, What were you thinking about just now? I was thinking that killing someone isn't really hard. I just took care of those who needed to be dealt with. It felt as simple as when I used to butcher chickens. Hearing this, a smile flashed in Yen Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but grin. He realized he had worried for nothing. He smiled and said, You did great, sweetheart. We need to eliminate threats before they grow. We're just getting rid of potential enemies. Looking into his smiling eyes, Chio Gio felt her views shifting again. His mischievous smile was incredibly charming. Even when she secretly read novels recently, she couldn't help but picture his face as the male lead, getting frustrated yet unable to stop reading. It was quite self-torturing. With Yenling's fire abilities, the flames quickly burned the body to ashes. After refueling the helicopter, they noticed that the fuel had already frozen in such a short time. They had to pause for a moment. After checking for any issues, Chio Gio stored the helicopter in her space, placing it in an open area to warm up and thaw the fuel. They had been flying for 2 hours, covering just over 700 kilometers, with still more than 1,300 kilometers to go to the capital city. They would need to stop twice along the way to refuel, expecting to arrive around 7 in the evening. The group walked down the hallway to the next floor. Feng Sanyang and the 4 bodyguards opened a presidential suite on the top floor, revealing luxurious decorations. The light streamed through the lace curtains, illuminating the elegant decor. The tall chandelier resembled a golden crystal ball. Although it wasn't powered, it still emitted a beautiful glow, reflecting on the polished wooden floor and creating an enticing shine. This was a room that had not been damaged. The walls were adorned with famous paintings and murals, each showcasing a unique artistic style and historical value. The colors and lighting in the artwork harmonized perfectly with the room's decor. Carefully selected furniture was placed in every corner, with every detail reflecting the designer's unique taste and pursuit of quality. A sense of luxury filled the air. Yan Chen and Chio Gio led the way into the room, followed closely by Feng Sanyang and Yan Lin, their sharp eyes scanning everything around them. Yan Meng quickly noticed the logo on the welcome card at the bar and instinctively said, "Third Master, this hotel is part of the Tong family chain." Yan Chen nodded, indicating he understood, but he didn't want to focus on that. The 4 bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances at Chio Gio, and Yan Su opened his mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing. Chio Gio didn't notice their little gestures. She felt it would be better for everyone to rest in their space, so without hesitation, she waved her hand and brought everyone into the space. The sudden change of scene caught everyone off guard for a moment, but then they quickly returned to their activities without needing any arrangements from Chio Gio. As soon as they entered the space villa, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf greeted them. Their wagging tails moved in rhythm, but when Grey Wolf approached Xiao Qiuyu, it sniffed a few times and barked at Chio Gio and Yan Chen, then raised its chin to indicate they should check on the baby. Woof woof. Master, the little one needs a diaper change. Hurry and get a new one. With their human-like expressions and actions, it was hard not to understand. Soon, she was surprised to find that today the little ones didn't cry when they needed a change. Looking down at the little one in her arms, she met his watery eyes and saw his small, proud pink lips curl slightly, just like his father's, making him very cute. Chio Gio was amused by him and turned to look at the little one in Yan Chen's arms, realizing they both had the same expression, as if to say, "Surprised, aren't you?" Yan Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, little one." They changed the baby's diapers, fed them, and then lulled them to sleep before leaving the bedroom. When they returned to the living room, Yan Meng and Feng Sanyang had already brought out the prepared dishes, and everyone sat down together to start their meal, without saying much. After the meal, the group resting on the sofa began discussing the events involving the cultivators from the Xiantian continent. We now know that 8 people have been transported from the Xiantian continent. They have 2 purposes. One is to find their 6th young lady, and the other is to search for the whereabouts of a divine artifact, said Chio Gio. It seems that Lu Junyi's return to the Xiantian continent to destroy the ancient formation's flags was not entirely successful, Yan Chen added. After thinking about the little mustache man's response, Chio Gio shook her head and said, "It's not accurate to say it was a failure. It would be better to say it was half successful. Didn't that little mustache man say that the Su family originally planned to send 50 people into the formation, but those who were suddenly transported back managed to push most of them out? Then that person took the flags from the formation and tore them apart. The reason these few were transported here is that the formation was already activated at that time. The 8 of them were caught in the formation and were not pushed out of its range, so they were brought here. To return, they need the Xiantian continent to reopen the transport formation. We currently don't know who these cultivators are or where they're located, therefore, everyone should be extra cautious in their actions and must not reveal any clues," Yan Chen said seriously as he placed his teacup back on the table, looking at his 4 subordinates and Feng Sanyang. Everyone nodded solemnly, promising to be more careful. "Yes, boss. Actually, there's no need to worry too much." According to those 2 cultivators, when they were transported to this realm, their powers were suppressed. If we encounter them, we still have a chance to win. Even if we meet them alone and can't win, remember to prioritize your safety and find a way to escape, Chio Gio said, wanting to lighten the mood. She didn't think it was shameful to run away or pretend to negotiate if they couldn't win. For her, being cautious was a way to prepare for a better comeback later. After discussing how to use their abilities carefully and improve them in case they encounter cultivators again, they decided to change the subject. Chio Gio raised her hand and took out 7 cups of milk tea from a static space, distributing them to everyone. Noticing 2 pairs of eager eyes looking at her, she gritted her teeth and took out 2 more cups of plain flavor, handing them over. The wolf and his wife happily took them and went into their room, closing the door with a bang. Chio Gio said, "What a good dog." "Oh my, Gio, I love you so much. What is there that you don't have?" "Milk tea is simply my favorite drink, no competition." Feng Sanyang took a big sip, feeling like her soul was uplifted. "Wow, that's a bit exaggerated," Yan Meng said, speechless. He couldn't understand women who would complain about wanting to lose weight but still indulge in high-sugar, high-fat snacks and milk tea. It's not exaggerated at all. You men just don't get it. Eating something sweet can release dopamine in the brain, making you feel happier, Chio Gio said, taking a big sip and sighing with pleasure. The bodyguards were skeptical, but seeing 2 of the girls enjoying their milk tea so much, they decided to try it too. As soon as they tasted the sweet and smooth flavor, it spread delightfully in their mouths. Yen Su closed his eyes in enjoyment, savoring the moment's peace and beauty. Yen Chen's gaze fell on Chio Gio's lips, which looked even more plump and rosy from the milk tea. He unconsciously licked his lips, wondering if tasting something sweet could really increase happiness. Curious, he took a sip of the milk tea she offered, and the sweet, smooth taste flowed down his throat. Not bad. So, when he took a second sip, he accidentally sucked a bit harder. After everyone rested, Chio Gio led them directly to a helicopter, and with a wave of her hand, they all, along with the helicopter, were sent off to the city. The afternoon went smoothly, with 2 fuel stops along the way, and they arrived in the city by 6 o'clock. Chio Gio let the family of Grey Wolf out as well. Yen Su and Yen Ling tucked Little Grey and Little Red into their coats to keep them warm. Soon, the helicopter reached the Yen family's estate, and the security team quickly spotted the bright red helicopter and reported it. By the time the helicopter landed, a crowd had gathered outside. "Honey, trust me, my family is really easy to get along with. You don't need to be nervous, okay?" Seeing the little woman nervously tugging at her clothes, Yen Chen sighed and reassured Chio Gio once more.
I'm
not nervous. Okay.
I admit I'm nervous."
She had already sensed the group of people and felt a wave of panic when she recognized a few faces that resembled the man beside her. She had seen many stories online about conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, and those scenes flashed through her mind, making her feel anxious. What if I really can't get along with your family? What should I do? Yen Chen pulled his little woman into his arms to comfort her racing heart, saying, "There is no what if." Chio Gio struggled a bit, but couldn't break free from his embrace. "I meant if." At that moment, Chio Yu and Yen Yu were nestled in their parents' kangaroo pouch. They suddenly faced each other and, upon seeing the similar features, both broke into toothless smiles, silently greeting each other. "Hi, buddy. There is no if." Yen Chen softened his voice, resting his head against Chio Gio's ear, sounding a bit playful. "Wife, just trust me. My family is really easy to get along with. You don't need to be nervous." Chio Gio was touched by his sudden affection and unconsciously relaxed a bit. She turned her gaze outside as the helicopter slowly descended and steadied, observing everyone's expressions, feeling a little hopeful inside. Inside the helicopter, the others, having been force-fed a dose of romance, looked around, trying to find a place to land. When they saw the Grey Wolf and Red Wolf nuzzling each other, they felt even more overwhelmed. This is just too much, Feng Sanyang thought, secretly vowing that when she found a boyfriend, she would show off in front of these 2 big dogs. When Chio Gio lifted her head, She met Yan Chen's expectant eyes. Encouraged by his gaze, she took his hand. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Yan Chen smiled slightly. He took the lead and walked toward the helicopter door, with Chio Gio following closely behind. As soon as they stepped out, Yan Chen stumbled as his family rushed to his side, leaving his wife surrounded by caring relatives, while he was left feeling a bit lost in the wind.
Oh.
And there was Yen Yu in the kangaroo pouch. The father and son exchanged glances, wide-eyed at each other. Looking at his grandparents and parents, he wondered who truly was his biological family, given their eagerness for his wife. At that moment, he felt a weight on his shoulder as his older brother Yen Yuan placed a hand there, gritting his teeth and saying, "Third brother, you really did it this time. You've outdone me," and the second brother. "But we do thank you for giving us a break from our ears suffering these past few days."
Buffed.
The one who looked like a round ball in thick clothing was undoubtedly his older brother. He hated the cold and would escape to a warmer place every winter, only returning to the city for important matters. Laughing is not funny. Yen Yuan shot him an annoyed glance. Just then, little Yen Yu finally reacted. Seeing his mother walk away and ignoring him, he pouted and began to cry loudly. Yen Chen. Yen Yuan heard the sound and leaned forward, looking at Yen Chen's chest, only to realize his brother was holding a small baby. Both of them quickly began to comfort the child. Chio Gio was suddenly surrounded by 5 taller relatives, making her feel quite small. The hands she had been holding with Yen Chen were pushed apart. Just when she felt lost, the elders started to guide her forward. When she turned to find Yen Chen, her gaze met the beautiful eyes of a middle-aged woman who resembled him quite a bit, making it easy for her to guess that this was Yan's mother. Feeling awkward, she forced a smile. "Hello, Chio Gio, can I call you that? I'm Yen Chen's mom." Yan's mother was so gentle and beautiful, even in thick clothing. Her elegance shone through.
Hello, auntie. I'm Chio Gio.
"Just call me Chio Gio," Chio Gio said, trying to keep her heartbeat steady despite feeling pressured. Unfortunately, she stuttered, and after speaking, she felt so embarrassed that she wished to disappear, her face turning bright red. Mak Shumin was so happy. She finally got to meet her granddaughter-in-law, whom she had been eagerly waiting for. When she heard that her grandson would bring his wife and great-grandchildren back, she personally tidied up her grandson's room. Today, despite everyone's advice, she insisted on coming out to greet them. As soon as her daughter-in-law finished speaking, she leaned closer to Chio Gio, saying, "Chio Gio, I am your grandmother, and this is your grandfather."
Hello, Grandma.
"Hello, Grandpa." Chio Gio politely greeted them, but inside she was quite nervous, trying to find Yen Chen, hoping he would come to her rescue. She really didn't know how to interact with her elders. Good. What a polite child. Mak Shumin was so pleased she could hardly contain her smile. "Chio Gio, I am your dad." Yen Zhenhua softened his expression to look less serious. "Hello, Uncle." Chio Gio was taken aback, not quite processing it. She thought she must have misheard. How could he say dad instead of uncle? Yen Zhenhua was also surprised but quickly returned to normal. He thought maybe his serious expression had scared her, making her hesitant to call him dad. At that moment, Lin Meihua chimed in, "Stop calling us uncle and aunt. Joju should call me mom and Zhenhua dad." Yes, you should call us mom and dad now," Mak Shumin agreed, delighted by the child's innocent eyes and pure heart. Meanwhile, Yen Jinkuan noticed that the little great-grandson in Chio Gio's arms was blinking his big, watery eyes as if observing them. Suddenly, he realized something and became serious. "Quick, take Chio back inside. She is still in her confinement period and shouldn't be exposed to the cold." Everyone quickly reacted. Lin Meihua moved closer to Chio Gio to shield her from the wind. Chio Gio felt touched. Although she didn't need it, the family's actions warmed her heart, easing her earlier nervousness about meeting them. They all surrounded her and led her inside, up the stairs, into a warm room where the heat welcomed them, likely turned on in advance. She was surprised that despite the natural disasters, wealthy families seemed hardly affected at all. Take the Yen family as an example. From her mental scan, she found that there were quite a few people living in the estate. Each of them was busy with their own tasks, including planting and raising animals in the warm greenhouse. When she withdrew her focus and looked around the room, it felt cozy. The warm-colored wallpaper made the entire space very comfortable. However, before she could fully appreciate it, she was pushed to the bedside. Hurry up, Chio Gio, go rest on the bed and put the baby down. It's really not right for you to hold the baby while you're recovering. During this time, it's crucial to take care of your health. You shouldn't lift heavy things or be exposed to cold air. Doesn't Yen-chin understand this at all? Oh, my dear great-grandson, you're so adorable. Mo Shuman scolded Yen-chin while helping Chio Gio free little Chio Yu from the kangaroo pouch. When she held the little one and looked into his bright, grape-like eyes, her heart melted, and she forgot to continue scolding the baby's father. Little Chio Yu was not shy at all and let his great-grandmother hold him. Yen Jinkuen looked at the baby with eyes full of joy, hoping his wife would let him hold the child too. Yen Zhenhua also eagerly awaited his turn to hold the baby, and for a moment, the three of them were playing with the little one. Lin Meihua sat by the bed, helping Chio Gio adjust the blanket, speaking softly to her. Chio Gio, just relax and take care of yourself at home. Your mom, dad, and grandparents will help take care of the baby. You just need to rest well. It's very important for women to recover properly during this time. You must take good care of your health. Thank you, Aunt.
Mom.
Chio Gio initially wanted to say thank you, Aunt, but under Yen Mu's expectant gaze, she felt a bit shy and awkwardly changed her words. Lin Meihua smiled in satisfaction and replied, Oh, Chio Gio, from now on we are family, so don't be polite. Speak your mind. We are family, so there's no need for formality. Exactly, Mo Shumin chimed in while holding Chio Yu. Chio Gio, this will be your home from now on. Don't hold back. Just focus on your recovery, and let us know if you need anything. Yen Jinkuen added, Yes, just let us know. And you too, Yen Chin, you need to take good care of Chio Gio, and make sure she doesn't feel any discomfort. Do you hear me? Hey, where's Yen Chin? Not hearing a response from Yen Chin for a while, Yen Jinkuen looked around but couldn't find him. At this moment, everyone realized that Yen Chin had not followed them. Yen Jinkuen looked at his son. Zhenhua, weren't you supposed to pick up Xiao Sanzi? Where is he? Yen Zhenhua looked confused and replied, Did we? Weren't we going to pick up our daughter-in-law and the two great-grandsons? Oh, right, there's also one great-grandson. Yen Jinkuen and Yen Zhenhua immediately exchanged glances, searching for him. They could not let anyone know that they had momentarily forgotten in their excitement. Just then, the door opened and Yen Chin walked in. He saw that his room had been decorated in a completely different style. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. As he stepped outside, he heard his grandfather asking where he was. It seemed they only remembered him now. He felt quite invisible. Noticing his grandson's teasing gaze, Yen Jinkuen shyly touched his nose. Just as he was about to turn away, he was drawn to the little girl in Yen Chen's arms. The little girl, Yen Yu, had stopped crying, her eyes red and very adorable. Oh, my dear great-grandson, what happened? Come here and let your great-grandpa hold you, Yen Jinkuen said as he quickly approached and gently took the baby in his arms. The room was filled with warmth and love. Forced to stay in bed, Chio Gio thought that having such a lovely family made it worth it, even if she had to lie there. However, this cozy scene did not last long, as Lin Fu came in with news. Chio Gio remembered him. He had come in with them earlier, but had not revealed his identity. She could tell from his eyes that he had been kind to her. Sir, someone from the Tong family has arrived, and Miss Tong is here as well, Lin Fu said respectfully to Yen Zhenhua. Upon hearing this, Yen Zhenhua's relaxed expression instantly turned serious. He glanced at his third son, who was quietly talking to Chio Gio, and then walked over to Lin Meihua, leaning in to whisper to her. From the moment Lin Fu entered, Chio Gio had focused her mind on the room, listening carefully to their conversation. Although she knew it was not polite, her curiosity got the better of her. When Yan Zhenhua heard Miss Tong's name, his breath noticeably quickened. As his gaze shifted to Yan Chun, Chio Gio understood. This Miss Tong might have some emotional connection with this man. She narrowed her eyes and released her awareness, encompassing the entire estate. In the manor's guest living room, there were 2 women and 1 man sitting together who were the Tong family members mentioned by Lin Fu. The older man had a rugged appearance with deep features, over 50 years old, and showing signs of thinning hair. He was Tong Gunshan, the current head of the Tong family. Next to him sat his wife, Chio Mingyue, whose heavy makeup couldn't hide that she was in her 50s. Between the family head and his wife was a sweet-looking young girl. Standing at 176 centimeters tall, she wore a long, pure white down coat with golden trim, which highlighted her graceful and knowledgeable demeanor. She was Tong Xinyao, the only daughter of the Tong family. At that moment, she shyly gazed at the entrance of the living room, waiting for something unspoken. In the room, Yan Chun unexpectedly received a glare from Chio Gio. Not understanding why, he leaned forward and stole a quick kiss while everyone else was focused on the little ones. He thought the young woman was upset because she was forced to rest after giving birth. When the 3 members of the Tong family saw Yan Zhenhua and his wife enter, they all stood up to greet them and exchanged pleasantries. "Is this Xinyao?" Lin Meihua glanced at the calm Tong Xinyao standing aside and sincerely complimented. "She really is lovely." Lin Meihua was aware of some rumors before the natural disaster, but after asking her son, who showed no interest in such a quiet and educated young lady, they dismissed the gossip. They could somewhat guess the purpose of the Tong family's visit today. However, with 2 of their 3 sons already fathers, they knew that fate couldn't be forced and parents should not interfere. "Mrs. Yan, you flatter me," Chio Mingyue said, smiling so that the wrinkles on her face became more pronounced. She thought that their upcoming discussion might have a better chance of success. She continued to steer the conversation toward her daughter. "Xinyao has been pampered by us and is already 25 or 26, yet she hasn't dated anyone, which worries us. Now with this disaster, sigh." As she spoke, the smile on Tong Mingyue's face faded, and she occasionally glanced at Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua's expressions. Tong Guanshan chimed in, "Yes, as parents, we really worry a lot." Finally, he asked Brother Zhenhua, "I heard that the 3rd master is coming back soon. Do you know when he will arrive?" Tong Guanshan had specifically chosen today to come, as they received news that the 3rd master would be back in a few days. Thinking that it would be good for them to settle some matters with the Yen family before the 3rd master returns, Tong Xinyao felt a bit disappointed not seeing the person she hoped to see. However, receiving praise from Yan Chen's mother made her feel proud again. Look, she still has a chance. Even that man's mother thinks she is beautiful. For so many years, she has been waiting for him to notice her charm, but it has been 6 long years. Since that first glance in college, her heart has not been able to hold anyone else. When she learned he was from the Yen family, she was overjoyed and began to pursue him fiercely at school. But that man was too cold and indifferent to her advances. Over the years, she has subtly hinted at the possibility of a marriage between their families just to see his reaction. Rumors spread, but he never responded. Now, in this time of disaster, everyone in the wealthy families of the capital is waiting for a chance to reshape their fortunes. She doesn't believe the Yen family won't be tempted by their proposal. With someone like that in her family, Tong Xinyao felt even more confident and proud. That man can only belong to her. No one can take him away from her. With this thought, a dark glimmer flashed in her eyes. At that moment, Mrs. Tong pulled Tong Xinyao over to Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua, saying, "Xinyao, hurry and greet your Uncle Yan and Aunt Lin." She then playfully scolded, "This child has been spoiled by us. Please forgive her, Mrs. Yan." Tong Xinyao obediently greeted Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua, her demeanor and expressions as sweet as can be. Lin Meihua generously praised Mrs. Tong for raising her daughter well, making her feel delighted. "Oh, Xinyao, I remember you were in the same school as the 3rd master, right? You were classmates?" Suddenly, Mrs. Tong changed the subject, as if she had just remembered. "Yes, The third master was quite the popular figure at our school, and many girls liked him, Tang Xinyao replied, her face full of admiration, confirming their classmate relationship. That's great. Hey, Zhenhua, the third master is 25 now, right? Has he found a girlfriend? Tang Guanshan timely interjected, turning to ask Yan Zhenhua, who was leisurely sipping tea. Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua had been discussing Tang Xinyao, and now that they brought up their third son, it confirmed their suspicions. The two exchanged a quiet glance. Since entering the reception room, the Tang family had been talking while they mostly listened in silence. Tang Guanshan and Chio Gio felt anxious, watching Yan Zhenhua and his wife remain calm and unreadable. Did they truly not understand, or were they pretending not to grasp their meaning? The Tang family was one of the 4 prominent families, and a match with the Yan family seemed most suitable. With the conversation reaching this point, smart people should understand. Yet, Yan Zhenhua and his wife continued to play dumb. Tang Xinyao, feeling anxious waiting for a response from Yan's parents, decided to take the initiative. She put down her tea and smiled at Yan Zhenhua, asking, Uncle Yan, I saw a helicopter arrive just now. Is third uncle back? The 4 prominent families lived in estate-style homes on neighboring hills, only a couple of kilometers apart. It was easy to notice if a helicopter arrived at the Yan family. Yes, Ah Chun and the others just returned. He is currently with his wife. Sir, Madam, the Mo family, Elder Mo, the head of the Mo family, and young master Mo Shen have arrived, Lin Fu interrupted, rushing in with the news. Upon hearing that Elder Mo was also there, Yan Zhenhua and his wife stood up, signaling Lin Fu to welcome the guests. They would have to wait to clarify their son's marriage with the Tong family. It was likely that the Mo family had come to inquire after seeing the helicopter. Chio Gio pulled back her thoughts, feeling serious. Seeing Yan's grandparents still playing with the little ones, she quietly took the man's hand and wrote 2 words in his palm. Yan Chen's expression changed, signaling Chio Gio to remain calm, then turned to his grandparents, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, you should put the little ones down. Holding them like this for too long will tire your hands. Yan Jingquan was reluctant to let go and dismissed Yan Chen's concern, saying that even if the little ones grew a few more years, he could still hold them. No, my dear great-grandchildren are not heavy at all. Look how much he resembles you when you were little. He held the little baby up for comparison and said, Hey, this one looks a bit like Chio Gio, haha. It's like a combination of you two. At that moment, Mo Shumin brought over another little one. Although they had already been told the names of the 2 babies over the phone, they still didn't know who was who. So she leaned in and asked, My little great-grandchildren, which one is the older brother Chio Yu, and which one is the younger brother Yan Yu? Chio Gio. Please teach Grandma how to tell them apart. Hearing this, Chio Gio looked surprised at Yan Chen, who smiled back reassuringly. Chio Gio didn't expect that this man had already informed his family, and she felt touched, especially since she had worried that his family might not agree with the baby taking her surname. However, feeling grateful, Chio Gio explained how to distinguish the babies to the grandparents. When they still hesitated to let go of their great-grandchildren, Yan Chun had to point out that they were tired and needed to rest, and it was getting late. The grandparents of the Yan family then remembered that they hadn't had dinner since Yan Chun and the others returned, so reluctantly, they set the little ones down and went to prepare dinner. Once the door closed, Chio Gio immediately used her mental power to create a sound barrier to block their upcoming conversation. Just now, I sensed that a few guests arrived at the manor, including a young man who has awakened his abilities. Chio Gio said seriously, feeling increasingly confused about the situation. Was the butterfly effect causing too much change? The extreme cold hadn't passed, and the extreme heat hadn't arrived. She couldn't understand why someone would have abilities early. Could it be that someone else had a unique experience like hers, or was it the work of a cultivator? She shared her thoughts with Yan Chen. Yan Chen narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and expressed his ideas. It's undeniable that there are 6 cultivators. These scattered cultivators might show up in these families. Based on the personalities of the 2 cultivators we dealt with, they won't act low-key on Blue Star. Let's just watch, as long as they don't provoke us. Everything will be fine. Chio Gio considered this and realized that it was indeed as Yen Chen said. Combining this with the information from the 2 cultivators she had eliminated, the 8 people sent to Blue Star were indeed scattered. The tall, thin one and the man with a little mustache only met after more than a month. Now, if someone in the family had awakened their abilities early, it was very likely that there was a cultivator in that family. As for why the cultivators were willing to help that person awaken, it's unclear. But as Yen Chen said, as long as it doesn't involve her, everything is fine. After realizing this, Chio Gio looked at the 2 little ones, Chio Yu and Yen Yu, who were kicking on the bed, and began to worry again. At that time, she had hidden Yen Lin and the others' abilities, but forgot about the 2 little ones. Although she didn't understand what the Tian body was, even 2 ordinary cultivators could see it. The shock and excitement on their faces proved that this physique was quite remarkable. Yen Chen noticed his partner lost and thought about their sons, and immediately understood her concern. He leaned forward and embraced her gently. Yen Chen softly reassured her, "I won't let anything happen to them. With us protecting them, they will grow up happily and safely." Listening to Yen Chen's words, Chio Gio felt touched. She buried her head in his arms, drawing warmth from him. "I know you'll protect them, but the matter of the Tian body will surely bring some trouble. What I'm worried about is whether it will cause issues for your family." The worry in her eyes was evident. "After learning they have the Tian body, I used a method to hide Yen Lin's abilities on the little ones as well, but I don't know if it worked. We know very little about the methods of cultivators. I won't let them out of our sight, so you don't need to worry too much. However, during this time, you might have to take it easy and rest." "Oh no." Chio Gio felt speechless. Just thinking about the upcoming rest period made her look at Yen Chen with disapproval, blaming him for this situation. "I barely made it through the tough pregnancy. I don't want to face this resting period. It's driving me crazy. You need to think of a solution." No, she didn't want it this way. She had to come up with a good plan. "Unless you tell them about your situation otherwise." Yen Chen chuckled mischievously. "What should I do?" Just as Chio Gio was racking her brain, she suddenly felt a gentle touch on her mental network, as if another mental force was playfully probing her limits. This unexpected sensation made her sit up straight. Although the touch was very light, she sensed it keenly. Chio Gio was trying to trace the source of a mental wave when it appeared again. To her surprise, it was within her mental network. Following the wave, she looked down and saw little Yen Yu silently smiling at her.
"Oh my.
It's the little one.
Chenge, it's bye-bye.
He has awakened his mental abilities and just used his power on my mental network." Chio Gio excitedly shared her discovery with Yen Chen. Yen Chen was equally amazed. He picked up the little one to bring him to eye level for a better look. The child was so small, it was as if he was born with special abilities. He felt a bit proud, thinking, "My little one is truly remarkable." For a moment, they forgot their earlier discussion and focused on the baby and Bei until the Yen family elders entered with food, bringing them back to reality. Meanwhile, in the Yen family's guest hall, Emotion followed his father and grandfather inside. He quickly spotted the Tong family sitting on the sofa, including Tong Xian Yao. He remembered her well. She had persistently pursued his good friend Yen Chen during school with fierce determination. He wondered why they had come to the Yen family today. After greeting Yen Zhenhua and Lin Meihua, he discreetly observed the Tong family. He noticed that Tong Xian Yao appeared very obedient and gentle, a stark contrast to the proud young lady he remembered from school. "I wonder what brings Uncle Mo here today," Yen Zhenhua asked as he handed a cup of fine Longjing tea to Mr. Mo, directly voicing his curiosity. Mr. Mo took the tea calmly, sipped it, and praised, "Good tea." Then he set the cup down and explained his visit. "To be honest, I came to ask your thoughts on the seed plan being implemented by GJ. After GJ announced the onset of the apocalypse, life had changed dramatically for society, but for the upper class, their lives hadn't been as affected as those of ordinary people. This was why Chio Gio felt no difference in the lives of the people at the Yen family compared to before the apocalypse. In this group, people are always more perceptive than ordinary individuals and can prepare in advance. Emotion came this time, mainly to find Yenchen. Seeing his grandfather, father, and Uncle Yen engaged in conversation, he greeted Lin Meihua and expressed his intention to speak with Yenchen. The Tong family felt displeased by the sudden visit from the Mo family, which interrupted their plans, but they dared not show it. Xiao Minghua noticed that the Mo family young man was going to find Yenchen and didn't want to miss the opportunity for her daughter to meet Yen Sanyi. She suggested, "We old folks are here discussing matters, and the young ones must be bored. Why don't you all go find Sanyi together?" After saying this, Tong Mu pulled Tong Xinyao up to follow Emotion. Hearing this, Emotion's narrow eyes flickered. He lowered his gaze to hide the light in his eyes and smirked slightly, realizing the Tong family's intentions. However, he seemed in good spirits, as he was happy to see his brother's predicament. Lin Meihua and Yen Zhenhua exchanged glances. They understood their son's personality somewhat. Emotion was his brother, and the two families often interacted before the disaster, so it was fine for him to visit his room. But if Tong Xinyao was going along, that could be troublesome. Their son did not like unrelated people entering his space. Even they, as parents, sometimes needed to ask for permission to enter his room. Emotion was also aware of his brother's character and gave Tong Xinyao a meaningful look, enjoying the show. After a long silence, the atmosphere in the living room became awkward. "Butler Lin, please take young Master Shen and Miss Tong to see Sanyi." Yen Zhenhua finally broke the silence, instructing Butler Lin to lead them and keep an eye on them. Lin Fu accepted the order and led Emotion and Tong Xinyao to Yen Chen's room. He guided them to the third floor and pointed to the first room at the end of the hallway, saying, "Sanya's room is right in front." As they got closer, Tong Xinyao became more excited, nervously adjusting her clothes to appear more presentable. Her gaze never left the door ahead. It was his room, the room of the legendary man in the business world. She stared at that door, as if trying to see inside. Meanwhile, in the room, Yen Chun was serving Chio Gio a meal under the watchful eyes of the two elders from the Yen family. Chio Gio felt like crying but had no tears. She wasn't a fragile doll. After being nurtured by the spirit spring water, her body had already healed from the trauma of giving birth. However, the two men still thought she had just given birth and had traveled a long distance, so she must be very weak and needed to be taken care of. They wouldn't even let her get out of bed, and insisted she wear a windproof hat. This made Chio Gio feel frustrated, thinking, is this really how the elders show their care? She truly didn't need it. She glared at the man trying to hold back laughter, biting down hard on the spoonful of food he offered her and chewing it. Yen Chen glanced at the two elders who were playing with Chio Yu and Yen Yu, silently mouthing to Chio Gio, "Be good, just hold on a bit longer." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Outside, Lin Fu stopped at Yen Chen's door and turned to face Emotion and Tong Xianyao, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I will go ask Master San." After seeing Emotion nod, he gently knocked on the door. Watching Lin Fu knock, Tong Xianyao couldn't help but nervously clutch her clothes, trying to calm her racing heart. Was she finally going to see that man again? Would he remember her? Over the years, she had always kept an eye on him. After a beep, the door opened from the inside. Lin Fu saw that it was the old lady who opened the door, and he slightly bowed, explaining, "Old lady, the master sent me to bring young Master Emotion and Miss Tong to see Master San." Upon hearing this, Emo Shumin leaned out to look past Lin Fu and saw her relatives and an unfamiliar young girl. She squinted her eyes, weathered by time, and examined them. "Hi, Auntie, it's you." Emotion was genuinely surprised to run into his aunt at his good friend's room at this hour. Emo Shumin smiled back at the younger generation, saying, "It's you, Shen. Did you come to see Ah Chun so late for something?" Emotion replied, "Yes, I have something to discuss." Just as the door was gently knocked on, Yen Chen, who was feeding Chio Gio, put down his bowl and chopsticks in confusion. Since his grandmother was closest to the door, she opened it directly. Yen Chen then walked towards the door and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Outside the door, Lin Fu heard the third master asking questions and immediately replied respectfully, repeating what he had just told the old lady. Third master. It was the master who asked me to bring young master Emotion and Miss Tong from the Tong family to see you. Tong Xinyao's already nervous heart raced even more upon hearing Yan Chen's voice. She stared intently at the partially closed door, as if trying to see Yan Chen through it. Mo Shumin, having lived for decades, had seen all kinds of people. She quickly noticed the change in Tong Xinyao's expression and realized that the girl had feelings for her son. She glanced back at Chio Gio on the bed, frowning slightly, hoping her son wasn't a foolish boy. So, she looked at Tong Xinyao with mild displeasure and opened the door wider, allowing them to see the room and hoping the girl would know how to behave. When Yan Chen heard Lin Fu's response, a hint of confusion crossed his face. He wondered why they were looking for him, but then his expression returned to its usual coldness towards outsiders. Before he could say anything, his grandmother took the initiative to open the door wide, bringing him face to face with the people outside. The man she had been thinking about appeared right in front of her. The shock made Tong Xinyao forget to breathe. All she could see was him. He wore a dark-colored loungewear that fit his tall figure, with slightly messy hair, sharp eyebrows, and striking eyes. "Hey bro, long time no see. I have something really important to tell you, but you. Emotion's words were cut off as he was stunned by the scene in the room. He trembled and pointed at the room, then at Yan Chen, stuttering, "Bro, there's a woman in your room, and she's here at night. On your bed." Emotion couldn't believe it. His usually uninterested friend had a woman sitting on his bed. This was so surreal, even more unbelievable than suddenly gaining superpowers. Yan Chen frowned slightly, displeased with Emotion's suddenly raised voice, and said, "Keep your voice down. Don't scare my sons."
What? You have
Sons? Emotion was shocked again. Having one woman was already scary, and now there was a son too. He glanced around and noticed that besides his great-aunt, his great-uncle was also in the room, each holding a baby and playing with them. Was this really happening? He had become a father, without saying a word. Emotion instinctively lowered his voice, but his expression still showed he was startled. He stammered to Yan Chen, When did you get married? When did this happen? I didn't hear anything about it." Yan Chen glanced at him, but didn't answer the question. Instead, he looked at Tong Xinyao behind him and asked, "Did you change girlfriends again?" This one was different from the one he had seen before the disaster. He didn't remember that this beautiful woman had once pursued him so crazily in school. She was here for him now. Mo Shumin saw the expression on Sanzi's face and felt relieved, making space for them while she took the little friend Chio Yu back inside. In the moment before, Tong Xinyao had been filled with anticipation, but now she felt deeply sad. Her heart, which had been racing, turned cold when she saw the woman sitting on the bed. She couldn't believe it and stared at Yan Chen as if he were a heartbreaker. Her fists, clenched in anger, dug into her palms, drawing a little blood, but she didn't even notice. Tong Xinyao never expected to see such a scene. Looking at the handsome Yan Chen, her mind was in chaos, and all the words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, tears instantly filling her eyes. Yan Chen noticed her gaze and change in expression, feeling a weight in his heart. He hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't hold back. After giving her a brief glance, he turned his attention to Lin Fu, who looked serious, without being angry. "Uncle Lin, don't you know my rules? You can't just bring anyone up here." It was the master's order to bring young Master Shin and Miss Tong up, Lin Fu replied, lowering his head under Yan Chen's gaze, but repeating what he had said earlier. Chio Gio was also watching the situation at the door. She didn't expect that the man was actually the main character Mo Shin from the original story, the one who had awakened his powers first. The main character shouldn't be in City Z at this time. Wasn't he supposed to be with the female lead? Why was he in the capital? The plotline was too different. Did the male lead awaken his powers early because of his special status? Lost in thought, Chio Gio quietly observed the male lead. He was very tall, comparable to Yan Chen, and the two different styles of men standing together were quite pleasing to the eye. Thus, Tong Xinyao arrived with joy, but left heartbroken. She couldn't remember how she followed Lin Fu back to the reception room. When she saw Madame Tong, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and burst into sobs in Chio Mingyue's embrace. This sudden scene left everyone in the reception room confused. Lin Meihua called Lin Fu over to ask what happened. Lin Fu briefly explained the situation. After hearing this, Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua understood immediately. Yan Zhenhua tried to lighten the mood in the room by clapping his hands and saying, "Oh, I forgot to mention, my grandsons will be 1 month old on the 20th of this month, and we will hold a small family gathering. I hope Uncle Mo, the Mo family head and the Tong family head can attend." Yan Zhenhua's words only made Tong Xinyao feel more upset. Yan Chun was the prey she had been eyeing for years. Why should a woman with an unknown background get ahead of her? She was unwilling to accept what she had just seen and felt very frustrated. Why was this happening? She thought, if I can't have him, no one else can, and this idea quickly took root in her heart, growing wildly like a vine. Unable to hold back her twisted expression, she made an excuse about feeling unwell and rushed out of the living room, ignoring her mother Chio Mingyue's calls. Tong Guanshan and Chio Mingyue could only apologize politely to the guests and leave, citing family matters. They still didn't understand what had happened and planned to ask their precious daughter Tong Xinyao when they got home. Seeing that the conversation was wrapping up and it was getting late, Mo Lao and Mo Mingfeng also stood up to say goodbye. At the door of Yan Chen's room on the 3rd floor, after Uncle Lin had seen Tong Xinyao off, Yan Chen stopped paying attention. He turned around and found his girlfriend intently watching Emotion. Annoyed, he tried to shut the door on him. Emotion was quick and managed to block the door. "Brother, that's not fair. Since you're married and have a child, you should at least let me say hello to your wife," he said, then added, "I actually came here today to share something very important with you. If you don't let me in, you'll miss out on something big." Yan Chen didn't want to listen. He was upset that his girlfriend was paying attention to this guy, so he pushed the door harder. Emotion had no choice but to use his secret move. A small blue flame flickered at his fingertips, just enough for Yan Chen to see. "Brother, I only want to share this with you. Even my family doesn't know. Please let me in," he said, pouting a bit. When Yan Chen saw the little flame, his eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected that the person who triggered the special ability was this guy. But seeing his expression made Yan Chen shiver. He couldn't believe this guy was the male lead from the original story. Was he sure it wasn't just a silly trick? Yan Chen doubted it, slightly twitching his lips before finally letting go of the door. "Come in," he said, opening the door for him. "Brother, you're the best," Emotion said, starting to reach for Yan Chen to spin him around in a playful hug. However, before he could even touch Yan Chen's waist, he found himself flipped over and thrown out the door with a loud thud. Yan Chen let out a cold snort. He wondered if his childhood friend had some serious issues because he was really annoyed by the attention his girlfriend was giving him. He thought about shutting the door again. Emotion was quick and jumped up to block the door once more. Lowering his voice so only they could hear, he said, "Bro, this is about special abilities.
You know about them, right?"
Don't you want to know?" "And I." Yan Chen narrowed his beautiful eyes and focused on Emotion, asking, "What do you want to say?" "Let's talk in your study," Emotion said with a victorious smile, knowing he had piqued Yan Chen's interest. He continued in a mysterious tone, "Bro, I discovered that I can control fire at will, almost like magic. So, I wanted to share this secret with you right away. Aren't you touched?" Hearing this, Yan Chen's expression stiffened. He looked at Emotion's smug smile and didn't want to discourage him. Suddenly, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips, and his gaze towards Emotion was complicated, but he said honestly, "Not really." After that, he set aside his emotions, walked over to Chio Gio to say something, and then turned towards the study. Emotion quickly followed him. Chio Gio, who had been watching everything, looked at the man walking away and then at Emotion, who was eagerly circling him. She couldn't help but feel that these two had a bit of a legendary partnership vibe. In the study, Yan Chen sat at the desk and looked at Emotion, who was excited beyond words, feeling a bit speechless. Without waiting for a response, Emo-shun raised his arm and gathered a ball of blue flame at his fingertips. "Watch closely," he said, and with a wave of his arm, the flame flew out and ignited some scrap paper on the desk. After the demonstration, seeing that Yen Chen remained unfazed, he grew anxious. "Aren't you even a little curious about where this ability comes from?" Emo-shun stared into Yen Chen's eyes, hoping to see some reaction, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. "Everyone, please leave good reviews and encourage more updates. Love you all, hugs." This guy is only 2 years younger than me. Why does he have to act so deep and hard to understand? I really don't get what's so impressive about it. Emo-shun thought it was quite boring and pouted, losing interest. He dropped onto the chair across from Yen Chen and began to explain how he suddenly gained superpowers and everything that happened before that in detail. "Bro, you think I'm amazing, right? I was just thinking that if I told others about this, they would definitely be jealous of me." In the end, Emo-shun confidently rested his chin on one hand, proud of his abilities. Yen Chen raised an eyebrow slightly after hearing this. He wondered if something was wrong with this guy. Wasn't he afraid of being taken apart for study? With that thought, Yen Chen shook his head in disbelief. "Bro, why are you shaking your head?" Emo-shun asked, confused. "It's nothing," Yen Chen replied, thinking that since Emo-shun could naturally awaken his powers, maybe others would soon start to change too. So now, all the timelines couldn't be measured by the book that Chio Gio had read. With this thought, Yen Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "All right, is that all you wanted to tell me? If you're done, you can go back now," Yen Chen said bluntly. Then, seeing Emo-shun's surprised expression, he added, "I need to go back and spend time with my wife and kids. I don't have time for you." Emo-shun's eyes widened, and he jumped up, pointing a trembling finger at Yen Chen, threatening, "Hey, I'm telling you, are you friendless? I'm staying here today, and I'll go talk to your sister-in-law and spill all your secrets, even the ones from when you were 3. You dare." Yen Chen leaned forward and grabbed Emo-shun by the neck, raising an eyebrow. He didn't take kindly to threats. This time, Emo-shun wasn't backing down either. He shook off Yen Chen's hand and shot back. "What's there to be afraid of?" For a moment, the two of them started bickering like children. Chio Gio waited in the room for half an hour and finally saw Yen Chen return, but he was followed by Emo-shun, the main character from the original story. "Sister-in-law, good evening. I'm Emo-shun, the brother and childhood friend of Yan's third brother. You can call me Brother Shun." As soon as he entered the room, he rushed to the bedside and extended his right hand to Chio Gio in a friendly gesture. Chio Gio was taken aback by his actions and instinctively reached out to shake hands, wondering why this guy was so familiar. Hello. Just call me Gio. All right, you've met the person. Now you should leave," Yen Chen said, his forehead twitching with frustration. Seeing this guy's antics, he was about to attempt a hand-kissing gesture, but he quickly pulled his wife's hand away from Emo-chen's grasp and firmly told him to leave again. "No way. How can you be like this? I haven't even had a proper conversation with my sister-in-law, and I haven't seen my 2 little nephews yet. You're being too stingy." Since he was already in the room, Emo-shun ignored Yen Chen and his dark expression, dodged his reaching hand, and quickly ran over to the 2 elders of the Yen family, playing with Chio Yu and Yen Yu. They even discussed which family member the little ones resembled. The scene was quite heartwarming, and Yen Chen couldn't do anything but let it be. This guy always had 2 faces. He managed the family business well and was two-faced with outsiders, yet he acted shamelessly in front of their childhood friends. The reason they became childhood friends was twofold. Their families were connected, and this guy had thick skin, like an unkillable cockroach, persistently bothering you until you agreed to be his friend. Initially, Yen Chen found him annoying and impatiently agreed to be friends, and over the years, they truly became like brothers. Chio Gio glanced at the grinning original male lead, and then at the speechless Yen Chen standing nearby, letting out a barely audible sigh. When she first entered the story, she wanted to stay away from the main characters and avoid trouble, but it seemed she had ended up back near the male lead. Was this fate? Did female characters and NPCs have no escape from destiny's arrangements, always revolving around the main characters? Would the original female lead show up soon? Thinking of her, Chio Gio recalled her previous encounter with the female lead, and she couldn't help but feel critical of her. She shook her head helplessly, reflecting on the cycle of fate. Her gaze toward Yen Chen held a hint of contradiction. Although Yen Chen and Emotion were childhood friends and brothers with completely different personalities, their interactions were relaxed and easygoing. In today's upper-class society, families were well-established and stable, but with the passage of time and impending disasters, how long could that last? She just hoped they wouldn't end up in conflict. It seems she wants to become stronger and not let the main characters affect her. Otherwise, she could make a pact with him, getting the male lead to recognize her as his master. After all, the main character's charm is not easy to resist, and this way, he could never betray her.
Oh my.
I'm really clever for thinking of such a great idea. Awesome. Hehe. Chio Gio was deeply focused on Emotion, lost in thought, while Yen Chen called her name a couple of times without her hearing. He followed her gaze and saw that guy again. Seeing her so captivated by another man right in front of him made him feel jealous. He leaned closer to her ear and softly said, Gio, is he good-looking? Is he better looking than your husband? His voice was low and had an indescribable tone, and his warm breath on her ear sent a shiver through her body, making her tremble slightly. Chio Gio, lost in her thoughts, found the voice familiar. When a shadow loomed over her, it snapped her back to reality. She looked up and saw Yen Chen very close, so close that she could see the tiny hairs on his face. Her heart raced. Remembering what the man had just asked her, she awkwardly stepped back and averted her gaze, explaining, I wasn't doing it on purpose.
I was just thinking about something. Do you believe me?
Oh, then tell me, what were you thinking about just now? The jealous man pressed on. Chio Gio cleared her throat and leaned closer to the man's ear to whisper what she had just been thinking. Emotion turned around and saw the two of them, one leaning in and the other looking up, whispering together. He clicked his tongue in surprise and said to his aunt and uncle, Did you know that Achin used to be a quiet guy who never showed interest in women? All his assistants and bodyguards were male. We always thought he was a straight guy. But look at him now, TSK, it's quite a sight. If Lin Yudong and Yao Jia saw this, they would be shocked. Hearing the names Lin Yudong and Yao Jia, which she was familiar with even before the story, Chio Gio paused and turned to Emotion. What's wrong, dear? Yen Chen asked with some confusion. He slightly frowned, noticing his little woman's sudden strange expression. Did something happen that he didn't know about? Chio Gio asked in confusion. Do you have someone named Lin Yudong and Yao Jia here? Yes, they're also our childhood friends and come from wealthy families.
Why?
Yen Chen didn't understand why Chio Gio reacted so strongly to these names, but he answered honestly. It's nothing. It might just be a coincidence. I happen to know people with those names from my previous life, so I'm curious. Chio Gio emphasized the word previous, and she indeed knew two people with those names, but they were from before she entered the story, working as technicians at her former company. Her company was a branch, with a headquarters in the capital, specializing in developing holographic games. She worked in the art department. During that time, everyone was focused on a new holographic game, making final adjustments before its launch. All departments were working overtime with the development team to finalize the physics engine and real-time rendering, and Lin Yudong and Yao Jia happened to be in charge of the virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR sections, so she couldn't help but remember their names. Yen Chen, not suspecting anything, noticed it was getting late and decided to let the grandparents go home to rest while he took Emotion away. Later, he didn't know what they talked about, but when they returned, Emotion looked at Chio Gio with a more curious gaze, though only he knew what he was really thinking. Finally, under Yen Chen's watch, Chio Gio and he completed their contract, turning the original male lead into her little brother. Once the contract was established, before Emotion could ask all his questions, Yen Chen unceremoniously threw him out the door. After shouting a few times outside without getting a response, Emo-san had to leave in frustration, shouting, "Yen Xiaosan, you forget your friends when you have a girlfriend." Chio Gio witnessed her man's bold actions and asked in surprise, "If you treat him like this, won't he hold a grudge?" "No, he's like a stubborn piece of candy, hard to get rid of." "He'll be back tomorrow," Yan Chen replied to his little woman's question. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked directly into her eyes and asked, "Are you very concerned about him?" "Since he arrived, you haven't looked at me. Do you think he's more handsome than me?" "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Yan Chen placed a gentle kiss on Chio Gio's forehead, quickly grabbed a piece of clothing from the bedside table, got dressed, and left the bed to open the door. Outside, Yen Su was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, unsure of what to do. He didn't want to disturb the third master and the young mistress during their morning rest, but the urgency of the situation forced him to knock on the door to report. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Yen Chen's serious face. "You better have something important to say," he said. Yen Su lowered his head and quickly reported, "Third Master, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf are in trouble. Little Grey and Little Red are also confused and won't stop calling. Everyone is watching over them and hopes the young mistress can come quickly." "What happened?" Yen Chen's expression changed and he frowned, showing signs of tension and urgency. He knew how much his wife cared for that blue bay shepherd dog. As soon as he turned around, he saw his wife quickly getting up. Yen Su licked his dry lips and spoke rapidly, "Third Master, this morning, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf suddenly went wild. The few of us who are familiar with them tried to approach, but they seemed not to recognize us. Whenever we got too close, they bared their teeth as if they were about to attack. Little Grey and Little Red have been calling nonstop." As soon as Chio Gio heard about the trouble with Grey Wolf, she sat up quickly, no longer feeling shy. She immediately put on warm clothes and rushed to the door. "Chingo, you watch over the baby and Bei. I'll go with Yen Su to check it out." Without waiting for Yen Chen's response, she pulled Yen Su downstairs, just brushing past the elderly couple who were coming up to see their great-grandchild, without having time to greet them. "Gio, why are you running so fast? You're still in confinement. You can't do such intense exercise, come back." Emo Shumin's worried voice came from behind Chio Gio. She didn't pay much attention and replied while running down the stairs, "Grandma, I'll explain later." Right now, her biggest concern was Grey Wolf and Red Wolf. Through her mental connection, she could sense their struggle. Seeing this, Yan Zhengquan hurried over to Yan Chen and asked anxiously, "Chen, what's going on? Does Gio have an urgent matter? Even if there is something urgent, it should be you handling it, not making her a woman in confinement. Go." He disapprovingly patted Yan Chen on the shoulder. The two elders looked worried. Yan Chen was also very concerned about the situation with Grey Wolf and Red Wolf. He glanced at Chio Gio, who was almost running to the first floor, and said to the elders, "Grandpa, this matter is complicated. Can you and Grandma watch over the baby and Bei for a bit? I need to check on something." Yan Zhengquan noticed his grandson's anxious expression and realized that watching their great-grandchildren was not a big deal. In fact, they were happy to do it. He waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, just be careful of your wife's health and don't let her catch a chill." Yan Chen replied with a quick okay and ran off. As soon as Chio Gio left the villa, she saw the two wolves rolling in the snow. Grey Wolf and Red Wolf were twisted and crashing into the ground, as if they were enduring immense pain. Their cries were chilling and frightening. Seeing this, Chio Gio felt a deep sorrow. Little Grey and Little Red stood nearby, calling out, seemingly aware that their parents were suffering. When Feng Sanyang saw Chio Gio arrive, she rushed over, looking for help. "Gio, what should we do? It seems like Grey Wolf and Red Wolf have gone mad. They don't recognize us anymore. They try to attack anyone who gets close." Chio Gio gently held Little Red and Little Grey in her arms and shook her head at Feng Sanyang. She didn't know what to do either. She could feel their pain but couldn't think of a way to help them. "Grey Wolf, Red Wolf." Chio Gio called out their names, trying to bring them back to their senses. Indeed, Grey Wolf paused, shaking its head. In its bloodshot eyes, A flash of icy blue appeared, then quickly vanished into the red. Grey Wolf's cries of pain resumed. This time, Chio Gio caught the glimpse of that icy blue in its eyes. She was shocked. Grey Wolf was on the verge of mutation. Oh no, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf are about to mutate, Chio Gio exclaimed, warning Feng Sanyang and Yen Su. The original book mentioned that animals and plants could mutate overnight during extreme cold and heat, becoming aggressive or even zombie-like. The two wolves seemed to be struggling against this mutation, and Chio Gio sensed that this situation couldn't continue. Otherwise, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf might lose themselves forever. She thought of the method she used before to awaken abilities in Yen Chen and the others, and wondered if it would work on animals too. In this moment, ignoring everything else, Chio Gio directly used her mental power to control the airflow, creating a whirlwind that blurred everyone's vision. A misty ball, the size of 2 fists, rushed into the mouths of Grey Wolf and Red Wolf. Grey Wolf, Red Wolf, you must hold on. We are all waiting for you, my best partners. Chio Gio's consciousness invaded their minds, making her voice echo repeatedly in their heads. After a while, suddenly, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf howled at the sky, their bodies visibly growing larger, their cries echoing through the air. The sound was so loud that it made everyone's ears ring, startling the others in the villa to come out and watch. At that moment, a pair of large hands covered Chio Gio's ears, and a pleasant woody scent enveloped her. She looked up to see Yen Chen had come down. He gently patted Chio Gio and said, "It will be fine." As Grey Wolf and Red Wolf howled, Chio Gio began to set up a spatial barrier to block the sound, but it was too late. The noise still got out. At that moment, the blood-red color in Grey Wolf and Red Wolf's eyes disappeared, replaced by beautiful ice-blue pupils. Their bodies continued to grow, and their already powerful forms were now bursting with strength. Their fur became smooth and tough, shining with a cold luster. Whoosh! A burst of hot flame shot from Red Wolf's mouth, instantly melting the snow on the ground and creating a large pit. It looked proudly in Chio Gio's direction, as if asking, "Am I impressive?" Whoosh! A cold ice pillar shot from Grey Wolf's mouth, filling the pit that Red Wolf had just created. Chio Gio and the 4 bodyguards who had spent time with them, along with Feng Sanyang, felt a sudden chill. It was over. Yen Chen was also taken aback. They realized that Grey Wolf was taking risks again. Sure enough, Red Wolf howled and lunged at Grey Wolf, their massive bodies colliding with a loud crash. Red Wolf opened its mouth wide and bit down on Grey Wolf's neck, pinning it to the ground. The bodies of Grey Wolf and Red Wolf grew larger and finally stabilized as they fought. Now, Chio Gio had to slightly lift her head to meet their gaze. "I dislike that everyone is taller than her, and now even the pets are a head taller. Grey Wolf and Red Wolf have stopped fighting." When Grey Wolf tilted his head, he saw his owner's disappointed expression, and his large head nudged her. He almost knocked Chio Gio over, but fortunately, Yen Chen supported her from behind. "Grey Wolf, stop it. You and Red Wolf are not the same as before. You need to know your strength," Yen Chen advised. "Woof woof," Grey Wolf replied, understanding. "From now on, when I hang out with Grey Wolf, I'll eat meat, and you'll get the bones." Luckily, Chio Gio couldn't understand him. Otherwise, she would have rolled her eyes. Seeing that both big dogs had regained their senses, Chio Gio felt relieved. However, when she looked around, she noticed that besides the people from Z City, others who witnessed the transformation of Grey Wolf and Red Wolf looked terrified. Additionally, in Chio Gio's mind, she sensed that people from the other 3 major families were rushing toward them, drawn by the dogs' howls. Chio Gio turned to Yen Chen and said, "Brother Chen, 3 groups are coming our way, probably attracted by the 2 dogs barking. What should we do?" "Don't worry, I'll handle it. You take these 2 back inside, and leave the rest to your man," Yen Chen said confidently, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his warm breath making her shiver. Chio Gio pulled her neck in and shot him a glare. "Then you figure out how to explain it to everyone." Without looking back, She called for Feng Sanyang and the two big pets to head back to the villa. They soon ran into Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua.
Ah,
Dad, Mom, good morning. She paused, handed Little Red and Little Gray to Feng Sanyang, and stepped forward to greet them. Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua, who had wanted to stay in bed a bit longer due to the cold, were startled awake by the loud howls and had just gotten dressed to check the situation. They didn't expect to see Chio Gio. When Chio Gio appeared with the two large dogs, they looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. The two dogs were as big as calves, especially the gray one, while the smaller dark red dog was still quite large. Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration as they looked at the dogs and then back at Chio Gio. Good morning, Chio Gio. Are you taking them out for a walk this early? Lin Meihua was the first to speak. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she added with concern, "You're still in your recovery period. Is it okay for you to be out like this? Can your body handle it? Taking a walk, huh? Yan's mother is really adorable, coming up with such a reason." Chio Gio smiled and took Yan's mother's wrist, saying to both of them, "Mom and Dad, please don't worry. I'm feeling great and don't need to stay in recovery." Hearing this, Lin Meihua frowned slightly. That won't do. You can't listen to those so-called experts from the beautiful country. The wisdom from our 5,000 years of culture is based on solid experience. You still need to take good care of yourself. As she spoke, Lin Meihua reached out to help Chio Gio back to her room on the third floor. Chio Gio felt touched. They say to understand a person, you should look at the people around them. Feeling moved, she held Yan's mother's hand and said, "Mom, I really am fine. I'll explain everything later. Once Chin-gu resolves the situation outside and comes back, I'll tell you everything. Is there something happening outside that I can help with?" Yan Zhenhua also softened his tone, trying to remember his daughter-in-law's advice not to scare her. "Dad and Mom, it's just that the howling of Grey Wolf and Red Wolf was too loud and disturbed our neighbors, and they're coming over now," Chio Gio replied honestly. She added, "It's nothing serious. Chin-gu can handle it. You two should go wash up and later come to my room with Chin-gu. I have something to tell you." After Chio Gio's persuasion, they looked her over again and saw that she really was fine. Only then did Yan Zhenhua take Lin Meihua back to their room. Watching them leave, Chio Gio let out a sigh of relief and went upstairs, chatting and laughing with Feng Sanyang. The sudden changes with Grey Wolf and Red Wolf caught Chio Gio and Yan Chen off guard. They realized that the situation was drifting further from the original storyline. They couldn't hesitate any longer. No matter how the apocalypse developed, their priority was to ensure their family's safety. So, they had a brief discussion. Yan Chen quickly gathered the trusted members of the Yan family in the study to discuss their next steps. At this moment in the meeting hall, the atmosphere was both serious and tense. The only sound was the soft tapping of the old family head, Yan Zhenkuan, lightly hitting the armrest of his chair, which created an invisible pressure. Mo Schumann sat beside him, her expression equally serious and reserved. Yan's father and mother sat below the two elders, followed by Yan Yuan and butler Lin. The 12 bodyguards of the Yan family were also present. Currently, only the second son, Yan Xiao, was absent due to work at the research institute. Everyone was serious, eagerly waiting for the third master at the end of the table to speak. Yan Chen looked solemn as he surveyed the expressions of those present. He slowly began, "Everyone here today is a trusted member of the Yan family, our core members. We are brothers who can rely on each other in the future." Yan Zhenkuan understood his grandson's temperament. There must be an important reason for gathering everyone together, and it couldn't just be for small talk. He had personally selected and raised the 12 bodyguards, so he trusted them. Seeing everyone looking at each other, he asked first, "Ah Chun, you brought everyone here because you have important news to share, so just say it." As expected from the old director of Yen 2 International, he could always see the essence of matters. "Yes, Grandpa," Yan Chen replied, standing up and looking around at everyone seriously. "I believe many of you witnessed it today. The 2 dogs raised by our young mistress suddenly mutated and can now breathe fire and ice." The bodyguards and butler Lin nodded, recalling the strange wind they had experienced during their morning run when they saw the entire mutation process. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Chen dropped another bombshell. Not only have the young mistresses Grey Wolf and Red Wolf mutated, but soon animals, humans, and plants will also undergo mutations. What we are seeing now is just the beginning. Everyone was stunned. The mutation of the two dogs was already hard to believe, and now the third master's news left them speechless. Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua had not witnessed the mutation process of the Grey Wolf and Red Wolf, but they had seen the two large dogs with Chio Gio. Considering what their son said, they felt there must be a basis for it and anxiously began to ask questions. Chen nodded. He thought it would be more convincing for them to see it rather than just hear about it, so he glanced at Lin. Lin understood and stood up. In the puzzled gaze of everyone, he raised his hand to use his metal ability, creating a golden long sword out of thin air. Everyone was amazed by this scene, which couldn't be explained by science, and their eyes widened in shock. Even Yan Jingquan and Emo Shumin were stunned, unable to recover for a moment. Yan Zhenhua stepped forward and, with a trembling voice, asked Lin, "What's going on? How do you have this ability? Does it affect your body?" The other bodyguards also began to inquire about this superpower. "Don't worry, it doesn't affect my body. In fact, it enhances our abilities," Lin first reassured Yan Zhenhua. Yan Zhenhua immediately noticed the word "we" in his statement, indicating that not just he had changed, but others had too. He uncertainly looked at Chen, who nodded in confirmation. Then, Lin demonstrated his metal ability, retracting the golden sword, which vanished into thin air, making the bodyguards without powers feel very envious. As for why he had this ability, Lin directed that question to Third Master, indicating that he would explain later. After that, he returned to his seat amidst the curious gazes of everyone. Seeing their eager eyes, Chen raised his hand to signal for silence. Then he began to explain the purpose of gathering everyone today. "The reason for calling you all here is twofold. First, to make you aware that the world is constantly changing, and we must be prepared. Second, I hope that in the face of adversity, each of us can stay true to our principles, not be driven by self-interest, uphold righteousness, and remain loyal to the Yan family." His words were serious and powerful, instilling a sense of urgency in everyone, making them sit up straight. "Third Master, no matter what happens, we stand with the Yan family." One bodyguard stood up to express his loyalty. Since he could remember, he had been an orphan, taken in by the old chairman, who provided for his education, taught him skills and life lessons. The Yan family was his home. Once he spoke, the other bodyguards quickly voiced their loyalty, pledging to stand with the Yan family. What Chen wanted was their unity. Next, they can arrange their work. They discussed how to strengthen the protection of the manor, prepare for potential dangers, and divide tasks to activate their abilities in groups. While they were discussing, the Chaoyang base established by GF in the capital was completed and began accepting the public. Disaster victims from towns around the capital received the news and started moving towards the city. The number of moving disaster victims was huge, and their survival issues arose. Food, water, and other necessities became scarce, leading many to fight for these resources. On the way to the capital, some people formed small groups to steal and attack those who were weak and unable to defend themselves, causing cries of distress from the villages they passed. Those who lost their supplies also joined the moving disaster victims and looted the next village they encountered. The number of disaster victims continued to rise as they quickly migrated north. Since Chen assigned the work, everyone has been proceeding with their tasks in an orderly manner. By mid-August, the temperature had dropped again, reaching nearly -50 degrees outside, with a trend of further decline. The manor's walls had been raised to 5 meters. 2 mutated wolves, a gray wolf and a red wolf, were playing joyfully inside the manor with their 2 young ones. Outside the villa, the area within the walls had clearly become their territory. Key members of the Yan family had also signed contracts with Chio Gio and gained a new understanding of her. The elders of the Yan family and Yan's parents no longer restricted her and were no longer worried about her getting hurt. After all, They had witnessed the unique effects of the spiritual spring water and her remarkable abilities. Yen Zhengquan brought Emo Shumin to live comfortably in Chio Gio space, enjoying a pastoral life, claiming it was to care for his great-grandson while also relaxing. As for the outside world, he let the young people take their chances. One day, a group of refugees gathered around the estate. They were also disaster victims from the northward migration, trying to avoid the crowded main road in hopes of finding some food in a quieter area. To their surprise, they stumbled upon such a large estate. Many others shared their thoughts, and soon over 200 people had gathered. They looked thin and weak, dressed in torn and unsuitable clothing, shivering in the cold. Among the crowd, there were hardly any elderly or children visible. Their exposed skin was covered in frostbite, and some had stomachs rumbling from hunger. The Yen family estate, with its 5-meter-high walls, stood out more than the other 3 estates, catching the attention of the refugees. The security personnel on duty quickly noticed something was wrong and reported it to Yen Chen and Chio Gio. The two exchanged glances and hurried to the gate. The solid iron gate separated the two groups. Outside, the refugees were packed closely together, holding various makeshift weapons like sticks, shovels, kitchen knives, and hoes. Inside, 2 security guards pointed their guns at them. Clearly, there had been an argument before their arrival. As Yen Su approached, he crossed his arms and asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know this is private property?" The refugees noticed Yen Chen and the others arriving. In contrast to them, the refugees had been through many hardships, yet the ones inside wore warm down jackets, and their faces still looked healthy, unaffected by the disasters. This made the refugees feel envious, as they had always worked hard for the wealthy. Now, even in tough times, the rich seemed to have no worries, which created a deep sense of unfairness among the crowd. They looked at the people inside with unfriendly expressions. "Please, kind sir, help us refugees. We are all citizens of this country. In these difficult times, we should help each other. We hope you can extend a generous hand, and we would be very grateful." The leader spoke to Yen Chen, who had a strong presence behind Yen Su, trying to say nice things. Yen Chen and Chio Gio stood quietly at the back, not wanting to waste time with these people. They all knew the world had ended. Who would have the time to show kindness? They signaled for Yen Meng and the others to handle it. Yen Meng understood the message from the boss and the young lady. He sneered, "Helping each other? Sounds nice, but how do you plan to help us?" The leader replied, "We hope you can accept us. This estate looks big enough for all of us." Furious, Yen Su shouted, "Accept you? You must be joking. I suggest you go back where you came from and stop bothering us. My gun isn't for show." He pulled out the handgun from his waist. Immediately, the crowd outside the iron gate got angry and showed their weapons, with some trying to push down the gate. Not understanding reason, Yen Su was about to fire a warning shot at the crowd. The leader raised his hand to calm them down and said, "Sir, let's talk. You are wealthy and live in a luxurious estate. You must have plenty of food. If you don't want to let us stay, at least help us a little. We haven't eaten in days." Some in the crowd agreed, saying, "We should help each other in tough times. You wealthy people can't just look after yourselves." Yen Meng spat, "This is emotional blackmail. What's wrong with having food? It's our own supply. In this disaster, who knows how long it will last? We are struggling too." Hearing this, the security team was furious. As both sides stood firm, someone in the crowd shouted, "These rich people have no compassion. Talking to them about kindness is useless. Let's break down the door." They had been stuck here for too long, cold and hungry, while the wealthy inside ignored their suffering. They believed the few inside wouldn't dare to shoot. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Some people in the crowd were starting to back away. This seemingly harmless little girl was actually very dangerous. As Chio Gio prepared her submachine gun, a third of the crowd had already fled. After struggling to survive for months in this harsh world, no one wanted to lose their life now. In reality, these people were just a disorganized mob. If you showed more courage than them, they would quickly become scared. Just like now, no one was foolish enough to be the first to charge in. The saying "the bird that sticks its head out gets shot" refers to those who think they are untouchable. In the end, someone could end up dead. Deep down, the refugees knew that in today's world, the authorities had no time to deal with them. Even if someone shot them, they felt safe. But before anything went wrong, they still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if they succeeded? What if they got supplies? After all, they had faced many dangers on their journey north, and many had been robbed or harmed by others, all in the name of survival. Now that they had reached the city, they were not far from the official base, and no one wanted to lose their life at this critical moment. Once they reached the base, they wouldn't have to fight like wild animals over scraps of food anymore. After realizing this, more people began to leave. Those who wanted to stay were frustrated when they saw most of the group had gone and had no choice but to follow. Chio Gio and her friends were actually quite worried about the crowd rushing at them. They didn't want to reveal their powers too soon. The crisis of the refugees attacking the mansion was easily resolved, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go back. Starting today, we need to arrange more people for patrols. We can't let our guard down, Chen said as he took Chio Gio's hand and turned to give orders to the security team. The security leader quickly began to make arrangements. Brother Chen, I'll have Grey Wolf and Red Wolf keep an eye on things too. It should be fine, so don't worry, Chio Gio said confidently, having grown comfortable with the dogs after a few days. Without waiting for Chen to respond, she used her powers to summon Grey Wolf and Red Wolf and gave them instructions. The working dogs were quickly put on duty. News of the refugees surrounding the mansion soon reached Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua. They anxiously waited in the living room for Yan Chen and the others to return. At this moment, Yan Yuan was also present. He was extremely sensitive to the cold, but ever since Chio Gio gave him the high-tech nano-cold-resistant clothing, he could move around freely without hiding in his room all the time. When Yan's parents saw Chio Gio return, they rushed to greet her. Yan Chen stumbled back, stepping aside to make room for the family of three, as they exchanged warm greetings. He realized that Chio Gio was like their own child, while he felt like an outsider. Now, he was losing his authority, and everyone no longer feared him. Everyone wanted to compete for his wife. Yan Zhenhua and Lin Meihua checked Chio Gio from head to toe, and once they confirmed she was fine, they relaxed and pulled her to sit on the sofa, asking about the conflict with the refugees. Chio Gio honestly shared everything, and when she talked about taking down the leader of the troublemakers with one shot, she proudly lifted her chin, making Yan Chen chuckle. Even the usually serious Yan Zhenhua had a slight smile. At that moment, Yan Yuan patted Yan Chen's shoulder and said, "Wow, little brother, I didn't expect this. Your sister-in-law is really impressive. Look at mom and dad, they're so happy. Are you jealous?" Yan Chen shrugged off his brother's hand and turned to him. Yan Yuan thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Yeah, I am. It makes me want to date someone. I wonder where my future partner is. By the way, does your sister-in-law have any sisters or cousins?" "Introduce me to someone," Yan Yuan said, genuinely considering the idea of dating. Yan Chen immediately thought of Chio Gio's peculiar uncle's family and said, "You wouldn't want to meet them." Luckily, most of that family was no longer around, leaving just one troublesome relative, Chio Gio. Ugh. Yan Chen sighed in disappointment and slumped onto the sofa. The attacks by the refugees on the estate happened twice more in the afternoon. They were upheld by the Yan family's strong security measures. However, the refugees left angrily, suggesting they wouldn't give up easily. The high and thick walls kept the refugees out, but the other three major families weren't so fortunate. They all suffered significant losses and damages, with the Yan family being the hardest hit. The disaster victims pushed down the fence and rushed into the estate. They grabbed food and snatched clothing. The bodyguards were outnumbered and could not defend against them, and everything on display was stolen. Just as the refugees were about to search more thoroughly, the third young master of the Yan family returned with his servants and shot several people, causing the crowd to scatter. The Mo family's walls were reinforced like the Yan family's, providing some protection, but there were too many refugees. Despite their efforts, Some managed to get past the large iron gate and injured a few servants. Fortunately, they discovered the situation in time. Working together, they managed to subdue the intruders. In the end, they had to make an example of a few to deter the rest, and the refugees reluctantly left. Surprisingly, the Tong family's wall was pushed down by the refugees, and the security personnel were injured. However, when the refugees reached the courtyard, they seemed to hit an invisible barrier and could not get any closer, causing them to panic and flee. As she regained her focus, Chio Gio felt a sense of seriousness. There was something unusual about the Tong family that she had not noticed before. After feeding the space with all the jade pieces given by Yen Chen, it had doubled in size, revealing large areas of medicinal herbs. Her spiritual awareness had also grown stronger, although she still could not sense the primordial energy. With her enhanced abilities, she could easily detect any movement within 10 kilometers. It was just a thought away to learn about everything happening in the other 3 families' estates. While observing the Tong family being attacked by the refugees, she noticed something strange. She had not expected there to be cultivators in the Tong family. She had been careless and triggered a formation set by the cultivators, who likely sensed her presence now. Chio Gio shared her discovery with Yen Chen. Just as she suspected, the cultivator in the Tong family noticed her when she scanned the formation, but he was too busy to pay attention to her at the moment. After a one-sided and intense encounter, the man pushed the woman away and got off the bed. The woman was Tong Xinyao, who quickly put on a coat, gripping the blanket tightly and biting her lip. When she saw the elegant man getting dressed, she spoke up, "Daoist, don't forget what you promised me." The Daoist, stroking his long beard, looked at Tong Xinyao with narrowed eyes and sat back down beside the bed, reaching under the blanket. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. It's just a group of ordinary people. It wouldn't be hard to handle them." However, the person who just touched his formation intrigued him. Even though it was just a brief contact, the other party must have sensed his formation too. Could they be a cultivator who came from the Xiantian continent with him? After thinking it over, Su Wangshan felt it was unlikely. If they were from the same place, they would have come to join him right away. Could it be that there are cultivators in this world? That would be interesting. After considering this, he decided to find this local cultivator first and trap the Yen family members, letting the foolish woman deal with them. Once he made up his mind, he began to meditate. With the migration of refugees, the manor faced wave after wave of attacks, but fortunately, they managed to get through without serious issues. However, the repeated assaults left the bodyguards exhausted. In the living room of the Yen family villa, Lin Meihua stared blankly at the crystal chandelier. After dealing with a group of refugees, Chio Gio and Feng Sanyang walked in and saw her in this state.
Mom. Mom.
Chio Gio called several times without getting a response. It wasn't until she gently pushed Lin Meihua that she finally reacted. She touched Lin Meihua's forehead and then her own, feeling nothing unusual, and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Just then, Yen family members Yen Zhenhua, Yen Yuan, and Yen Chen entered and heard Chio Gio's question. They all walked over to Lin Meihua, expressing their worries one after another. Lin Meihua covered her heart with one hand and said, "I've been having nightmares these past few days. I dreamt that Air lost a lot of blood. Do you think this is a bad omen? Zhenhua, can we bring Air back? We should be together as a family." She then looked at her 2 sons and asked, "Yuan and Chen, should we go get Air back?" "Sure, I'll go bring him back," Yen Chen replied immediately. A family should be together, and he had long wanted to say they should bring Air back. Yen Chen thought about how his brother was working at the GJ Research Institute, a place he loved. The safety there was high, which is why he hadn't been in a hurry. Since Mom brought it up today, he agreed. Then let's not delay. Let's go now. She couldn't wait any longer. Lin Meihua felt uneasy because she hadn't seen her second son safe and sound. She didn't know why her heart felt so heavy. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw dreams of her son covered in blood. In those dreams, she could clearly feel his desperate expression and his hand reaching out to her, but no matter how hard she tried, She couldn't reach him. At GJ Research Institute, in a temporary hospital room, a group of doctors and nurses in white coats were urgently trying to save a young man lying on the bed. The doctor with glasses was pressing on the young man's heart while urgently instructing the assistant, "Quick, give him C." The assistant injected a heart stimulant into the young man's heart. "Prepare the defibrillator. Hurry, give him a shock." "Okay, continue with the defibrillation." After a flurry of activity, the heart rate finally stabilized. The doctors were unwilling to give up and continued to shock the young man, whose body jolted with each electric pulse. Just as the heart rate began to fade on the monitor, a buzzing sound filled the room, and the lights flickered on and off. With a loud bang, the room suddenly plunged into eerie darkness. What happened? Why did the power go out?
What's going on?
Quickly, turn on the backup power. The doctor with glasses shouted in the dark. In the chaos, no one noticed a small orb of spiritual water, the size of a baby's fist, appearing out of nowhere and hovering by the young man's lips, slowly seeping in. The backup power was quickly restored and the room brightened again, causing the medical staff to squint for a moment. "Check Dr. Yan's heart rate. It's back." An assistant physician was the first to notice, exclaiming in surprise. The team, initially downcast about not being able to save Dr. Yan, quickly turned to the monitor as the assistant pointed.
"Great.
The doctor is saved. It's a miracle, wonderful." They cheered and hugged each other in relief. Chio Gio finished everything and quietly sensed that her brother Yan Chen's vitality had increased. After confirming that there were no more issues, she let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, they arrived in time. If they had been even a minute late, her spiritual water would have been of no use. Chio Gio then explained the crisis they had faced to the Yen brothers in detail. Everyone felt relieved that they had arrived just in time, thanks to Chio Gio's help. The two brothers looked at Chio Gio with grateful eyes. "Sister-in-law, we really owe you this time. Otherwise, the second brother would have been in serious trouble," Yen Yuan said, scratching his head, feeling a bit scared. Chio Gio smiled. "Big brother, you don't need to be so formal. You should treat me like family." No, that's not what I meant, I just..." Yen Yuan was at a loss for words. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. The messenger is back." They were standing outside the GJ Research Building, waiting for permission to see Yen Chun, the second brother. While waiting, Chio Gio was curious about what the Research Institute was studying, so she used her spiritual sense to explore the place quietly. When she saw medical staff rushing into a room that looked like a hospital room, she curiously followed them inside.
Fortunately, she did.
She saw the medical staff trying to save a man on the bed. She wondered who was so unfortunate, and as she looked closer, she noticed the man resembled Yen Chen. When she saw his similar face, she noticed the heart rate on the monitor was almost flatlining, which scared her. She quickly disrupted the circuit and poured spiritual water into the man's mouth. It wasn't until Yen Chen's second brother regained consciousness that she stepped back. The messenger returned with a small, thin old man in a white coat who looked energetic. When they approached, the old man saw their faces, which resembled Dr. Yan's, and without needing any verification, he invited them inside. As they walked, he shared stories of Dr. Yan's great achievements. However, as he spoke, he sighed and glanced at Chio Gio and the others, falling silent. The research institute was large, and perhaps due to the apocalypse, many lights were off, and the conveyor belts had stopped working. The old man led the three of them through the lobby and up to the 6th floor, arriving at the first room at the end of the hall. Through the glass, they saw a small room filled with various medical machines. Yen Chen and Yen Yuan immediately spotted their pale, unconscious second brother lying quietly on the bed, surrounded by medical staff. If it weren't for the faint heartbeat and weak breathing displayed, they would have thought he was already dead. The brothers clenched their fists tightly as they waited. Although Chio Gio had already told them once that Yen Xiao seemed to be seriously injured and close to death, the sight of him now was even more shocking than what they had heard. Several medical staff were helping to clean his wounds again. A chunk of flesh was missing from his chest, and it had an unusual red color. Yen Yuan punched the wall in anger, and with his Earth-based abilities activated, the impact caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear immediately. Chio Gio glanced at the old man staring at the cracks and asked, "Can I ask why Dr. Yen is so badly injured? What exactly happened?" The old man shifted his gaze, assuming Yen Yuan was just overly worried about his brother and had momentarily lost control of his power. He turned to Chio Gio and did not hold back, explaining in detail how Dr. Yen got injured. Before the disaster, Customs had intercepted a vial of T-virus brought into the country from the Sun country. GJ had brought the virus to the lab for research on its composition and an antidote plan. 1.5 months ago, a group of men in black attacked the research institute to get that vial of T-virus. At that time, Dr. Yen was still working inside the lab and had not gone home, and he happened to cross paths with those men. Although we have made initial progress on the T-virus antidote and found a general direction, we hadn't had the chance to put it into practice before the heavy rain disaster struck. All work had to be temporarily halted, and Dr. Yen stayed behind to finalize the data. Most of this research data was contributed by Dr. Yen. The old man sighed, rubbing his cheeks, feeling very heavy-hearted. He continued later, "We saw on the surveillance that Dr. Yen fought with those men to retrieve the research results. At first, Dr. Yen had the upper hand with his skills, but then one of the opponents took out a syringe and injected himself with something. That person who injected himself with the unknown substance underwent a terrifying mutation." As the old man spoke, he recalled the scene, and perhaps because it was truly horrifying, his frail body trembled. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he continued to tell Chio Gio and the others about what they saw in the surveillance video. The person who was injected with the substance had visibly elongated and sharpened fingers. He was incredibly strong and swiped at Dr. Yen. Dr. Yen reacted quickly, bending down to dodge the swipe. However, it still grazed the wall behind him, leaving a large hole. At this point, the old man seemed to recall the scene, fear showing in his eyes. What happened next? Chio Gio asked, already sensing something was wrong. The old man turned to look through the glass at Dr. Yen in the hospital bed. He appeared to lose his spirit. He began to piece together the story in a fragmented way. From his account, Chio Gio and the others managed to understand the situation. The person who had been injected with the unknown substance became increasingly erratic and violent. Besides relentlessly attacking Yen Xiao, he also indiscriminately attacked their own people, as if he had lost all reason, tearing and striking at anyone in sight. Seeing this, Yen Xiao began to deliberately avoid these attackers, using their own tactics against them. Soon, there were very few black-clad figures left. They started to take measures. Whenever Yen Xiao approached, they quickly dodged away. The second brother of the Yen family soon found himself at a disadvantage. As he tried to escape, the mutated person relentlessly pursued him, causing further damage to the surroundings. The surveillance feed was disrupted and they could no longer see what happened next. The old man and the others were left in the dark. When they received the alarm and arrived, they found Dr. Yen locked in the safe room, clutching his chest with blood pouring from his wounds, staining his white coat. The black-clad figures lay scattered in the hallway, severely injured. The only ones missing were the mutated person and the T-virus, along with all data related to it. Fortunately, Yen Xiao managed to survive after a day and night of rescue efforts, but he fell into a coma, showing no signs of waking up despite treatment. Yen Chen glanced seriously at the now dejected old man and explained their purpose for coming. The old man replied that he could not make decisions, as he was just a level C researcher and needed to consult the director. In the old man's heart, Dr. Yen was seriously injured. If there had been advanced medical equipment before the disaster, there might have been hope for recovery. But now, he sighed, shook his head, and stood up, offering to ask the director for help. The request was quickly approved. Even the director of GJ Research Institute shared the same thought as the old man. Let Dr. Yen enjoy his last joyful moments. Perhaps when he returned home, surrounded by his family's love, he might wake up soon. The old man and the director only realized the strength of Yen Xiao's background after Yen Chen revealed his identity. Yen 2 International was not just wealthy, it also had significant influence. The Yen family thrived in the pharmaceutical industry, and their companies were well developed. It was possible that Dr. Yen would receive better medical care at home than at the research institute. Once the director understood this, he immediately approved the transfer. However, moving Yen Chio smoothly was a bit challenging due to the crowd. Fortunately, they had arrived by helicopter, which was now parked in front of the research institute. With the help of the medical staff, they quickly placed Yen Chio onto the bright red helicopter. Before parting, the director held Yen Yuan's hands tightly, his eyes red, and repeatedly urged him. He hesitated to hold Yen Chen's hand because he felt nervous. No matter what happens to Yen Chio, please let me know. When he recovers, the doors of the institute will always welcome him. The director also arranged for several large boxes of supplies to be sent with them. As Yen Chio's mentor and supervisor, he understood how much his student loved this job. Now, seeing him so severely injured, he felt heartbroken. He sincerely hoped his student would safely overcome this crisis and quickly return to his beloved career. As he watched the helicopter fly away, he lowered his gaze, wrapped his heavy coat around himself, and pulled the hood over his head. No one noticed the brief smile that flickered at the corners of his lips. The old man beside him saw the director's sorrowful expression and guessed that Yen Chio was his most prized student, making the director the saddest person in the institute. So he comforted him, "Director, Dr. Yen will be fine. Besides, the Yen family is such a powerful presence. They will surely find the best medical team to help him." Yet, deep down, he felt uncertain. No matter how powerful a family was, during a disaster, even the most skilled hands could struggle without the right resources. The director of the GJ Research Institute raised his head and looked at the old man for a while before saying slowly, "Everything will be fine. You all go back to your work. Also, send more people to find out where the T-virus is stored." The old man nodded and went to carry out the task. In his mind, the director and Dr. Yen were his role models and goals in life. Even though he felt sad, the director never forgot his work and continued to be diligent. So, why should he not strive to move forward? He needed to work harder toward his own goals. The old man motivated himself and quickened his pace. The helicopter left the research institute, but did not head to the Yen family's estate. With Chio Gio's strong mental power, they found an empty rooftop to land and then disappeared into thin air. Once inside the space villa, they made some noise, which immediately caught the attention of Mo Shumin, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, playing with her grandchildren. Perhaps the air in the space kept them youthful. She and her husband seemed to be getting younger, and even a minor hearing issue had improved thanks to the spiritual spring water. If it weren't for Chio Gio warning them not to drink too much of the spring water at once, they would have wanted to drink even more. So when she heard the noise from a bedroom, she noticed right away. But she wasn't worried. Chio Gio was the owner of this space, so it must be them coming in or her letting someone in. However, the fact that they were in the bedroom for so long made her curious. Did Chio Gio and Aiken go in there to have some fun? Thinking of this, Mo Shumin felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly took her 2 great-grandchildren and went downstairs. These young people really should consider that there are others in the villa too. At that moment, Yen Jinkuan was in the open kitchen trying to figure out a recipe. The men in the Yen family were good at everything, spoiling their wives, doing business, and being smart. The only thing they struggled with was cooking. Even the simplest dish was a challenge for them. For instance, he couldn't even fry an egg properly. Fortunately, the space had plenty of eggs for him to use. This was already his 13th failure, and his wife couldn't bear to watch him waste eggs anymore, so she took the 2 great-grandchildren upstairs to the living room. At this moment, she hurriedly came down with 2 little ones, her cheeks flushed. Although her face had seen many years, it still looked beautiful in his eyes. Elegance never goes out of style. She looked charming and lovely, almost as if she had just put on makeup. He approached her and took one of the little great-grandchildren, asking, "Our beautiful lady, why are you running so fast? Is there a ghost chasing you?" Hearing this, her face turned even redder, and she shot a glare at Yen Jinkuan, the old man who was talking nonsense. She scolded him. "What nonsense are you saying? You're the one being chased by a ghost." Yen Jinkuan wasn't upset. He smiled and playfully asked, "Then why are you in such a hurry? Are you trying to impress someone?" Mo Shumin was speechless. Even at her age, he still acted so silly, like a young person. She wished she could show him a mirror to see how thick his skin was. Mo Shumin glanced upstairs and continued to glare at Yen Jinkuan, saying, "Can't you be serious? At your age, don't you have any sense?" Yen Jinkuan laughed heartily. During this time in their space, he and his partner had been quite comfortable. The only downside was that there was no day or night, just a constant 26 degrees and bright light. They would close the blackout curtains at the right time and rest in their villa, just like before the natural disasters, enjoying their leisure. After laughing enough, he asked seriously, "So why did you come down so quickly? Did something happen?" There was suddenly some noise in the room upstairs. "I guess it might be Chio Gio and a Chun." Mo Shumin didn't finish her thought. Seeing her expression, Yen Jinkuan understood and felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose. He quickly changed the subject. "Shumin, would you like to try the fried eggs I made? I think this time I might have succeeded." But just as he finished speaking, they smelled something burnt in the space. Another failure. Upstairs, looking at Yen Xiao, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Chio Gio sighed at how good-looking the Yen brothers were. That waist, those legs, that height, and that elegant face were truly a masterpiece from God. There was no need for her to express her envy anymore. Watching Yen Xiao lying silently on the bed, Chio Gio sensed that his vitality had weakened a bit compared to before. What was going on? She felt puzzled, as if she were struggling against something. She looked at his chest again, where fresh blood was seeping out. Something was wrong. The blood didn't look right. Yen family's second brother was hurt by that mutated monster, and the wound was poisoned. When she was recovering her body after giving birth, she soaked in spirit spring water. She wondered if it would help Yen family's second brother. She quickly took out a foldable bathtub and set it down. Yen Chen understood and immediately opened it. Yen Yuan was confused and asked Chio Gio, sister-in-law, "What should we do next? My second brother will be okay, right?" He was putting all his hopes on Chio Gio's amazing skills. The three brothers didn't dislike each other like siblings in other families. They cherished one another and felt proud to have each other. Even though he and his Xiao were timid around a Chun, their brotherly bond was strong. Seeing their brother so seriously injured and lying on the bed, they felt terrible and wished they could take his pain. Yen Chen also looked to Chio Gio with hope. Chio Gio didn't dare to be careless. She kept moving, guiding the spirit spring water into the foldable bathtub. "I will do my best, but I can't guarantee anything. When I gave birth to Chio Yu and Yen Yu, I used spirit spring water to heal. Now, the space has upgraded twice, and the spirit spring water should be faster and more effective." She added, "I believe my second brother has good fortune. He will pull through. Right? You will be okay." "Hello, second brother. I'm Chio Gio, Yen Chen's partner. I believe you can hear me. Soon, the spirit spring water will heal your body. You might feel some pain, but you have to endure it. We are all waiting for you, and Mom and Dad miss you too. You still have 2 little nephews you haven't met." Chio Gio's words entered Yen Xiao's mind and echoed there. Suddenly, Yen Xiao's fingers moved, and Yen Chen and Yen Yuan noticed immediately. They looked at Chio Gio with gratitude, speechless. "All right, let's take off his clothes," Chio Gio instructed the two. Yen Yuan quickly went to pull off the clothes. Chio Gio felt anxious and stopped him, saying, "Eldest brother, be gentle. Take it off carefully. Don't touch his wound. He can't handle it if you do it like that." Yen Yuan paused. He had never undressed anyone before and had no experience. He glanced at his younger brother and then at Chio Gio, suddenly saying to Yen Chen, "You come here. You have experience." Upon hearing this, Chio Gio's face turned red. Her older brother was really something. He said it without hesitation but still looked at her. It made her uncomfortable, so she fanned her face to cool down the sudden heat. Not wanting to hear any more surprising words from Yen Yuan, she secretly made a gesture to cast a silence spell on him. Yen Yuan immediately felt something binding him, and when he tried to ask what was happening, he realized he couldn't speak. He turned to look at Chio Gio, who quickly turned away and stopped looking at him. Yen Yuan understood that Chio Gio had cast a spell to prevent him from talking. Remembering what he had just blurted out, he realized it was better for him to say less and do more. Yen Chun was about to take off his second brother's shirt, but when he remembered his little woman was still present, he hesitated. He turned to Chio Gio and said, "You should go outside. It's just me and my brother here." Chio Gio thought for a moment and replied, "No, I need to stay here and watch. After all, his wound is a problem." "Then you can't look," Yen Chin insisted, not wanting her to see anyone else's body, including his brother's. Chio Gio said, "No way. If I don't look, how will I know the situation? What if I need to step in to help?" Just as she saw the man about to say something else, she quickly interrupted him. "Stop being so wishy-washy. Are you a man or not? Are you going to take it off or not? If you don't do it soon, I will." She moved to take action herself. Yen Chun, feeling frustrated, grabbed her hand and said, "I will do it. Just let me handle it. Don't interfere." "Okay, hurry up. He can't wait," Chio Gio replied, stepping back and glancing at Yen Xiu's waist, adding softly, "Leave some cover." Meanwhile, Yen Yuan, who was anxiously watching, was rolling his eyes at the conversation between the two. If someone unaware heard their exchange, they would surely imagine all sorts of scenarios. Just as he thought this, the two elders from the Yen family, who had just reached the door, overheard Chio Gio's strong words. "Stop being so wishy-washy. Are you a man or not? Are you going to take it off or not? If you don't do it soon, I will." They immediately turned and hurried back to the living room. As soon as they entered the living room, Mo Shumin slapped Yen Jinkuan on the arm. "I told you those two are." Mo Shumin pointed with two fingers and continued, "You didn't believe me, and now it's awkward, right?" Yes, I didn't expect Gio to be so gentle, yet have such a strong side." Why did you hit me again?" Yen Jinkuan hadn't finished speaking when Mo Shumin slapped him again. "You think you can discuss the matters of the younger generation? You're being disrespectful, aren't you? Let's just forget about this, and don't bring it up again, understood?" She angrily instructed Yen Jinkuan. Rubbing his sore arm, he nodded repeatedly. Just as they were about to leave the villa to go outside and tend to the garden, thinking it was best to give space to the young couple inside, a sudden cry of pain came from upstairs, followed by silence. Startled, their movements paused, and as they were about to cover their grandchildren's ears, the sound abruptly stopped. They quickly realized it wasn't Ah Chen's voice. It sounded like their grandson's. Exchanging worried glances, they hurriedly grabbed the two kids and rushed upstairs. They knocked urgently on the door, calling out, "Ah Chun Gio, is that you? What just happened?" I heard a terrible scream from the second one. At that moment, Chio Gio was using her mental energy to slowly extract the toxic blood from Yen Xiu's wound. After the toxic blood was removed, the wound visibly began to heal. The intense pain made him cry out involuntarily, but he quickly regained control. In front of him was a delicate-looking girl with willow-shaped eyebrows and bright, sparkling eyes. She had a small, elegant nose and perfectly shaped lips, all framed by a suitable oval face. As she worked, he could feel the black blood flowing from his chest wound as it healed. He recalled the words echoing in his mind. "Hello, second brother, I am Chio Gio, Yen Chen's partner." He thought that this girl must be his sister-in-law. She was truly beautiful. He envied his third brother. When he looked up, he saw his two brothers on either side, holding his hands. Just as he signaled for them to let go, he heard his grandparents knocking and calling out anxiously, "Second brother, can you hold on?" Yen Chen finally felt relieved. His second brother was safe. Yen Xiu nodded, moved a bit, and gained the freedom of his hands. But when he turned around, he saw his sister-in-law focused on his chest. Although he knew she was treating his wound, he couldn't help but blush. feeling a bit uncomfortable. Suddenly, a towel covered his eyes, and he couldn't see anything. However, the darkness heightened his other senses, making him feel even more uneasy. He thought, who is that sixth brother? I hope he doesn't find out who did this. Meanwhile, outside, the two elders were anxious. They couldn't hear anything from inside, and they wondered what was happening. Mo Schumann knocked on the door again. Chen, can you open the door? What happened? It was a critical moment for detoxifying, and they couldn't let the elders in and distract Chio Gio. So, Yan Chen signaled his older brother to explain outside. Yan Yuan was speechless. He pointed to his throat and then to Chio Gio, indicating that she had made him unable to speak, so only he could go. Yan Chen felt stuck, but had no choice but to open the door himself. As soon as he opened it, he stopped Mo Schumann from entering and quietly explained, "Second brother is in a critical moment of detoxification. Grandma and Grandpa, please don't disturb him. Once he's done, we'll explain everything." Without waiting for them to respond, he closed the door and returned to the room, leaving the two elders worried outside. Time passed slowly. Half an hour felt neither long nor short, mainly because Chio Gio was inexperienced. Fortunately, the toxins were all cleared. After that, seeing that the spiritual spring water still had vitality, Chio Gio waved her hand and sent Yan Xiao and the folding bathtub to the bathroom. Suddenly, a large cloud of mist appeared before Yan Xiao, startling him and causing him to grip the edge of the bathtub tightly. The mist then entered his mouth and filled his stomach. Before he could react, his body began to respond in a different way. Chio Gio's voice echoed in his mind, and before he could process everything he saw, he was forced to activate his special ability. The activation process is a bit indescribable and painful, second brother. You must endure it. You can't fall asleep or faint. If you fall asleep or faint, it means you have failed to activate. You can only stay in your small space. I believe you can do it, brother. Yan Xiao was startled. How did his sister-in-law know? She was impressive. Before he could think more, a wave of drunken drowsiness hit him. He remembered his sister-in-law's words and bit down hard to stay awake. When the drowsiness faded, he exhaled deeply, just about to relax when his body suddenly trembled as if facing a great threat. An overwhelming force surged within him, causing him great pain. His spirit was tortured during this process, leaving him feeling weak and exhausted. Hours passed, and the water in the folding bathtub turned dark and foul-smelling. He felt nauseous and quickly got out of the tub. A gentle energy flowed through him, instantly making him feel relaxed. He endured the nausea and scrubbed himself for over half an hour. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, he admired his slightly fairer skin. He smiled at his reflection, feeling that the gentle energy was not just in his body but also in his heart, ready to be controlled by him. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease, as if all the fatigue and pressure from his long hours at the research institute had been washed away by this energy. Yan Xiao lovingly touched his skin, feeling it soft and smooth, with strong abs and biceps still intact. He smiled with satisfaction. He imagined himself as a smooth pebble freshly picked from a stream, shining under the warm sunlight. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he stepped out of the bathroom, feeling like a new person. His steps were light, and his eyes bright, no longer the man who had been on the brink of death just hours before. He could smell the fresh scent from the shower gel he had just used, mixed with his own natural scent, unique and charming. Wearing only a towel, he walked out. Yan Chen immediately covered his sister-in-law's sparkling eyes with his hand and tossed the clothes he had prepared for his brother onto the bed, saying disapprovingly, "Put these on before coming out." Yan Xiao was startled by the cold words, snapping back to reality and remembering that there was a woman in the room, his sister-in-law. He immediately ran back to the bathroom, and in his rush, he accidentally bumped his face against the bathroom door. After the loud bang, he felt a sharp pain that brought tears to his eyes. Annoyed, he cursed himself silently. When he finally stepped out, he was met with a tense scene. 7 pairs of questioning eyes were fixed on him, making him hesitate for a moment as he opened the door. But he quickly relaxed and walked over to Mo Shumin. "Hey, it's been a while. Beautiful lady. Have you missed your little grandson?" Mo Shumin had heard about the situation from Ayuan and Achun. She knew that Xiao Er had been seriously injured, and it involved his life. She wouldn't be easily swayed like before. "Tell me what happened. Why were you hurt so badly? The research institute didn't even inform us. If it weren't for your mother having a bad dream and sending Achun to check on you, we wouldn't have known about your condition." "What if?" Mo Shumin started to cry. Yan Jingquan, who was holding little Chio Gio, felt heartbroken and angrily said, "Xiao Er, you better tell the truth right now." Seeing Mo Shumin cry made everyone panic. Chio Gio quickly comforted her. "Grandma, please don't cry. Second brother is fine, and even got some good luck from this. If you keep crying, the baby in your arms will start crying too." Yan Jingquan added, "Yes, dear, don't cry. Xiao Er is okay now. After a big disaster, there's often good fortune." He even brought the baby closer for her to see the little one's almost crying face.
Exactly.
Yan Yuan blurted out in excitement, surprised to find he could speak. "Grandma, let's hear what second brother has to say about what happened." Yan Chen chimed in. Thankfully, with everyone's encouragement, Mo Shumin managed to stop her tears. It was crucial for the family's elder to remain composed. Once she calmed down, everyone sighed in relief. Yan Xiu then became serious and began to recount the thrilling events. What he described matched what they had seen in the surveillance footage, but it was even more intense than the old man had told them. The part about the damaged surveillance footage left them all on edge, especially when Yan Xiu talked about running down the hallway to escape. The mutated person, with grayish-white eyes and lost sanity, was fixated on the tube of T-virus in Yan Xiu's hand. Yan Xiu could see the mutant drooling, clearly wanting to consume that item. As he ran, he suddenly felt a wave of heat pass through his body and saw a small black cube, only 0.5 cubic meters, appear in his mind. He felt he could place the tube of T-virus inside it, thought about it, and did just that. To his surprise, it actually worked. The tube of T-virus quietly rested in that small space, unaffected by his running. During his escape, he occasionally checked on it, feeling relieved that it was safe, allowing him to focus on dealing with the mutant. Later, he also stored the research data in that small space. Without the scent of the T-virus, the mutant became even more frenzied, beating its chest like a gorilla and growing larger. Suddenly, Yan Xiu remembered the vault that couldn't be opened without a password or blown up. The password to open the vault was a bit complicated. Only 3 people in the entire facility knew it: the director, himself, and the vice director. Moreover, the password input couldn't pause. If entered incorrectly 3 times, it would lock automatically, and the old password would no longer work. To avoid the mutant's claws, he had already paused twice while entering it. He couldn't afford to pause again on the 3rd attempt. With the last bit of time, he quickly entered the password, and the door opened, but the mutant's attack was right in front of him. As he turned, he couldn't dodge in time, and was struck in the chest. The dark claw brutally tore away a piece of flesh along with his clothing. Yan Xiu watched helplessly as the mutant chewed on his flesh. Fortunately, he fell into the vault and, ignoring the pain in his chest, quickly kicked the door shut. He smashed the alarm, watching the mutant through the glass of the vault. It was no longer human. It was a monster, devouring his flesh. When the monster realized it couldn't open the vault door, it gave up on him and turned to tear apart one of its own companions. Yan Xiu didn't continue. He feared scaring Mo Shumin and Chio Gio with that brutal scene, which was still fresh in his memory. Later, the monster had eaten one of his companions and jumped out the window. He himself fainted from blood loss. Later on, everyone, including Chio Gio, found out, and he stopped talking about it. After hearing this, Mo Shumin wanted to check his injuries by lifting his shirt, which startled Yan Xiu, making him jump 2 or 3 meters away from the sofa. "Grandma, I must tell you, my body can only be seen by my wife in the future, so don't do anything strange. You little rascal, if you have the ability, Find a girlfriend first before talking about a wife. You must be daydreaming. Seeing his mischievous expression, Mo Shuman realized that Chio Gio's amazing skills were at work, so she stopped insisting on checking his injuries. However, she was still concerned about this lively character in the family and asked when he would find a girlfriend. Yen Chen made an excuse that their parents were waiting at home, so he and Chio Gio would take the helicopter back first, and they would call their older brothers when they were close. Thus, Yen Yuan and Yen Xiao were left in the villa, listening to Mo Shuman's matchmaking talk. As soon as the bright red helicopter arrived over the Yen family estate, Lin Meihua couldn't wait to rush out to greet them. She couldn't relax until she saw her second son. While in the villa, Yen Xiao had heard his older brothers say how much their mother missed him. So, as soon as he got off the helicopter, he ran to Lin Meihua, saying, "My dear Lin, the beautiful lady, I heard you missed me a lot. I'm back now, so you have to give me a hug." Seeing him, Lin Meihua's anxious heart finally found peace. She quietly looked at her second son for a while and realized he wasn't hurt as she had feared. It seemed she had worried too much. Listening to Yen Xiao's playful words, she gently pinched his cheek. "You little troublemaker, when did you learn to be so smooth-talking?" Yen Xiao grinned. "Being close to a beautiful person like you teaches me." "That's nonsense. You're just being cheeky," Lin Meihua said, poking his nose with a happy smile. Yen Yuan, Yen Chen, and Chio Gio also got off the helicopter, joining this loving scene as they all laughed and entered the villa together. Not long after they left the research institute, the director of GJ Research Institute also left, following shortly behind them. More than 100 kilometers east of GJ Research Institute, in a seemingly deserted forested mountain area. In this forested mountain, there is a hidden underground laboratory conducting inhumane experiments on living subjects. The laboratory's white rooms are filled with high-precision equipment, and everything in the corners appears unusually tidy. The imprisoned subjects, dressed in white lab coats, lie weakly on beds, with chains on their hands and feet to prevent escape. They have become the unfortunate test subjects of scientific enthusiasts. The high-tech equipment silently tells the story of this unusual place, creating a mysterious atmosphere in the underground lab. At the end of the corridor, on a narrow bed, a person is tightly restrained with handcuffs. However, this cannot be called a person anymore. It has transformed into a mutated creature. Its body is twisted, with gray-black claws growing from its limbs, and its pale eyes dart around. It has sharp fangs in its mouth and emits piercing screams. A group of researchers in white lab coats watches every movement and detail of the creature through cameras installed in the room. Despite the creature's struggles to break free from the handcuffs, it is futile. At this moment, the lead researcher, standing in front of the screen, focused intently, said without turning around, "Increase the current to Subject 3, stimulate it, and observe its reaction." As soon as he finished speaking, a researcher beside him quickly pressed buttons on the control panel. Another researcher behind him recorded the creature's responses on a computer and said, "Noted, it has a strong pain response and physiological reactions are normal." "Good. Continue to increase the current," the lead researcher ordered cruelly, his face filled with excitement and fervor, seemingly forgetting the presence of others in the lab. He only wanted to see the results he desired. Under the strong electrical stimulation, Subject 3 let out even more anguished screams, its body twisting and contorting. Yet, the researchers beside it showed no intention of alleviating its suffering, continuing to press buttons on the control panel rapidly. As the current increased again, Subject 3 emitted louder, more piercing screams, and its fangs ground together threateningly, with its pale eyes darting around. "Stop," record the data. Following the command, the researcher beside him quickly noted the data in a notebook. "Keep pushing forward. We must obtain the data we need from Subject 3. The researchers responded in unison. If Yen Xiao were here, he would immediately recognize that the creature being shocked was the same mutant that attacked him at the GJ Research Institute. In this underground lab, the researchers, driven by their obsession to uncover the mysteries of life, were willing to go to any lengths. They ignored moral and ethical boundaries, treating humans as subjects for inhumane experiments. These scientific zealots had gathered for a common goal, led by the highest authority at the GJ Research Institute, Director Xian Tian. The mutant displayed on the screen was undergoing electrical stimulation, causing its originally grayish-white eyes to gradually turn red. Its dark, sharp claws became harder and longer as its body twisted, and its roar echoed throughout the white room. It seems our experimental direction is correct. Increase the current, quickly, increase it. Xian Tian's lips curled into a manic smile. He was close to creating the ultimate weapon. As the current intensified, the mutant seemed to be burning, smoke rising from its body, yet its eyes grew redder, as if bleeding. A tear of blood fell, landing on the handcuffs with a sizzling sound. Quick, show me the previous data again. Standing in front of the screen, Xian Tian suddenly sensed something was off. The researchers beside him quickly pulled up the data, and with just a glance, he noticed the mutant's reactions were not as he had expected. Cut the power, he shouted urgently. But it was too late. The mutant broke free from the handcuffs, glanced at the control panel, leaped up, and crashed through the lab door, escaping. That one glance sent chills down Xian Tian's spine. Quick, shut all exits. We cannot let it escape. Everyone, pursue it. Once he realized the situation, he hurriedly shouted commands and rushed out of the control room. No, he could not let this mutant get away. If the outside world discovered their experiments on living humans, he would face unimaginable consequences. A group of researchers followed closely behind him, rushing towards the door of the control room. They ran down the hallway, chasing after the mutated being. Suddenly, the researchers who had been leading the way began to retreat. In front of them stood the escaped subject number 3, exuding an aura of destruction as it approached the group step by step. At that moment, the researchers truly understood fear. It was as if they were facing a demon or death itself. Number 3, they whispered, as the mutated figure, now over 3 meters tall, looked down at the small humans. It grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and its bloodthirsty eyes scanned the researchers before settling on the terrified Xintian. Xintian, overwhelmed with fear, stumbled backward, trying to escape. Suddenly, the mutated being moved. A flash of red light appeared, and a round object rolled across the floor, leaving a trail of blood behind it. When the researchers finally realized what it was, they were horrified to see it was a severed head, the head of someone who had just been laughing and talking with them.
Ah!
A scream erupted, and the researchers scattered in panic. Subject number 3 acted like a relentless killing machine, claiming their lives one by one, leaving no survivors. In the chaos, Xintian found himself cornered in a laboratory room. On the bed inside was another test subject, who laughed joyfully at the sight of the researchers' demise, exclaiming that the heavens had opened their eyes, wishing for the devils to go to hell. As subject number 3 passed by the door, it made a noise to draw attention, looking in Xintian's direction. Hey, buddy, come here and tear these devils apart, haha. Xintian's face turned pale as he glanced at the test subject, pressing himself against the wall. Seeing the creature turn toward him, he felt his legs tremble, and he slid down to the floor, unable to support himself any longer. He was terrified, truly terrified. The fear of death loomed over him. He wanted to live, really wanted to. He had many ambitions yet to fulfill, and his groundbreaking research for humanity had not succeeded. How could he die now? Meanwhile, the restrained test subject on the bed continued to shout and dance. Haha, devils, you all go die, haha. As number 3's hand squeezed the experiment subject's head, a loud bang echoed as the head burst open, splattering blood onto number 3 and onto the white coat of Xintian. Number 3 extended his crimson tongue and cleaned the blood from his dark claws. Watching the scene, Xintian felt his vision blur, and his consciousness began to fade. He could no longer control his body and collapsed onto the floor. Days passed, and outside the Yen family estate, waves of disaster victims were being stopped. The Chaoyang base was overcrowded and could no longer accommodate more refugees, while the influx of people into the capital continued. In the bedroom, Chio Gio furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Yen Chen returned to the room and noticed that his partner had been silent for a while, seemingly distracted. He gently tapped her forehead and asked, "What are you thinking about so deeply?" Chio Gio sighed. Although the extreme cold hasn't passed, so many people are flooding into the capital. If the extreme heat arrives and mutated species attack, the capital will be severely affected. Is there any way to alert the higher-ups without exposing our situation? Even if we do, will they believe us? Chio Gio felt overwhelmed with worry. Yen Chen's gaze sharpened as he pulled her into an embrace, gently patting her back. Without certainty or evidence, the authorities won't believe us. They'll just think it's a prank. We need to focus on how to protect ourselves and those around us when the extreme heat comes. Listening to Yen Chen, Chio Gio gradually calmed down. You're right. I should find a way to enhance my abilities and quickly master the primordial energy. Just then, there was a rapid knock at the door. Chio Gio and Yen Chen immediately stood up and exchanged glances. Yen Chen put on his down jacket and went to open the door. As he opened it, cold air rushed in. Yen Xiao and Yen Yuan stood at the entrance, looking anxious and hesitant to speak. Yen Chen narrowed his eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. What's going on? I just received a satellite message from the research institute saying my teacher is missing. Yen Xiao's expression turned serious. He was worried that those trying to steal the T-virus had kidnapped the director, and he feared what kind of inhumane treatment his teacher might face. His teacher was older and couldn't endure much. After a moment, he quickly added, "After you took me that day, my teacher left the research institute not long after and hasn't been seen since. The people at the institute searched everywhere they thought he might be, but no one has seen him and they can't reach him on the satellite phone. They had no choice but to contact me, and I am very worried. That's why I came to discuss this with you, third brother. I want to go back to the research institute." Hearing this, Yen Chen's expression also became serious. He understood what the director meant to his second brother. He was not just his boss, but also his mentor. Yen Chen had always admired this mentor and was very concerned. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Yen Xiao nodded gratefully. "Thank you. I'll wait for you downstairs." Yen Chen agreed, closed the door, and returned to Chio Gio, asking if she wanted to join them. At that moment, Chio Gio had already changed her clothes. "Let's go. I'll go with you." 10 minutes later, the two appeared in matching outfits in the lobby. "Third brother, thank you. Let's go. Family doesn't need to say those polite things. We can talk more on the helicopter." Yen Chen interrupted his emotional words. "Okay." The four of them boarded the helicopter. Chio Gio immediately used her mental energy to fill the helicopter's fuel tank and warm up the engine before saying, "We can take off now." Shortly after the helicopter took off, Chio Gio suddenly remembered something and said to Yen Xiao, "Second brother, logically, you were injured so badly that you shouldn't have recovered so quickly. You need to act a little to avoid raising suspicion." Yen Xiao immediately understood her meaning, and the actor in him came to life. He changed his expression and posture to resemble a patient recovering from a serious injury, but his rosy lips gave him away. The helicopter flew quickly, reaching the GJ Research Institute building in less than an hour. Later, it was unclear what kind of magic Chio Gio had used on Yen Xiao, but at that moment, he appeared to others as someone recovering from a serious illness. Chio Gio was quite pleased and enjoyed studying these small spells in her spare time. The sea-level researcher from the institute, an older man, rushed over as soon as the helicopter landed. Upon seeing Yen Xiao, his eyes lit up. This was his idol. It was amazing that he could stand up after just a few days. In his mind, the Yen family was now a force to be reckoned with. Their institute had been unable to help Dr. Yen, but after just a few days at home, he was almost fully recovered and could even walk. Yen Xiao noticed the old man's gaze. Thanks to Chio Gio's magic, no one could see his true condition. He cleared his throat and asked, "Can you tell me when you discovered my teacher was missing and where he was last seen?" As soon as the old man heard about the director, he snapped back to attention. Dr. Yen, the director left the institute less than half an hour after you were taken away. No one followed him, and I asked everyone. They all said they didn't know where he went. We even checked his home, but he hadn't returned there. Did no one know which direction he went? Did he mention anything to anyone? Yan Xiao asked anxiously. The old man shook his head, indicating that no one knew or had heard anything. He was also worried. He had asked everything he could, but there were no leads, and he hung his head in disappointment. After repeated inquiries yielded no useful information, Chio Gio and the others had no choice but to fly the helicopter around various places they thought the director might be, but still found no trace of him. Chio Gio's awareness also helped scan the area repeatedly, but to no avail. Everyone felt a bit discouraged. Then, as the helicopter passed a building with the Yen 2 International logo, Yen Chen suddenly pointed to it and said to Chio Gio, "That's where I used to work. It's also the headquarters of Yen 2 International." Following his gaze, Chio Gio looked at the iconic building and suddenly remembered something important. She slapped her forehead, frustrated that she had forgotten such a crucial detail. She quickly asked, "Chen Ge, didn't you say your family started in the pharmaceutical industry? That means there are many medicines, right? I just remembered that I haven't collected any medicines yet." "That's a medicine, isn't it? Why didn't I think of it before the disaster? Even if I don't eat it, it would be good for trading with the government later. Is it too late to collect it now? It's been almost 5 months since the disaster. The medicine must be ruined by now." Seeing the worry on Chio Gio's face, Yen Chen smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. Our medicine is stored in sealed containers. Some are kept in a secure vault, so most of it should still be usable." With that, Yen Chen asked his brother to change course and head to the Yen family's pharmaceutical factory. Searching blindly for the government research director wouldn't help, so it was better to collect medicine and supplies while looking for him. Yan Xiao was anxious but not reckless, so he agreed with Yen Chen's plan. With Chio Gio's special ability, gathering medicine became easy. It was just a matter of her intention, and the items would appear in her space. Then she thought about how they would need a lot of ice to cool down when the extreme heat arrived. Right now, with temperatures below -50 degrees, it was a natural ice-making world, so collecting ice should be added to their agenda. After clearing out the Yen family pharmaceutical factory, Yan Xiao noticed that it was getting dark. They still had no news of his teacher. Yan Xiao's expression grew more somber, worry evident on his face. Yen Chen glanced at him and patted his shoulder, saying, "We will do our best to help you find him. Don't worry too much. Your teacher is a good person and will be fine," Chio Gio added, noticing his gloomy expression. After forcing a smile, Yan Xiao nodded. "I hope so." Xian had been a mentor to him, guiding him into this field, and his sudden disappearance left Yan Xiao with a strong sense of unease. After searching for several days without any results, there was still no news of his teacher. Yan Xiao, frustrated, punched the wall and looked at the gray-black T-virus vial he had just taken out of his space, his expression darkening. Strangely, since the attack, the Government Research Institute had not faced any more assaults from unknown individuals. Had those people given up on stealing the T-virus? Or had they learned that the T-virus was no longer at the Research Institute? Yan Xiao was filled with doubts as he recalled the last group that attempted to steal the T-virus. They seemed to know exactly where it was. If he hadn't stumbled upon them, they would have succeeded. This made him even more certain that someone was secretly helping those people. So, who could the traitor be? Was it his teacher who had left the Research Institute, or had someone taken him away? This question always troubled Yan Xiao and made him feel very uneasy. He carefully put the tube of T-virus sample he had just taken out back into the space. He really didn't want to think about whether his teacher had met with an accident. After he was forcibly activated, his space had changed from 0.5 square meters to a 20 cubic meter square space. In addition, he had gained a healing ability, and these new powers always made him feel anxious. Yan Xiao casually grabbed a leather coat and put it on before heading out. His mind was in a mess, and he needed something to do to distract himself. "All in. Where are you all going?" As he passed through the living room, he noticed everyone getting ready to go out. Lin nodded at Chio and continued with what he was doing while answering, "Young Master Emotion just invited us to go hunting. He said he found a forest where wild boars are roaming, and we thought we'd join him to bring some back for everyone." "I'll go with you," Chio said, clapping his hands. He was unsure of what to do, and this was a perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin handed him a submachine gun, and without needing to say much, everyone understood and got into the car together. At that moment, Feng Sanyang was sitting in the car, happily chatting with Chio Gio about who would catch the first wild boar. The car was filled with their cheerful conversation until the seat next to Feng Sanyang suddenly sank, causing them to stop talking. She casually turned her head and locked eyes with Chio, who was surprised and exclaimed, "It's you." "Oh, it's you, my girlfriend," Chio replied, not expecting to see her here. She had been hard to find before. He grabbed Feng Sanyang and wouldn't let go, emphasizing the words "my girlfriend." This sudden scene made everyone else in the car stop what they were doing and turn to look at them with curiosity. Su even whistled and pointed at Chio and then at Feng Sanyang, teasing, "There's a story here." "There's no story, it's all a misunderstanding." Feng Sanyang firmly denied it, trying to break free from Chio's hold. But Chio would not let go easily. He still remembered that incident vividly. "Misunderstanding? You make it sound so simple." Thinking back to what happened before, he felt a surge of anger. "I just borrowed you for a moment. Why are you being so petty? Besides, I didn't do anything to you. You're a grown man. Do you really still hold a grudge?" Feng Sanyang didn't think her actions were a big deal for a man, especially since she had already given him a heads up back then, and it had been 6 months since. However, the others listening to their confusing conversation were getting anxious. They were completely lost and wished they could step in and question the two of them. As soon as Chen got into the car, he sensed the strange atmosphere. Following the gazes of the others, he noticed the tension. However, the snow chains were already installed, and Emotion and the others had set off ahead, waiting for them. So, he instructed his team to start driving, allowing the others to discuss matters gradually in the car. The sudden movement of the vehicle caused the two who were previously tense to lose their balance and fall into their seats. Coincidentally, Feng Sanyang bumped her face into Chio's. Instantly, a few gasps were heard around them. Chio Gio found it thrilling, feeling like they were in a romantic drama with the perfect setup. Chio and Feng Sanyang quickly pushed away from each other, sitting up straight and awkwardly avoiding eye contact. What they were thinking remained a mystery. The car continued to follow the one in front, slowly moving forward. Along the way, they saw many disaster victims bundled up tightly, searching for supplies. Some looked at them with suspicion but dared not approach due to the weapons they carried. The vehicle drove eastward, with the heater on, gently rocking, almost lulling Chio Gio to sleep. After some time, a sudden hard brake caused Chio Gio to stumble forward. Fortunately, Chen was quick and caught her. "Are you okay?" he asked, helping her sit up straight with concern. Chio Gio shook her head, and at that moment, Chio spoke up, "I'll go check ahead." Without waiting for a response, he got out of the car and walked forward. Seeing this, Feng Sanyang immediately said, "I'll go take a look too." Chio Gio remained silent and quietly got out of the car, following behind them. Chen saw this and also got out to stand beside her. After walking about 300 or 400 meters, they spotted the Emotion convoy ahead. A crowd surrounded a person at the front of their vehicle, pointing and shouting. As they got closer, they could see the person being surrounded, with veins bulging and a twisted expression on his face, showing signs of pain and torment. His body was covered in scratches, and his exposed skin was turning blue and purple from the cold, with blood mixed with ice clinging to him. His eyes were filled with desperation as he pleaded, "Please help me. I don't want to die. There are monsters on the mountain that eat people." He raised his hand, trying to grab the onlookers, but they all recoiled in fear. "Please, kind people." His voice suddenly stopped, and the man, who had been half crouched, fell back to the ground with a thud. Yan Xiao instinctively pulled Feng Sanyang behind him. At that moment, the man on the ground, now lifeless, made cracking sounds as his bones shifted, and then he stood up, twisting into a strange posture.
Zombie.
Chio Gio blurted out upon seeing the situation. The people around her were startled and took a few steps back. They had read about zombies in the apocalyptic novels given by the young lady, and the man's appearance was exactly as described in those stories. They began to seriously doubt whether the authors had witnessed such things firsthand.
It's a zombie. Run.
Someone in the crowd reacted first and screamed. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers scattered like startled fish, many tripping and being stepped on by those behind them, creating chaos. However, the zombie did not lunge at them as they feared. Instead, it stood up, sniffed the air, and awkwardly moved toward the nearest group of people, its movements stiff and mechanical, making clanking sounds. The crowd that had just fled turned back to see this comical scene and began to gather again. Some couldn't help but laugh out loud at the zombie's actions, even mimicking its movements. It seemed they had forgotten that just moments ago, they had been terrified and running for their lives. Chio Gio could still see that some people in the crowd were taking pictures with their cameras next to the zombies. It really shows how carefree some of the wealthy kids in the city are. There are still quite a few who can enjoy life, as they even brought their cameras out, treating it like a trip. The zombie waved its arms, trying to grab the moving humans in front of it, but its stiff limbs got in the way. However, it didn't give up and continued to lunge forward with its mouth wide open. The rich kids playing around the zombie didn't notice that its movements were becoming smoother and less awkward. Chio Gio felt anxious for them and was about to warn them when a bloodied person rolled down the hillside. The moment he hit the ground face down, he had already lost his life. Following him were 4 or 5 others, stumbling down with various injuries. Their wounds were frozen and dark, looking quite frightening. They shouted to the crowd while running. Run. There are monsters eating people. Hurry, or it will be too late. There are monsters on the mountain.
Run.
The group yelled. Seeing their terrified expressions, Chio Gio and Yen Chun felt a chill. Combining this with the earlier zombie transformation, an uneasy feeling surged in their hearts. In an instant, the first person who fell and died began to transform into a zombie, twisting his body and unsteadily standing up. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to whisper, seemingly unfazed. The person running at the front shouted, "Everyone run!" His voice was filled with fear, but his movements slowed down, as if he was becoming stiff. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, still in a forward motion. As the others continued to run, some of them fell as well. Chio Gio scanned the mountain and was shocked to see a large group of zombified animals feasting on human remains, turning the entire mountaintop into a sea of blood. After devouring most of it, a few of them started rushing down the mountain at high speed. Chio Gio was alarmed and shouted to Yen Chen, "Chengge, we need to get everyone out of here, quickly." Yen Chen immediately reacted, shouting to those around him, "Everyone, retreat immediately. No one should stay behind, hurry." After shouting, he grabbed Chio Gio's hand and started running back. He didn't have time to ask what Chio Gio had discovered, but seeing his woman's sudden change in expression indicated that the situation was serious. The members of the Yen family, noticing their third master running back, followed him without asking questions and hurried to their cars. Mo Shun and his friends also started to run. Some people began to feel that something was wrong and started to retreat. However, others seemed not to heed the warnings and continued to play around, even mocking run. "A bunch of cowards, huh?" One person pointed at the zombie-like creature moving awkwardly and added, "I could take on 10 of those." Seeing this group, Chio Gio initially wanted to warn them but quickly gave up, thinking to herself that they were asking for trouble. She quickly glanced up the mountain and saw the zombie-like animals charging down, getting closer to those who were ignoring the warnings. Just as Chio Gio and Yen Chen reached their cars, they heard screams behind them. The spoiled rich kids, upon seeing the disgusting creatures jumping out from the mountains, were instantly terrified and began to run in panic. These zombie animals were covered in thick blood, reeking of decay, with patches of fur missing, some even missing half their heads, dragging their intestines on the ground, yet still lunging at the crowd. It was only then that they realized the danger and started to scream and flee. Chio Gio turned to see the zombie animals had caught up, grabbing a few slower individuals. They were viciously tearing into them. One person, who stumbled slightly, was bitten on the shoulder by a large black zombie dog, causing him to falter. At that moment, a zombie creature resembling a sheep lunged at him, biting into his side. The two creatures pulled in opposite directions, and he had no chance to react before he was torn in half. The zombie beasts tossed the pieces of their victim into the air and opened their mouths wide, catching the remains and swallowing them whole. The scene was horrific, making Chio Gio feel nauseous. She quickly steadied herself and climbed into the car. Behind her, the screams continued relentlessly. Yan Xiu no longer cared about anything else. He picked up Feng Sanyang and tossed her onto the seat like an object, then jumped into the driver's seat, started the car, and sped down the road. Suddenly, Chio Gio and Yan Chen both felt a wave of fear. They turned their heads to look at the mountain peak in the distance. Yan Chen's mental strength was not as strong as Chio Gio's, who could sense things freely, but he still felt something terrifying watching them. Chio Gio's awareness reached out and quickly spotted a 3-meter giant standing on a boulder at the mountaintop. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on their direction. The giant seemed to sense something and blinked, looking around for something. Then, it let out a deafening roar into the sky. Chio Gio's awareness was struck by the sound, and she hurriedly pulled it back, but it was too late. Suddenly, her head felt like it was being pierced by countless tiny needles. The monster's roar thundered in her ears, causing a buzzing sound that she could no longer bear. Instinctively, Chio Gio held her head and curled up. Her sudden change alarmed Yan Chen, who quickly pulled her into his arms, anxiously checking her condition. "Wife, what's wrong? Don't scare me." His voice trembled with fear. In Yan Chen's embrace, Chio Gio was still battling the pain. Her face was pale, and cold sweat mixed with tears streamed down her cheeks. It felt as if her thoughts were suddenly pulled away, and everything around her became blurry. She vaguely heard Yan Chen's worried voice coming from far away, but it was unclear. She wanted to respond to him, but she couldn't open her mouth or make any sound. Yan Chen kept calling her name in panic, holding her tightly, afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. The others in the car were also worried, not understanding why their young lady had suddenly become like this. The car sped through the snow, closely followed by a few other vehicles, with a horde of zombie beasts trailing behind. The monster's roar from the mountain peak seemed to summon them, causing the zombie beasts that had been chasing them to retreat. This made them relax a bit. After half an hour of rapid driving, Yan Xiu made a sharp turn and stopped the car. Other vehicles also came to a stop. The survivors, relieved yet shaken, began to cry out loud, mourning those who were lost to the zombie beasts. After parking the car, Yan Xiu turned to look at Chio Gio, who was curled up in his brother's arms, and asked, "How is she? Why did she suddenly act like this?" Yan Chen shook his head, feeling just as confused. Then he remembered that Zhou had mentioned that their second brother also had dual abilities, one of which was healing. "Brother, your ability might help," Yan Chen said, looking at him with hope. Prompted by this, Yan Xiu recalled his unique power and immediately tried to summon it. Soon, a gentle energy began to gather in his palms. He placed his hand on Chio Gio's forehead, and a miraculous scene unfolded. He could sense her pulse and the pain in her head. He gently used his calming energy to soothe her brain. After a while, her condition visibly improved, her pain lessened, and her body relaxed until she peacefully fell asleep. Everyone sighed in relief, and Yan Xiu quickly withdrew his hand, realizing that using this ability for too long would be exhausting for him. This was his first time using his power, and he understood that it couldn't be used endlessly. It would deplete him. How to replenish it later was uncertain. Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. Yen Chun instinctively glanced at the girl in his arms. Seeing her frown, he felt uneasy. Yen Su, noticing the situation, quickly opened the car door and stepped out to block Emotion, pushing him a few steps away from the door. "Where's Ah-chun?" Emotion asked, looking past Yen Su at the car behind him. Yen Su replied honestly, "The young lady isn't feeling well and just fell asleep. Third master is with her in the car. If there's anything, we can discuss it back at the manor. It's not safe to stay here." Hearing this, Emotion nodded and returned to the car. Yen Su took over driving from Yen Xiao and sat in the driver's seat. When Chio Gio woke up, it was already evening. She moved her still heavy body, and Yen Chen, who had unknowingly dozed off beside her, immediately noticed her movement. He opened his eyes and pulled her closer into his arms, saying, "Wife, you're finally awake. You scared me." Chio Gio began to remember what had happened earlier. She really made a big mistake by being too careless. During the end times, she had been sailing smoothly without facing any setbacks. Because of this, she somewhat took it for granted that she was invincible. However, she overlooked an important truth. There are always others out there, and there are greater forces beyond. Caution is necessary for a long journey. These wise sayings are not just random thoughts from ancient times. They are the result of accumulated wisdom. After today's ordeal, she felt she deserved it, and Chio Gio learned a lesson. She reached out and embraced the man, finding a comfortable position in his arms, feeling his strong heartbeat before saying, "I'm sorry, I was too careless today. The monster's sudden roar was probably because I poked it with my mind." "Monster? Poked it? What monster? Why did you poke it?" Hearing this, Yen Chen paused and looked down at Chio Gio's head, confused by her actions, and asked further. Chio Gio thought for a moment and explained, "While we were in the car, I suddenly felt my heart race, so I followed that feeling and scanned the mountain with my mind. The monster was standing on a huge rock at the top. It was about 3 meters tall, looking almost human but not quite. Its eyes were a bloody red. When I scanned it, I felt drawn to its power, so I formed my mind and poked it, not expecting it to roar suddenly." As she spoke, Chio Gio lowered her head, and after a while, she continued, "When it roared, I didn't have time to pull back my mind, and the sound wave hit me, which is why I suddenly felt a headache." After hearing her words, Yen Chen still felt a bit scared. He held her a little tighter and said firmly, "Next time, don't scare me like that again, understand?" "Okay, I understand. There won't be a next time. I've learned my lesson," Chio Gio replied with a nod. She truly realized her mistake this time and understood that the dangers in this world were far from over. She needed to be more cautious and absolutely could not make a fatal mistake like today again. After their conversation, their eyes met, and they gazed at each other, seeing their reflections in one another's eyes. Their hearts slowly drew closer, and Yen Chen leaned down to kiss her tempting lips. Chio Gio gently closed her eyes in response, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the room became warm and sweet. Just then, the sky outside suddenly turned blood red, as if countless drops of blood were spreading, and the setting sun painted the entire world in shades of red. The crimson glow filtered through the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the two people on the bed who were kissing. Suddenly, they both paused, and Chio Gio felt an unknown force surging within her, as if it wanted to break free from her body and burst out. She and Yen Chen opened their eyes wide. A color similar to the afterglow was suddenly released from Chio Gio's body. When it touched the crimson light, it quickly pulled back and surged into her body along with the red afterglow. The rushing energy collided, instantly pushing the two apart, and Yen Chen crashed against the wall with a loud bang.
"Wife."
As he fell to the ground and looked up, he saw Chio Gio surrounded by a red halo, and he was shocked. He rushed forward, but the red energy wave pushed him back again. Bang! He hit the wall hard again, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He tried again, even using his lightning ability and mental power, but he still couldn't get close to Chio Gio. His eyes were filled with worry. "Wife, are you okay?" "Chinga, I'm fine. Don't come over. Chio Gio quickly shouted, trying to stop Yen Chun from rushing forward. Someone needed to tell her what was happening. At that moment, Chio Gio felt filled with unknown energy, completely unable to move. The red energy rampaged inside her, as if it wanted to tear her body apart. Chio Gio wanted to struggle but found she couldn't control her body at all. Seriously, suffering twice in one day is too much. She thought angrily. Darn it, do they really think I'm easy to bully?
Fine.
Let's just destroy everything. Chio Gio suddenly remembered the cultivation techniques she had been studying recently, one of which was similar to a spell from a TV show that absorbed energy. She immediately recited the incantation, activating the technique. The red energy waves seemed to be drawn to her, forming a whirlwind around her, continuously being absorbed into her body. After an unknown amount of time, just when Chio Gio felt she could no longer hold on, a faint cracking sound echoed in her mind. She suddenly felt her body relax, as if some barrier had been broken, and she regained control over herself. In a hurry, she conjured a ball of spiritual water and swallowed it, intensifying her energy flow. The crimson light continuously filled her body until the sun set and the glow faded. She entered a state that was hard to describe in words. It felt like she was soaking in a warm ocean, surrounded by endless light, in sync with the rhythm of the universe, experiencing an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. "Dear," Yen Chen said anxiously, but he didn't dare to touch her. It seemed that she heard his call, slowly opened her eyes and smiled faintly at him, saying, "I'm fine." She calmed the energy fluctuations around her and exhaled a breath of relief, finally managing to get through it. Yen Chen rushed forward and hugged her, calming his fear. The double shock he experienced today nearly made his heart race out of control. Despite the commotion in the room, no one else was disturbed. However, Chio Gio immediately sensed something was wrong and released her consciousness to scan the estate. The crimson glow had not only activated her abilities, everyone exposed to it had fallen into a deep sleep, and some were already beginning to stir with energy. Is humanity awakening their powers? Chio Gio quickly thought of this possibility. She shared everything she sensed with Yen Chen. In the estate, only those who had activated their powers were moving around as if nothing was wrong, while the others were in a deep slumber. They had to gather Yen Lin and the others to bring the suddenly sleeping individuals back to their rooms, to prevent them from freezing outside. After everything was settled, Chio Gio finally had time to explore her new abilities. She focused the energy in her right palm. With a wave of her left hand, a rabbit holding a carrot appeared in the living room. Then, she directed the energy toward the rabbit, watching for any changes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed. The rabbit continued to groom itself and nibble on the carrot, showing no signs of change. Chio Gio concentrated her energy again and tried once more. Still no change. The rabbit comfortably scratched its back in front of everyone.
Ha!
Seeing this, the others who had already activated their powers couldn't help but laugh. Yen Chen shot a glare at them, and silence returned. He couldn't figure it out either, and for a moment, he and Chio Gio exchanged puzzled glances. While Chio Gio was studying her newly acquired powers, the original female lead, Su Tiana, was in a difficult situation. In apartment 1701 of Building A in Cheongyuan, Huayuan, Su Tiana melted a plate of ice into water to wash up. Just as she was about to take the water back to her room, the blood-red sunset shone through the window, and a wave of drowsiness hit her. She accidentally spilled the water and fell to the floor, her clothes quickly soaking up the water and freezing into ice. As humanity fell into slumber, the world became quiet. The next morning, there were gasps of surprise from various buildings in Cheongyuan, Huayuan. Someone had discovered their awakened powers. Su Tiano also woke up, but she found herself on a hard block of ice, her body frozen and bruised. Her clothes were stiff from the cold, causing her chest to ache. The 2 other girls in her apartment also woke up. One girl in a red outfit scratched her head, unable to remember how she ended up on the floor. She felt extremely cold, with half her body numb, wishing for a fire to warm her up. As she thought this, She rubbed her hands together for warmth, and suddenly, a small orange flame ignited in her hands. Oh my gosh, Ah Fong. Have you awakened the powers described in novels? The girl in a dark green coat looked at the red-dressed girl in admiration, as she was a big fan of novels and immediately thought of supernatural abilities. Really, this is amazing. We won't have to freeze anymore. Lily, I just felt a surge of warmth inside me, and I created fire. You should try it too. See if you feel anything, or if you've awakened powers too. The girl in red was so happy that the orange flame flickered out, but her spirits remained high. She hugged Lily in the green coat, and they jumped around joyfully, completely ignoring the jealous Su Tian'er nearby. Waking up in the ice shards had already caused her chest pain, and now, feeling angry, it hurt even more. This made her frustration grow stronger. Su Tian'er stomped hard on the ice, wishing it would just disappear. And, to her surprise, the ice really did vanish. Stunned, Su Tian'er widened her eyes, and suddenly an idea struck her. Excited, she rushed back to her room to test her theory. Sure enough, when she picked up a cup, it vanished into thin air as she imagined. In her mind, she found a gray space about 20 cubic meters in size, where her cup lay quietly on the ground, along with the pile of ice shards she had just stomped on. She laughed, realizing she had awakened a special ability. How could Ah Fong's small fire ability compare to her space ability? She felt like the chosen one and proudly walked out of her room. She glanced at her two friends and said to the girl in black, I awakened a special ability too, but it's just a useless space ability, only about 20 square meters. Lily, what about you? Hearing this, Lily's head dropped. She had just tried to feel her ability like Ah Fong suggested, but nothing happened. She shook her head and replied, I didn't awaken any ability. However, she quickly cheered up for her friends. When Su Tian'er said her space ability was useless, Lily disagreed. How can space be useless? It's space. It's a must-have skill for traveling. Tian'er, you must be favored by the heavens. Otherwise, how could you have a special ability like a heroine in a story? Lily's envious gaze and flattering words made Su Tian'er feel good, but seeing Lily's earlier disappointment, she comforted her lightly. Having a special ability isn't something everyone can have, so don't worry too much. Lily understood this but still looked at Ah Fong and Su Tian'er with admiration. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, I read in a novel that when humans awaken their powers, they either have a fever or fall into a deep sleep. If they don't awaken, they might turn into zombies. So outside it can't be. Su Tian'er and Ah Fong immediately understood Li's meaning. The three of them looked at each other, their faces turning pale from the scary images in their minds. Ah Fong quickly walked to the door, pressed her ear against it, and listened for any sounds outside. There were no screams, no shouts, and no cries for help. Gathering her courage, she opened the door a crack to peek outside. They heard cheers from people who had awakened their powers. The three of them sighed in relief. It seemed they had overthought it. After all, a novel is just a story made up by an author to attract readers. Closing the door again, Lily scratched her face shyly and said, Sorry. Ah Fong, you know me. I read too many novels, so I. Ah Fong quickly shook her head, telling Lily not to take it to heart. It's fine, you didn't mean it. There's no need to get upset over something small, so don't blame yourself. Su Tian'er felt dissatisfied, but seeing that the girl didn't say much, she decided to let it go. She couldn't be petty. She needed this silly girl to highlight her own strengths. She was looking forward to setting off with the government team to the capital city in a few days. Now that she had awakened the precious space ability, the government would surely pay attention to her. Since the announcement of the apocalypse, the government had stationed troops in Cheong Garden, and the residents there were fortunate to receive protection. Su Tian'er and her two roommates were safe because of the government's efforts. If Chio Gio knew, she would have to admit that the main character's aura is indeed powerful. On the other side, Chio Gio, exhausted from a night of chaos, was still lying in bed, completely unaware that the main character she had vowed to stay away from was soon coming to the capital. She turned over, muttering about a troublesome man, and fell back asleep. Until the sun was high in the sky, she was awakened by the urge to use the bathroom. As soon as she moved, she felt a strong arm across her waist and the surprising size of the man's presence against her back. Startled, Chio Gio shivered, recalling the wild events of the previous night. The man, still affected by the shock from the day before, kept seeking her presence, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. After silently cursing the man several times in her heart, Chio Gio looked up at the ceiling, realizing once again that if a man's promises in bed were reliable, even pigs could climb trees. He said it would be the last time, but it turned out to be the last time again, and in the end, she didn't even have a chance to ask. Supporting her aching back, she gently moved to the edge of the bed, but before she knew it, his arm tightened around her waist, pulling her back. He flipped over and pinned her beneath him. His warm breath enveloped her as he said, "Baby, where do you think you're going, He even made a slight movement. The sensation made Chio Gio's body tense. Under the blanket, there was no barrier between their skin. Her fingers brushed against his firm chest, which was surprisingly warm, and his face slowly moved closer. "Wife, I still want to." "No, you don't," Chio Gio interrupted, covering his mouth with her hand and pushing him away with both hands. In an instant, she jumped off the bed, rushing to the bathroom. With a soft laugh, Yenchen looked at the empty space beside him. His Chio was truly adorable. He lay back down, resting his forehead on one hand, closing his eyes to relax.